so in this case, the hot temperatures, while there may have been some incremental demand that came as a result of that, on balance, it's probably a negative.
Look, it's also, though, what we were talking about just as we were leading into this, that so many people fixed up their homes during the pandemic when they were there. They've shifted the spending away. We're still dealing with that. And then I wonder if you really saw weakness in July, if that fits into that new Fed survey that showed the highest level they've seen since 2014 when they started keeping records of this. The highest number of people think that they're going to be unemployed in the next 4 months. That's pretty indicative of consumer spending and consumer confidence.
Absolutely. So I agree with both those points. And I talk about this a lot, and I know it sounds like we're talking about old news now about the pandemic, but I still very much believe that the pull forward in demand that happened during the pandemic is still having effects on demand in home improvement now. And then the second point, Beck, I think it's a great look. I mean, we talk about, from ours as economists and analysts, we're saying, look, this is still a historically strong employment environment, which it is. But unemployment today is higher than it was 6-9 months ago. And from a consumer's perspective, that does have some negative implications.
Yeah, that's what's weird. It's, in fact, higher enough to, in the past, have been enough to forecast a recession when it rises. But it's weird because it doesn't take in the absolute value of where you're starting, for the absolute number of where unemployment was. If it goes up I don't know, somewhere between 0.5% and 1% of added unemployment in the past, or some rule, I forget, some rule that indicates you could have 2 quarters of negative growth. But it's weird if you start from 5 and go up to 5.5 or 6. That seems different than going up from 3 to 3.5, whatever we did, 3.5 to 4.2. Or wherever we are. But that could be, the canary in the coal mine, Brian.
No, look, and I totally agree with you, Joe. I mean, it's all, we have to keep in mind, we're looking at these Lowe's results today, we're looking at any retailer, there's very much an emotional component behind consumer spending. So I guess maybe one way to think about it, it's not the most scientific, but you're taking that Lowe's consumer today versus that Lowe's consumer last year. And just on that very simple basis, that Lowe's consumer feels less confident about their own personal financial situation today than they did 1 year ago. And that's the comp store sales year on year down 5.1%. I think that's a big component of this. It just, there's very much an emotional component to spending, particularly on discretionary items and bigger ticket discretionary items.
Okay. All right, Brian Nagel, thanks. Can just estimate, how many sports coats do you own?
I've got a lot. And I use them mostly.
Do you have an estimate? Do you have 20?
I don't think we're at 20. I bet it's a solid 12, though.
A solid 12. Different pattern. That's not a suit today. That is a sports coat, is it? Or is that a suit today?
Oh, it's a sport coat. It's one of my more summer.
One of your more what?
Summery.
But not crazy like you sometimes step out with. But I'm surprised it's only 12. I'm a little bit, but that probably is.
I'll recount.
Not just suits.
But he's got suit. But sports, but the different pattern that he wears. He's a pretty good consumer. They're a pretty good consumer.
Wear it well.
Yeah, I'm going to check out Men's Warehouse stock today. Just see you later. Thank you, Brian Nagel. Indicated hire. See you later.
All right, when we come back, President Biden passing the torch to Vice President Harris at the Democratic Convention last night in a speech that stretched past midnight Eastern Time. We've got the highlights next. Plus, Kamala Harris proposing a hike for corporate taxes. We have the details on that, too. Squawk Box will be right back.
Gary?
Vice President Kamala Harris is calling to raise the corporate tax rate to 28%. Campaign spokesman James Singer told NBC News that Harris believes an increase in corporate taxes is a fiscally responsible way to put money back into the pockets of working people and ensure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share, in their words. That would roll back a significant part of President Trump's tax legislation from 2017 that cut the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%, but it's also lower than Harris had proposed in the past of going all the way back to 35%. Word of that tax proposal came out hours before President Biden spoke late last night at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Megan Casella is there and has the highlights for us. Hi, Megan.
Hey, Becky, good morning from a very sleepy Chicago, very sleepy United Center, where folks are really just waking up or still sleeping after a night that went quite late last night until after midnight on the East Coast. The focus for night one of the convention was for the people. It was a focus on working class voters, on standing up to corporations, and the highlight of the programming was a 48-minute speech from President Biden. This was his farewell speech and a chance to formally pass the torch to Vice President Harris. We heard him really tout his own economic record and a long list of accomplishments, highlighting the recovery since COVID-19 when he first took office, talking about the high stock market, how much inflation had slowed since he first took office, and he talked about some of his more populist economic ideas, including a tax on billionaires. Take a listen.
We have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%. If we just increase our taxes we proposed to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even, it would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years. They'd still be very wealthy.
Now, Biden also spoke about how Vice President Harris and Governor Tim Walz were the ones to continue that fight to take on corporations, leaning into that populist agenda. And we continued that theme throughout the night. We also heard a fairly impassioned speech from UAW President Shawn Fain, who spoke about this theme while wearing a shirt that said Trump is a scab, a derogatory term for somebody who doesn't stand up for unions and who crosses a picket line. Here's what he had to say.
Our only hope is to attack corporate greed head on. Corporate greed turns blue-collar blood, sweat, and tears into Wall Street stock buybacks and CEO jackpots.
Now, guys, this leaning into this sort of populist and progressive agenda, it follows Harris's first economic proposals released on Friday that stuck to the same theme. This is as progressive Democrats are urging the campaign to do this sort of thing, to lean into the left side of the party and to give them some sort of concrete economic proposals like a billionaire tax or like higher taxes on corporations or down payment assistance for homeowners in order to give voters something that excites them to turn them out for the polls in November. Obviously, that comes at the expense of corporations and business owners. And it is something that is sort of a risk. There's a gamble that moderate Democrats and independent voters won't stick with the party if they lean too much into this. I have spoken with some moderate Democrats who are sort of wary of this approach, say distancing herself from the far left would be the only thing Harris needs to do in order to get the coalition of voters that she needs to win in November. Now, for their part, Trump and J.D. Vance are counter-programming this convention and will continue to all week long. And overnight, the campaign put out a statement calling the first night of the convention unhinged, cringe, and detached from reality. Becky, back to you guys.
Hey, Megan, I was going to ask you about that. A lot of these proposals are proposals that have been around the last 4 years, but does this feel like it really is leaning more heavily into them?
It does feel that way. We saw on Friday with Harris's economic plan, she was taking some of President Biden's ideas and kind of turbocharging them, bringing them further to the left, raising the amount of money of down payment assistance, for example, and going a little bit further in other ways. So she seems to think that that's the way to win the voters that she needs. She's sort of carving out a progressive brand for herself.
Megan, I want to thank you. Megan Casella, you mentioned very sleepy Chicago, and I'm guessing a very sleepy Megan. I know you were up very late too. Thank you.
You bet.
Former President Donald Trump said yesterday he would offer Elon Musk a cabinet position or an advisory role in his administration if he wins a second term in the White House. In an interview with Reuters, Trump said that he would tap Musk for such a position if he would do it. Trump also said that he would consider getting rid of a $7,500 tax credit for certain new electric vehicles. Musk has previously said that he's not concerned about such a move because ending EV tax credit would hurt his competitors more than it would hurt Tesla. The following Trump's comment, Musk posted on X, "I am willing to serve," with a picture of him behind a podium with a text that reads, "The Department of Government Efficiency," which is one of the greatest oxymorons of all time. And it says, "or Doja," which is weird. Yeah, Doge, I think it's Dogecoin, and a nod to his favored crypto coin, and the price of that coin rising a little bit after that post, up about 4.5%. We'll talk a lot more about all these things. J.D. Vance has a pretty interesting op-ed on energy. Some of the stuff I didn't realize. I didn't realize Kamala Harris was the co-sponsor of the Green New Deal, and that was unsuccessful, obviously, but also that she proposed that if necessary, getting rid of the filibuster to pass the Green New Deal. We'll get to talk to Jennifer Granholm. You do.
Yes,
Congratulations.
Energy Secretary is going to be joining us later, and we can't talk to her about that.
Fun with that. Coming up, Harley Davidson is the latest company to drop DEI initiatives following a campaign by an activist. Details next. And then later, much more from the DNC in Chicago, including House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Forward to that. Squawk Box. I'm happy to do that because there's a lot to talk about.
NBC.
Harley-Davidson is the latest company to drop diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives following a campaign by an activist. The company said yesterday it no longer has spending goals for minority-owned suppliers. It will drop socially motivated training for employees and would make other changes to back away from diversity programs. Said it hasn't operated a corporate DEI function since April, and Harley joins Tractor Supply Company, Deere, and Polaris in scaling back or changing DEI policies following a campaign by activist Robbie Starbuck. The activist says he's already picked his next target and that it has a very conservative customer base, which is kind of something you'd say that the companies we just mentioned so far, I guess you'd have to say, have that in common a little bit. Tractor Supply. It
Yes,
reminds me of Tim Allen or the guy lived next door. I don't know.
So who's he talking about? Chick-fil-A?
I don't know who he'd be. I don't know. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to brand anyone's shareholders as conservative. Far be it from me to criticize.
I eat at Chick-fil-A.
Oh, I do too. Not on Sunday, you don't.
No, nobody does.
No.
All right, when we come back, California cracking down on retail crimes with several new laws, including one inspired by a recent CNBC investigation. We have that story next. Right now, though, as we head to a break, let's take a look at yesterday's S&P 500 winners and losers.
Made affordable.
Good morning and welcome back to Squawk Box, live from the NASDAQ market site in Times Square. Checking the futures this morning, and actually mentioned this yesterday. We were single digits all morning long. Pre-market up 2, down 1. By the end of the day, but I said, watch. By the end of the day, we'll be up
You hate
250
by the end of the day.
points.
Unless
I
you
do, but this actually was
trade
by
session.
the end of the day. Now I'm talking about at the beginning of the day. So, but by the end of the normal trading session, it was up again.
Yeah, it was
250
1.33% for the Nasdaq. It was about 1% for the S&P 500.
But man, we're watching shares of Boeing. Just the latest news here: the company paused testing of its 777X plane and grounded the 4-plane test fleet. That's all the test fleet is right now, 4 planes. Boeing said it found damage in a structure of one of the wide-body aircraft during scheduled maintenance. We're calling it damage, but it was like a crack or something. Boeing said it is replacing the part and examined the damaged component, which it said is located between the engine and the airplane structure. Bad place for a crack, you would think. It has informed the FAA and its customer certification and delivery of the new jetliners that it's not expected, it is next year. That's about 5 years now behind schedule already.
Separately, the FAA has mandated that operators of Boeing's 787 Dreamliner inspect the cockpit seats. That follows an uptick in reports about inadvertent seat movements disrupting flights. Boeing warned back in March that a switch located on the rear of pilot seats that moves it up and back could jam if the mechanism is loose or damaged. That followed an incident when a flight took a nosedive after a reported inadvertent seat movement pushed the pilot into the plane's control column. The FAA said it has received 5 reports of uncommanded horizontal movement of the captain's or first officer seats.
I mean, that's just, you can't figure, I mean, that seems like something every car has a mechanism for where you don't want the seat to move, and it'd be maybe even worse in a car if you're thrown into the brake or the accelerator or something,
Yeah.
but.
It's a bad situation. We were just talking about the story on the Starliner, the Boeing Starliner that's supposed to be getting those ISS, the 2 astronauts who are stuck up on the International
We
Space
talked about
Station.
that yesterday.
Deciding
I asked Phil
what to do.
if they said NASA or somebody or Boeing said to Elon Musk, "Can you help us out here?" Could he do it
That
before
is-
2000?
February is the next space.
Well,
exercise.
2025. That's too long.
It's a
These
long
poor
time.
people. That I mean, I know that you don't want embarrassment from NASA or Boeing, but is that why we're not doing it with Elon Musk? Could he send someone? Like, could he get it done next week?
I think you probably have a situation where NASA is trying to debate what they do. They haven't decided.
With those two
The
people
astronauts, the 2
twisting
astronauts
in the
up there
wind
said that
up
they-
there. There's no
right.
wind, but
Well,
twisting.
they said that they feel comfortable with the Boeing Starliner, but there have been a lot of questions about it. Mark Kelly, a former astronaut who spent some time up there, says it's really, it's a head issue when you get to the point
Well,
where
no
you don't
kidding.
know when you're coming back.
Well, not to mention, if you have, it'd be hard to be shut in and you're in a
It's
place.
supposed to be there for 8 days.
Right. No, it's hard. I feel really bad.
Did you read the entire Wall Street Journal article that laid out how big it is? It's about the size of a football field, but the usable space is only about the size of 3 boxcars, and there's nine astronauts and cosmonauts over there living in that space.
Well, at least there's, totally. I guess it's good and bad that there's some people there, but oh my God.
I know, it depends on who
I
you're
mean,
with.
otherwise you'd be like, Tom Hanks on, with him talking to a soccer ball.
Yeah, there's a volleyball. Wilson.
Yeah.
All right, California is cracking
Different
down.
personality entirely than the
Yes,
soccer ball.
yes. Right. California is cracking down on retail crime as Governor Gavin Newsom has signed 10 bills into law increasing penalties for shoplifting and organized theft schemes. One of the new laws is in response to CNBC's selling stolen investigation this year. That law will boost prison time for the sale, exchange, and return of stolen property. That's the bread and butter of resale crime rings. CNBC.com retail reporter Gabrielle Fonrouge, who's been following this issue, joins us right now. And Gabrielle, this is a story we've been talking about for a long time too. What's the significance of these new laws, and do you think it'll actually help?
Yeah, Becky, I mean, this is huge for California. They have been widely criticized for having an out-of-control retail crime problem. And these new batch of laws are going to do a number of things. One of the most important things that it does is it aggregates theft offenses. So one of the things that California gets criticized for is that if you don't steal more, if you steal under $950 worth of goods, then you get slapped on the wrist with a misdemeanor. You may or may not even get any kind of jail time or any kind of penalty for that. So what one of the new laws allows it to do is it aggregates the theft offenses. So if somebody steals $100 worth of goods one day, $200 worth of goods one day, even if it's across different counties, you can bring all of that together and bring felony charges. And then the law that was brought in response to CNBC's investigation addresses the middlemen that are involved in these resale rings. Based on the amount of goods that are stolen, your sentence is going to go up. So the senator that I spoke to yesterday that brought the bill, his idea is that this is going to serve as a deterrence to prevent people from getting into this type of crime.
It's not just California where this is a problem. You can look at states like New York, other places. If you talk to the retailers, they'll say organized crime rings outside Baltimore, just to name one place. But they say that these are organized crime rings and that they're having free reign in a lot of different areas.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a nationwide issue. This is something that retailers
It's worse in some states.
It is worse in some states. It depends. I mean, it's an underreported crime and it often goes undetected. So a lot of the data surrounding this is complicated. But look, I mean, all you have to do is talk to shoppers. Every time they go into stores, a lot of them are witnessing these incidents. Yeah. And also, their candy bars and their shampoo
everything's locked up.
Are in prison.
Right, everything's locked up. And I understand the idea of saying, okay, we're going to aggregate this. So if you steal $100 one day, $200 another day. But that doesn't seem like it would get at the root problem, the root cause of some of the problem, which is you still have everything locked up because who knows if it's only $100. I mean, this gets back to the no broken windows sort of crime laws that Bill Brandt used to follow up and others in New York City.
Yeah, I mean, and the broken windows policing, it's going after crime by kind of cutting off the leg, right? It's a brute force way of addressing crime. That's what some critics have it say, but it worked at the end of the day. So now you have a lot of criminal justice experts, a lot of the reformists who are looking at a different way of addressing these crimes by having, programs. Instead of going to jail, you might get some kind of counseling, you might get an opportunity to go to job training, but we're not really seeing it work just yet, especially here in New York.
Yeah. Gabrielle, thank you.
Thank you, Becky.
Coming up, day one of the DNCs in the books, the highlights and expectations for the rest of the week. Coming up next, and a reminder, you can get the best of Squawk Box in our daily podcast. Follow Squawk Pod on your favorite podcast app, and you can listen anytime. We'll be right back. The DNC kicked off in Chicago yesterday, starting with speeches from President Biden and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Joining us now, Punchbowl co-founder Jake Sherman. He's an NBC News and MSNBC political contributor. Good to see Jake this morning. I wonder what we think of the best approach for Democrats and how to, how do you solve a problem like saying goodbye to the current president, who's going to be president for a while? And should we read anything into it? It was late. He's leaving immediately, right? He's not going to be there for the rest of the convention. The baton has been passed to Kamala Harris.
Yeah, he's gone. He's landed this morning.
Weird?
In California. No, he's no longer the nominee. What is he going to do around here? I think
the other former presidents are there that from in front and center.
The other former presidents were pushed out of the nomination just a month ago.
We're hearing that's not. Yeah, I know, but we're hearing that's not true. We're going to have Hakeem Jeffries on later. I guarantee you. And I was watching someone yesterday, the co-chair of the campaign, saying again and again and again when pressed that this was a decision solely made by President Biden with no coercion whatsoever on that weekend.
Politicians say what they want to say, Joe. Dozens of House Democrats came out and said that Biden was no longer their pick to be the nominee. President Biden saw the writing on the wall, and he got out of the fight, got out of the campaign. But let's be honest about this. They want this convention. I'm here in Chicago now. They want this convention to be about Kamala Harris and her plans for the country and looking forward, not looking backward at Joe Biden's presidency, although they will talk about the progress they think they've made in the last 3.5 years. But the last two Democratic presidents, Barack Obama and Bill Clinton, served 2 terms. They left office broadly popular. I mean, there were obviously people who didn't like both men, but they left office broadly popular. And what do they need to do this week? They need to keep the momentum up. I mean, there's nothing. There's only good signs for them right now. They are gaining ground in polls. The down ballot races are looking good for Democrats. They will, unless something crazy happens, get a bump out of this convention. How long that bump lasts and how big it is remains to be seen. But I think Joe Biden did what Democrats wanted him to do. He boosted Kamala Harris. He talked about his presidency, and he left and went to California. And I think that's exactly what Democrats were looking for him to do during this week in Chicago.
Right. I wonder what behind the scenes you do hear. Maybe he's feels embittered, and I guess anyone would at that point.
I mean, wouldn't you? They booted him from the nomination. But listen, It was an untenable situation. It was a huge distraction. I mean, I was talking to Democratic members every day. If he didn't get out that week in which he got out, there would have been more senior people, perhaps Hakeem Jeffries, maybe you could ask him, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, coming out publicly saying that Joe Biden needed to step aside. But he read the room and he got out. And I think that is exactly what Democrats wanted him to do.
Well, he didn't read it for 6 weeks, it seems like, or even longer. I've heard he hasn't spoken to, and we don't want to dwell on, although he's still president. I mean, we can't put him totally in the background. A lot of important things can happen between now and Inauguration Day. But I heard, have you heard whether he hasn't even spoken to former Speaker Pelosi? I mean, I've seen.
He has not, no.
And
he has not spoken to former Speaker Pelosi, and to be honest with you, I don't know that maybe they will again, but Nancy Pelosi is now effectively publicly saying that she did what she did, which is field calls from Democrats who were uncomfortable with him because she was nervous about winning the election. She has said now publicly she was not impressed with Biden's political team, many of whom, by the way, are still with Kamala Harris, although there are some new figures in that orbit. But no, he has not spoken to her at all.
We've talked about, I think you're a really young guy. It's incredibly successful. But I remember certain things. I'm just wondering whether the country has really changed. And what I'm talking about now, what I'm trying to get to is we are seeing some policy proposals trickle out very slowly. I mean, it's very hopey and changey still at this point, and excitement and a lot of joy. You know, it's oozing from every pore, lots of joy. But we have heard about some price controls, whether you call them that or not. Maybe it's something you can call it trying to prevent price gouging. 28% corporate tax rate. I'm hearing rumors maybe Gary Gensler might be or even Senator Warren. I don't know whether that's true or not. But in the past,
go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
In the past, the country has been at its core center or center right. Do any of these proposals, she's co-sponsor of the Green New Deal, any of the things she said in the past, if she sticks with the progressive wing of the party, which she kind of led, or at least went along with, through part of when she was in the Senate, I don't know, as vice president, but you know, obviously there are some policies that might even go further left if she were at the head, if she were not vice president or president. Does that ever come home to roost with more centrist voters, or do they go full on trying to satisfy the base?
Well, the reality is there are a sizable number of voters who will not vote for Donald Trump, and we're looking for a reason to not vote for Donald Trump. I agree that the country traditionally has been center right. Although if we've now had one Republican president for 4 years since 2008, which might change that dynamic or change that calculus. Now, remember, 28% corporate rate is where the Biden administration was. This is going to be the biggest issue in 2025. I don't, listen, we'll have to see what the composition of Congress is. And that's what gets lost in this debate, Joe, is that we are not ruled by a king, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat. We are ruled by a president who suggests policies and Congress takes them under advisement or does not. And if Republicans win the House, there will not be a 28% corporate rate, at least in my estimation.
Green New Deal,
there's not a Green New Deal now. So
no, I know, but there might have been without Joe Manchin, and so she was a co-sponsor. It's a weird thing to fall back on that I hear a lot, Jake, and from a lot of centrist Democrats that, I know, but it's just, you say this to try to be populist and to try to look like you're doing something, but none of this is going to happen. That's a bad way. That's a bad rationale for electing someone, that none of the stuff that she doesn't really mean any of the stuff she's saying, and none of it can happen anyway, so don't worry. Yeah, what she wants to do.
Donald Trump does that too. Donald Trump does that too.
With tariffs and things like that. That's true.
He's done. There were a number of things that Donald Trump said in 2016 rather, and is saying now that will never pass Congress. That can never pass Congress. What the saying is, you campaign in prose or you campaign in poetry and govern in prose or something like that. Congress has a say in this, a massive say. And again, we're not ruled by a dictator. Right. So yes, I think people should take under advisement the fact that a lot of this is just pie in the sky dreams.
But then there are things you can do, executive action. I think what electricity prices are up 30% already. If we were to go full force on the transition and as everybody else in the world is building these coal plants, that's actually we're going to talk to Jennifer Granholm about some of this. Jake, all right, so you're going to be there. You're tasked with that. You're tasked with that.
I'm here.
You're not leaving. All right, and you're there, and you're there for us, I think.
Chicago's very nice weather this time of year. It's a beautiful city this time of year.
It's a beautiful city, and let's get too close. From a distance, I think it might look a little more yeah.
All right, Eli Lilly releasing new data showing that Zepbound and Mounjaro cut the risk of overweight and obese people progressing from prediabetes to type 2 diabetes by 94%. Additionally, patients taking the weight loss drug averaged a 22.9% decrease in weight compared to just 2.1% for those who were on placebo during that treatment period. Some pretty big news. You can see right now, Lilly shares are up by about 0.5%. Lilly CEO David Ricks is going to be joining Squawk on the Street. That's coming up at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, first on CNBC. Squawk Rex will be right back.
The price of gold trading at a record high, well above $2,500 per troy ounce. At that level, a standard gold bar weighs about 400 ounces, is now worth more than $1 million. That comes with a caveat, though, that some gold bars contain less than 400 ounces of pure gold. If you ever do buy it, it might not be
How do you know? You gotta
solid
weigh it.
gold. You have to go.
Gotta weigh it and bite it.
Yeah, wait, yeah. No, I don't recommend biting it, but it is it's a beautiful metal. It's kind of hard to store, insure, move.
Unless you wear it.
It's nice to wear. Coming up this morning's stocks to watch. Plus, what's wrong with the Chinese consumer? A slowdown in spending there is hurting U.S. companies. We look at what's ailing China's economy. Squawk Box coming with that.
Trust.
It is 7 a.m. Now just passed on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Joe Kernan, along with Becky Quick. Among today's top stories that we're covering, Boeing has discovered cracks in the structure of its 777X jetliner in initial test flights. That's the latest setback for the long-delayed plane. 5 years now. Boeing said it's going to ground its test fleet, there's 4 of them, while it replaces the defective part. Vice President Kamala Harris calling to raise the corporate tax rate to 28%. Campaign spokesman James Singer told NBC News that Harris believes an increase in corporate taxes is a fiscally responsible way to put money back in the pockets of working people and ensure that billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share. And former President Donald Trump says he would offer Elon Musk a cabinet position or an advisory role in his administration if he were to win a second term in the White House. Following Trump's comment, Musk posted on X that I'm willing to serve, with a picture of him behind a lectern with a text that reads Department of Government Efficiency, or if it looks like a dog, why don't we call it a dog? Yeah, I guess it's Doge. D-O-Z-H is how it's pronounced, but if it it's his favorite crypto coin. It's weird, you're talking, his mind does go all over the place at any given time. We're talking about a cabinet position, probably. Yeah, some people whose minds go all. He throws in the weird crypto coin with the yes, I would serve in a cabinet level position. But at the same time, I'm going to say something about Doge.
Right. Might as well
Yeah.
get as many different things
Right.
in as you can. Let's take a look at the futures this morning. Right now we're in the green across the board. You're talking about S&P futures up by about 5.5, Dow futures up to just about 3.5 points, the NASDAQ up by 28. This does come after 8 days in a row of gains for both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, and some pretty substantial moves for those two averages yesterday. Dow's been up for 5 sessions in a row. We want to get over to Contessa Brewer. She's taking a look at this morning's pre-market movers. Contessa, good early morning to you.
Good
Actually,
morning.
You've been up for a while.
Well, I have, but you know what? Let's get to it. It's midday for me. Let's get to it already. Lowe's beat second quarter earnings expectations, but it missed on sales and cut its full year outlook. Lowe's cited lower than expected DIY sales and what it called a pressured macroeconomic environment. But shares earlier this morning were on the rise. They sort of reacted positively. D.A. Davidson's analyst Michael Baker told me that investors would really be paying attention to interest rates and baking in the fact that there might be more action on the Fed cut last month. What we heard from Home Depot CFO last week after Home Depot reported was that customers have been putting off their projects because of the high interest rates and uncertainty where the economy is heading. But now you're seeing Home Depot shares and Lowe's shares off slightly in the early trade. Warner Music's former head Edgar Bronfman Jr. reportedly making a $4.3 billion offer for National Amusements. That's the company that holds a controlling interest in Paramount. And of course, the offer could potentially throw a wrench in the works for Skydance Media's $4.5 billion deal to acquire Paramount. Remember, they have a go shop window. It expires tomorrow, so we should get more information on that. Paramount Global shares are down 1.33% in the extended trade. JP Morgan got a one-notch downgrade from Daiwa from buy to outperform. The analyst says the upside for the bank has narrowed. By contrast, Daiwa sees meaningful upside for Citi and is enthusiastic about the prospects of Bank of America and Goldman Sachs. There we're showing you the stock moves. JP Morgan Chase off by 0.5%. Bank of America down by more than 1% in the extended trade, Becky.
Contessa, thank you very much. We will check in with you just a little later this morning as well. A slowdown in Chinese consumer demand is weighing on U.S. companies this earnings season. For more on that, we want to bring in China Beige Book COO Shahzad Kazi. And Shahzad, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
We know about the pressures that this has put on some of the luxury goods companies in particular. What else are you seeing? What's the real story on the ground?
Yeah, well, I think I want to start by saying that there was this belief that somehow Chinese consumers were going to have a blowout 2024 at the beginning of the year, which was really misplaced. I mean, it was never going to happen. The reality is Chinese retail spending is now falling apart. If you look at sectors like the airlines, travel sector, hospitality, especially in the summer, they've actually done quite well. The problem is that the data has just been so choppy. It's not a consistent sort of spending pattern that you're getting here, that it's leaving a lot of companies with sort of this China hole in their earnings statements and so forth.
We were just talking with Contessa about Lowe's earnings, and Lowe's and Home Depot pointed to the weakness in the U.S. consumer, the idea that especially for big ticket items, especially for things that maybe they fixed up a lot during the pandemic, there's not going to be a huge demand for it. How does that compare to what you see in China?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at China, it's the retail brands, especially the foreign ones, that have been complaining because, as they say, they're not only seeing a soft consumer spending report sort of out of the country, but they're also losing to local competition, whether it's the McDonald's and the Starbucks of the world, the foreign hotel chains like the Marriott of the world. So that's kind of where the challenge is if you leave the luxury sector. But if you look at car sales, we're starting to see some weakness in car sales as well. That's another sector that's suffering.
In the past, China's kind of always stepped in and offered stimulus packages to get the consumer up and spending again. Why is that not helping, or is it not happening this time?
Yeah, that's been another big market miss once again. First of all, we need to establish they're not interested in coming in with big stimulus plans, juicing the housing rescue plan, and so forth. That is no longer the economic model, nor is that the target. The idea is, what can we do to maintain a floor under the growth? They're not looking for blowout GDP numbers either. And that is what's defining sort of this very limited stimulus from a fiscal side that you're getting.
Well, they are focused on industrial spending. I mean, that's been a big concern if you listen to the Treasury Secretary or basically anybody on Capitol Hill. This idea that they are building industrial excess and that we are going to suffer as a result.
Yeah, they have absolutely doubled down on the manufacturing and the industrial sector. She calls it the new productive forces. I mean, that is a very national security-driven lens that is driving economic policy. How do you become a real player in high-tech manufacturing, and how do you, of course, decouple from the United States? Something we don't often talk about. China is looking to decouple from the West, and especially the United States, quite a lot. It's not just the U.S. looking to do the decoupling.
So what can we expect with an election coming? How is China looking at these two candidates and these two potential administrations?
I think the difference is that if you get a Harris presidency, it's going to be similar to a Biden presidency, slow ratcheting up of tensions, but certainly going to be more tensions down the road, versus a Trump presidency where you get this sort of chaotic avalanche of policy changes, much more disruptive, of course, from the Chinese perspective if you've got a Trump presidency than if you have a Harris presidency. I think a key player, if there's a Harris presidency, is going to be Congress. I think Congress is getting ramped up to have a much more aggressive China legislative agenda than markets have been used to.
Not the vice president. The public school teacher's been to China 30 times.
Right.
Why?
Well, he's got a background that a lot of people think could be a strength of his, but I think a lot of folks on the Hill are going to be asking that exact question and saying, look, Republicans are going to paint the Democrats as being soft in China for 4 years if they lose the election. So the vice president nominee is going to have to work really hard to pull that off as a strength, because right now, of course, it's coming off as a weakness, especially as the other side is concerned.
Shazad, thanks for coming in.
You've been there a few times, right?
I have. A couple of times.
Not 30.
No, I've been there twice.
Coming up.
Oh, wait, I take it back. 3 times, I think.
I've never been. I'd be afraid. I would. I'm not kidding. Coming up, former Commerce Secretary. I'm afraid of many things. Former Secretary. Space station. Not going up there. Not going down in that thing, the submarine thing. Nope. Former Kellogg CEO Carlos. I hate sand traps. Bunker. CEO Carlos Gutierrez joins us. Huh?
Snakes.
No, I don't mind snakes. I like snakes. So I don't mind sharks either. I like catching them. Anyway, Gutierrez is going to weigh in on Kamala Harris's proposal to crack down on prices at the grocery store. The futures, right now, are mixed, but the Nasdaq's up. We're coming right back.
Snakes, very dangerous. We'll go first.
insurance.
As Democrats gather for a second convention day in Chicago, we want to take a closer look at the Harris-Walz economic plan. Joining us right now to check out some of that is Carlos Gutierrez. He is former Commerce Secretary in the George W. Bush administration, who also served as CEO of Kellogg. He is now the co-founder and CEO of Empath and a CNBC contributor. And Carlos, thank you very much for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
I mean, this is an issue that we have talked about over the years when you start looking at some of these new proposals that the Vice President has rolled out, taking a look at gouging and price controls when it comes to food companies. As the former CEO of Kellogg, what do you think of these policies?
Well, I thought we would have learned by now that price controls do not work. They actually have the opposing effect, which is that they create more inflation, they create shortages, they create a black market. Price gouging is a concept that is very hard to enforce. It almost relies on intimidation, on rhetoric, unless you're going to have an army of people auditing retail stores, auditing online retail. But it's just, it is just rhetoric. I don't believe that they will get price controls through. If they get gouging, maybe they can go out and jail some people who are selling umbrellas for $50 during a rainstorm. But it is an abstract concept and very hard to enforce. And I think, if anything, perhaps it will create some intimidation that we shouldn't be raising prices, but it's not sound policy, and I'm just very surprised. It seems like they have momentum. Harris will. They have momentum. They've got polls on their side. They don't need this. They don't need to turn off people who perhaps were thinking about taking a second look at Harris. Now, I think a lot of people are just going to walk away. How many, I don't know. But conceptually, I can see that happening.
I mean, by going after populism instead of trying to be more middle of the road.
What if you can't help yourself? What if you are what you are, Secretary? I mean, it's funny that you're saying does everyone have to be kind of a sociopath and only say what's in their best interest to get elected? What if she truly believes that this is what needs to be done? And if you look, the record that we have for a lot of the comments she's made in the past, many of them now are, oh no, she doesn't want to, get rid of, private insurance. No, she doesn't want to ban fracking. No, she doesn't want to get rid of ICE. No, she doesn't want to, confiscate everybody's gun. But all those things were said. You're ready to give her the benefit of the doubt on all these things?
No, I didn't say that. I think you're making a good point, Joe. Some people are left wing, and they believe it, and they believe in, they believe that billionaires and millionaires and CEOs are the enemies of this economy. And, look at the math. It's 80% of the people who work in the U.S. work for business. So they're just hurting the economy. It's very interesting, hypocritical, that we want to compete against the world. We want to compete and beat China, yet we are holding back our companies, not just with this, let's just say they do put on price controls. Try to get a merger across the FTC. It'll take months and months and months. In the meantime, your competitors are getting stronger. Business is not the enemy, but it's an easy target. And that is what, makes me think twice.
Carlos, let me read you from the Wall Street Journal today. Probably some of the reason that people are feeling this way, and maybe the reason that Harris is putting this up. U.S. consumers now spend more of their income on food than they have in decades. Many food companies have posted their biggest profits in years and fielded complaints from consumer advocates over raising prices. And some retailers are even at this point pushing to curb further increases because they're worried about consumer backlashes on these issues. You understand why there is activity around these issues. What's the proper way to go about it if it's not price controls, if it's not anti-gouging messages?
Well, I think it's let the market take its course. Let the market drive decisions, which is what we have done. It's what our system is. And if we're going to do something, let's make sure it's effective. Price controls don't work. They create more inflation. They create shortages. So why do them? The point that Joe made, yes, politics, there are people who have ideology left and right. But I do believe that politicians have the ability to move depending on the currents. And she could easily move to center left if she wanted, but she's not, because she thinks her base requires that. Maybe they think they're going to pick up some of the populism from Trump. But look, I think companies need to watch this very closely. And I'll say something that is not very popular, but if something like this is in the works and companies are really at risk of being under price controls, they should start taking anticipatory measures. Whether that is a price increase, cut cost, they're going to start changing the packages so that, they can sell less for more, whatever it is, but companies have to survive. If they don't survive,
but Carlos, we had Joe Wolk, the CFO of Johnson & Johnson, said the 21% corporate tax rate right there was the reason that a plant was built here instead of somewhere else for Johnson & Johnson. So she's talking about 28%, and I know it's not going back to 35%. Does that seem like a good idea to raise corporate taxes in the because of paying their fair share? What about $1 million not deductible if you pay a CEO more than $1 million? And what about no buybacks? We heard that bandied about last night. These are all anti-business. Yeah. It's either rhetoric or policies, and they have consequences. And all the center Democrats say, yeah, but a split Congress, that won't, they actually say none of these things are going to happen, so don't worry about it. Just vote anyway for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. The idea that business is the enemy is, for me, it's a repugnant argument. Right. Because business makes it happen. We employ business. Private sector employs 135 million people in this country. The total employment is 160. So that means 80% of the people in this country work for a private company.
Unbelievable, right?
That should be celebrated.
You should want them to succeed.
Let me go back to what you just said, though. Did you recommend? Maybe I just want to make sure I heard you right. Did you recommend that companies actually raise their prices again to get ahead of it in case there are price controls that come into place?
Not in general terms, no. But if a company is seeing cost increases, if they're losing margins to the point where they can no longer invest, where they can no longer keep the number of people that they have, so they have to start taking people out, then yes, companies have to do what they need to do to survive.
But we just said many food companies have posted their biggest profits in years.
Well, you know what happens, Becky, is you take a price increase, and yes, during the first several months, you will have sort of a lead lag effect. You will have higher margins, but then those margins begin to come down as inflation takes effect. So that doesn't mean that they're going to have higher margins forever. It's just a timing factor.
When you said this during the COVID situation, when you said to get ahead of inflation, companies had to do this, it really struck me. It made sense at that point because companies were facing higher energy prices, they were facing higher supply issues, they were facing higher wages that were going into all of these things. But it seems at some point, maybe you got to slow down, and maybe the retailers are right on this. Some of the grocery stores and others who are saying, hold up, we're not going to take additional price increases, and you're not going to be on our shelves if you do that, because we are at the point of consumer backlash right now.
Yeah, and we will see that, and we've seen that before, and it's usually the retailers who are, sort of the defense against price increases. But that doesn't mean that you can't go to a retailer and say, look at my cost. Look at the numbers I'm seeing. Look what's happening to my company. You want me to invest in brand building? You want me to invest in giving me more promotions? Well, Here is the reality. So there is a way of getting it through, and I've been through that. Everyone's been through that. And I'm not suggesting, across the board increases, but companies need to defend themselves. They need to defend their business and their employees and their future. And the problem is that, people are being convinced that the problem is business and the solution is business. And the only way we're going to compete is business. And by the way, that is our system. And let's recognize that that is our system. I can pay attention and listen and try to rationalize just about anything, but not anti-business. That, for me, crosses the line because that's who we are.
Secretary Gutierrez, thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you. Bye.
So to come new data from Eli Lilly about its weight loss drugs. Details next. And then Alaska Air and Hawaiian Air, one step closer for takeoff. Phil LeBeau joins us with that news. Those two should get together, 49, 50.
Other 48 of us?
Yeah. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
Peacock.
Eli Lilly releasing new data showing that Zepbound and Mounjaro cut the risk of overweight and obese people progressing from prediabetes to type 2 diabetes by 94%. Additionally, patients taking the weight loss drug averaged a 22.9% decrease in weight compared to just 2.1% for those on placebo during that treatment period. You can see the stock this morning up by about 1.6%. Lilly's CEO, David Ricks, will be on Squawk on the Street. That's coming up at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, first on CNBC.
So let's say you lose the same amount of weight without using one of those drugs. Does that,
22.9%.
let's say you lose that weight. does the risk of moving from type 1 diabetes to type 2
That's a
go
good question,
down
but I would assume.
Does it go down 94%?
I would assume.
So I'm just,
Weight related.
is there a mechanism where it's actually fixing diabetes, or is it just where fatness causes diabetes?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would assume, I don't know this, but I would assume that the weight loss.
I think maybe
Because
it
doctors
started,
always
but
tell
it
you
started
it's
out as a
weight loss.
diabetes. Yeah, but it started out as like a blood sugar type control thing. So probably has.
Maybe.
It may have a,
An additional.
1 + 1 = 3 maybe.
Yeah, could be.
With that,
Oh well, those are all great questions for David Ricks.
yes.
Again, he's coming up 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time right here on CNBC. He'll be on Squawk on the Street. When we come back, a major merger hurdle cleared for Alaskan Air and Hawaiian Airlines. We'll talk about that next. And later, Jennifer Granholm will join us ahead of day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Squawk Box will be right back.
Filter.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Alaska Airlines and Hawaiian Airlines cleared a major hurdle in their attempt to merge. Phil LeBeau joins us right now with the latest. Hey, Phil.
Hey, Becky, this is a step that I think a number of people thought would never happen. The DOJ had until 12:01 a.m. this morning to file a suit to block the proposed merger between Alaska Airlines and Hawaiian. It did not do anything. Basically let it expire. So this is their way of saying, we approve the deal for Alaska to buy Hawaiian Airlines. What does this mean? This is a $1.9 billion merger, first announced back in December with the Hawaiian brand. Even though it'll be part of the Alaska Air Group, it will remain standing. You can still fly Hawaiian. It'll simply be part of the Alaska network and the Alaska family. This still needs DOT approval, but the big hurdle was the DOJ. And a lot of people said, I'm not sure the DOJ is in the mood to approve an airline merger, given what we saw between JetBlue and Spirit. So what does this mean in terms of market share? We had the folks at Cirium crunch the data. This adds about another 1.9% to Alaska's market share, now puts them up to 8.5%, solidifies their position as number 5 among U.S. carriers. And remember, this is domestic market share only. As you take a look at shares of Alaska and Hawaii, keep in mind that Alaska is proposing, or did propose when they made this agreement, to pay $18 a share. That's why you see that move up at the very end there, when it became a little more clear that the DOJ was likely to approve this deal. And again, it still needs to be cleared by the DOT. That is not expected to be a major hurdle. That is expected to happen perhaps in the next few days. We'll have to wait and see. But there you have it. For the first time since 2016, we have an airline merger, guys. And the last time we had an airline merger, it was Alaska in 2016, buying Virgin America.
Why do you think this deal got the stamp of approval, even though there's not an actual stamp of approval on this thing? Why do you think this was blessed, the other wasn't? What would the market share of JetBlue and Spirit have been if that went through? If it's 8.5%?
That would have been north of 10%, but that wasn't a market share issue. That was a competition issue where the DOJ said, look, we compare what you're going to see if you put JetBlue and Spirit together, and you're taking out, in the words of the DOJ, which ultimately led to them successfully blocking the merger, you were taking out low-priced competition, and that would hurt the market. In the case of Hawaiian and Alaska, the argument that Alaska has made from the beginning, which ultimately you have to say that the DOJ, not that they agreed with it, but they didn't disagree with it, is that competition is not going to change primarily to the Hawaiian Islands. And there's plenty of competition in there from the legacy carriers. Look at Southwest, which has added a ton of flights, particularly from California and the West Coast to Hawaii. So the argument from Alaska was, we're not hurting anybody by putting these two together. We're strengthening Alaska's network, if you will, on the West Coast of the United States, and we think we'll be a stronger airline, but we're not hurting competition.
Does the merger make as much sense from a business perspective if you're not hurting competition? Because let's be honest, monopolies are what seriously help all companies.
Good question. There's most people I've talked to in the industry, and I was with a few people within the industry last night here in Chicago. They all say the same thing, which is, yeah, this deal is not going to be the end of the world, in terms of competition. This is not going to box people out of Hawaii.
Yeah. Phil, thank you. We'll see you later.
You bet.
Coming up, the internet analyst Mark Mahaney shaking up his firm's portfolio with some new top stock ideas. He's going to join us next. And here's the futures. We're kind of quiet and mixed this morning. Squawk Box will be right back.
game plan.
Evercore is reshuffling its top internet stock picks. Amazon and DoorDash replacing Alphabet and Shopify following second quarter results. Joining us now with more on his report, Mark Mahaney, Evercore ISI, head of internet research. And you, this is in the wake of the second quarter. I guess the first thing we can say is the internet is more important than the fax machine. Paul Krugman, what year was that? Was that I don't remember exactly what year that was.
I don't remember either, but that sounds like a factually true statement.
So after this earnings report, I think we can just put that to bed once and for all. It has been a pretty big trend, the internet and all of our lives. You're making some moves. Is there some overall change in your view on the whole sector after the second quarter results?
Yeah, let me try this. I had two takeaways. One is, do we get more soft or hard landing data points? And I looked at all these companies, whether they were travel names, retail, advertising, delivery, mobility. There's a whole swath of names in there. I think they more guided you towards a soft landing than a hard landing. There were some issues in there, some of the travel names in particular.
Yeah.
But most of the names had pretty consistent fundamentals, and some of them had fundamentals that actually materially improved, even those consumer names like a Netflix and a Spotify. So I sort of thought the takeaway was more soft landing than hard landing. The second one is anybody showing a return on all of this AI spending? Is there an ROAI? And I think if you look hard enough, you can find that evidence. If you look at Meta, if you look at Amazon, if you look at Google, the three biggest spenders that are spending, I don't know, 150 billion in capex capital expenditures every year on AI, I think you're starting to see these returns. AWS growth acceleration, Meta being able to improve its products and its user experience and seeing rising usage and rising return on ad spend. So I think you're starting to see the evidence come in that they're getting a little bit of a bang for all of those bucks they're spending on AI.
So it is a little bit of a bang. Like you're turning, dollars into digital nickels and dimes type of?
I don't think it's that bad. I mean, in fact, if you look at what's happened with Meta, their ability to, they went back to almost 30% revenue growth. I mean, they're growing dollar-wise faster than anybody else, and it's because they used AI to rebuild their ad tech stack, because they used AI to rebuild their user interface and get us more engaged. So it actually worked for them, and if it works for them, my guess is that'll work for a few of the other companies.
Across the board, travel seemed weak.
Yes, it did.
Why?
I think it's the most well, for internet companies, it's the most discretionary part of spend, and it's the category that's most penetrated online. Internet's been around for a long time. One of the earliest manifestations of it, the use of the internet, was booking travel online. So it's not like there's that much secular growth. Whereas DoorDash and Uber, I think, have got a fair amount of secular growth ahead of them. So they're less macro.
DoorDash is now one of your
top three picks.
Okay, your top three: Amazon, DoorDash, and
Uber.
Yeah, and Uber.
Uber, even with the robo-taxi concerns, I still like Uber. I think we're going to look back on this 2 or 3 years and say that Uber actually won from the emergence of robo-taxis. And I know this is going to take a long time before we see robo-taxis roaming around Manhattan, but we're seeing them in San Francisco, so just wait.
We were talking about that when Lyft was on. Is it that, let's just, like Pepsi versus Coke, Pepsi's got all this other stuff, Coke's just beverages. Does Lyft need some of the other things? Because there was a question as to whether Uber was trying to do too many things, but it seems to be paying off, right? Is that Lyft's problem?
I don't know what that's a decent analogy, but I'd probably stretch it even more.
Saturday Night Live, Coke, Pepsi, Coke.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Pepsi, and then it's the company that owns Coke and a lot of other brands too. Like, what you have with Uber is both mobility and delivery. What you have with Uber is a global play, whereas Lyft's just mobility, just in the U.S. That means its TAM, its total addressable market, is smaller. You don't normally make money investing in the number 2 player. Now, there may be a lot of trading opportunities around Lyft, but I don't think it's a long-term investment vehicle. I'm on the sidelines on the stock. I really like Uber here. I think it's also very cheap versus its cash flow.
So does your thesis about the payoff for AI starting to trickle in, do you now feel okay about valuations in technology writ large?
I don't know about writ large, but the names that I look at, I look at a Google and a Meta trading at 18, 19, 20 times earnings, kind of in line with the market, maybe a slight premium to it. For names I think that can sustain 20% earnings growth, I think their valuations are very reasonable. These valuations, I think, are a lot more attractive than they were in the past. These companies have grown up under your eyes. They're paying dividends. They're buying back a lot of stock. They're doing the right things with their cash. So they should be doing buybacks, and they are.
Well, we'll see for how long. I heard we're not allowed to do those anymore either. But you know, nothing surprises me at this point. There's no AI fluff in the NASDAQ right now.
Oh, I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is. And so, you know, what it seems like, it's the largest companies that can really afford to spend a lot on AI. It's a very expensive investment proposition. Those are the ones that are going to see the returns.
They can afford to blow a lot of money if it doesn't work.
And yeah, and you need to blow a lot of money in order to get those kind of returns. I think that
The metaverse, right?
That's what I was thinking, metaverse, and then everybody was like, no more spending on this.
Well, we have yet to see the reduction in metaverse spending. I think a lot of investors, including me, would like to see that. They're losing $17 billion a year on metaverse. Bring that down. It should be like $5 billion. It's fine to invest in these long-term projects. You're paid to do that. Make these long-term bets. It's just sizing the bet to the opportunity. AI, though, you know, the improvements that we're seeing. Listen to what Walmart said last week about how much productivity was improved by AI. That's a pretty big telling data
Do we
point.
have enough energy to power all of this? Because this is part of what we're looking at.
I don't know about that. That's an open question, and there's probably some great derivatives in the energy space because of that.
The whole idea that I still don't, the whole metaverse, it's like, I'd rather go to Tuscany than like look at pictures, right?
Yeah.
Is that ever?
No, I think
Who's going to live in the metaverse?
it seems like a very small number of people.
All right, well, there'll be plenty of room at least. All right, it won't be crowded. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay, see you.
All right, up next, here comes the tax man. The IRS is turning up the heat on high-income earners. We've got the details on that next. And later, House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries will join us. We'll be right back.
election.com.
The IRS is turning up the heat on high-income individuals who haven't filed tax returns in some years. Earlier this year, the IRS began sending compliance letters to people who make $400,000 or more in years for which they didn't file a return. Some of those people made $1 million or more. The IRS recommends either filing those missing returns pronto or explaining why you don't need to do so. Some non-filers making less than $400,000 have also received notices, but if you haven't filed, you better figure out why and explain it.
Up next, Jennifer Granholm, former Michigan governor, is going to join us ahead of day 2 of the DNC. We are coming right back.
The NBC.
There's the futures this morning. Not a whole lot to write home about. The Nasdaq's up. Big day yesterday, continuing the rebound from the recession scare, I guess. And some firms actually raise their probability of recession only to 2 weeks later go back down with the recession.
We had that brief moment. I was looking, just checking because I haven't paid super close attention over the last couple of weeks, but watching what happened with the markets kind of taking off again. 8 days in a row of gains for the S&P 500 and for the Nasdaq.
Soft landing was back.
Yeah, and you're talking about a couple of these indexes that are just over 1% away from their all-time highs.
Right. We are hoping to speak to Jennifer Granholm,
the Energy Secretary. We had a miscommunication in terms of time. Central time versus Eastern time. So we thought we were going to have her right here. We'll hopefully have her by the end of the show.
Then you throw in daylight savings time, you don't know who does it and who doesn't, and it's like, you know what time it is. That's my problem. That's half my problem anyway, right?
The energy department, they set the
Right.
the whole reason why it had daylight
This is
savings.
not daylight savings.
Yeah, no, I
This is
maybe.
Eastern Central.
But join us now. I mean, it's a big step down from Jennifer Britton.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jason Brenner, Chairman and CEO, was walking by. Jason,
Yeah. And
come in here.
Yep.
Grand will mess up the time.
no shame in my game. I'm here.
Strategic research. We begged him to come on, and he was going to be on anyway at some point. You know what? Can we just talk? If I let you start going on Vice President Harris's policy initiatives, people are going to get so upset with me for letting you.
So what do we do? What do we go for?
Let me just ask you this: when you hear things like price controls or 28% corporate tax, or if you look back at some of the comments she's made in the past, aren't some of these things to a person like you just like outrageously beyond the pale, and how did we get here?
Yeah, I mean, especially on the price control front, right? Because, and again, to be fair to people,
Not on getting rid of the filibuster, banning fracking, getting rid of private insurance, abolishing ICE, making it a civil crime to cross the border with that. None of those things.
They all bother me too, Joe. But we'll try to. I figured I didn't have to, fill in all the blanks there for you.
Yeah.
But
I'm here for you.
On the price control thing, of course, Republicans did it. Nixon did it in the '70s. It was a disaster.
People ate their pets down in Venezuela. It didn't work so well down there.
Yeah, it doesn't work mainly, especially on something like groceries. If you look at Kroger's, right? Kroger probably purest play, 2% profit margins, right? Microsoft has profit margin of 35%. Google has profit margins of 27%. Who's to say? Who's being greedy? In commodity type products, price controls don't work. It increases the problems that you're trying to solve. It only makes them worse.
Some of the greatest companies in the world are great companies that employ hundreds of thousands of employees because they're so good at what they do that they're able to earn large profits and employ a lot of people and pay a lot of taxes.
Profits are the mother's milk of capitalism. That's what allows people to have, as you said, have jobs, invest in new capital, invest in...
People with jobs pay taxes too.
Precisely. The whole idea, again, the big difference between the two candidates is largely, do you want central planning, which is the Harris plan, or do you want free markets, which I believe very strongly, I believe even more strongly every day, especially given what I've seen with the Fed over the past 13 or 14 years, that free markets are the best ways to allocate.
How should we prepare for that? We need to stick to markets probably, because there are others that would say none of these things are probably going to happen anyway, and if you have a deeply flawed individual versus someone who we're going to be told is
also deeply flawed.
I was going to say
deeply flawed, right?
Maybe we are, but whatever word you want to use, insurrection, whatever you want to use.
Right.
There are people that are saying, I just can't, and because of character issues. I don't care what the policies are because they won't happen anyway in a divided government. Are you preparing now for what some of a continuation and maybe even further left than the Biden administration? Are you preparing for that with your portfolio?
Joe, not right now, and mainly because I would say we just wrote a report on Friday that said hard to be short before the election, right? And it's hard to be short for two reasons. One is Fed's going to start easing, and the second is all presidents do this from both sides, but the Biden administration is doing this to a level I've never seen before. They are greasing the skids. There's in terms of fiscal stimulus and regulatory stimulus, employee retention tax credit, forgiving student loans, strategic petroleum reserve. You're going to see a lot of stimulus moving into the economy
for a home.
Right. I mean, but those things that won't get passed before that. All these things, though, that can be done by executive action or just by regulatory changes or interpretations between now and the election. So you're going to see both fiscal, regulatory, and monetary stimulus between now and the election. Hard to be short. The problem is, the real question, in my opinion, the thing I'm watching most closely is the 10-year Treasury yield, because that will tell you when the market has had enough of this profligate spending that we've seen really from both sides for a long time.
So we're at all-time highs in energy production in the country. Can that, if executive actions with the EPA or with a mandatory move to net zero or with a rush to an energy transition. None of those things, all the rhetoric that I thought the left wanted to end a lot of the fossil fuel production. Now they're bragging that it's at an all-time high. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out whether they failed at ending it or what. But now they're bragging about. Will we have a problem in the next 4 years meeting energy demand? Electricity prices are already up 30%.
Yeah, listen, I think you want a supply side approach to this, which is you want as much supply as possible, and I don't doubt for a second, in my own opinion, that a Harris administration would seek to limit and re-regulate or continue to regulate the energy sector. The irony is that tends to be good for energy stocks. So if you want energy stocks to do well, if you want to enrich shareholders in energy companies, you want to vote Democrat. If you want to empower consumers, vote Republican, because they'll have cheaper energy prices. And of course, as we know, AI uses 10 times the electricity that a Google search uses. So if we want to invest in these new technologies, you need as much energy production as possible. There's no country in the history of the world that ignored or didn't take advantage of its own natural resources. Until 1945, most countries would go to war over access to natural resources like oil. This is insanity. The best way out, the best way to make the environment cleaner is to have productivity, to have growth, and then we'll have technologies that will allow us to have cleaner air, cleaner water, all the rest.
You kept it together, all your thoughts. You were rushed in here. You got no sleep last night.
Really?
Watching the convention till 1 a.m.
Yeah, no, it's tough. It was tough.
Yeah, but
pills, self-help tapes.
Is that what
I got through?
Tony Robbins, whatever it is. Okay, yeah. Jason Trenner, say it front ways, back ways.
Palindrome.
Yeah, Nosage is not.
No, it doesn't really translate.
But Trenner.
Hopefully, yes. I'm just happy it's not dirty.
Trenner goes either way. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
See you, Jason.
Thank you.
It is just after 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you are watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick along with Joe Kernan. Andrew is off today. Among our top stories this morning, home improvement retailer Lowe's reporting mixed second quarter results and cutting its full year forecast. Lowe's said that it expects do-it-yourself spending to weaken. That's similar from what we heard from Home Depot last week. As a result, the stock is actually up by about 54 cents. Reports say media executive Edgar Bronfman Jr. has submitted a bid for National Amusements. That's the company that holds a controlling interest in Paramount Global. Bronfman's bid likely complicates a deal already in place for Skydance Media to buy Paramount. That 45-day go-shop period ended tomorrow. And Alaska Airlines says that its plan to acquire Hawaiian Airlines has cleared Department of Justice scrutiny. Through the Department of Transportation, although the Department of Transportation still has to weigh in on this merger, but the Department of Justice let the deadline pass.
All right, futures, which we looked at not too long ago, same story, different time, 8:02.
Same as the first.
Nasdaq's up 14, Dow's off a little, S&P up 500. We're joined now by Jason Trent. Oh no, wait a minute. We already. Are you? Yeah, we are here. All right, let's get to Contessa. All right, Contessa, you're not a second choice.
No, thank you for that.
The pre-market movers. Contessa and
unless Jason wants to do it, like I'm happy to be.
What time have you been? What time has your alarm clock been going off this week?
I set mine for 2 a.m. and it's early, but it's not the first time in my career that I've done that, and it probably won't be the last time. So
it's 7 p.m. somewhere, I think.
That's
Contessa.
the way I look at it.
Okay.
Right, as long as someone around the world is awake, I am too. All right, let's get to the money movers this morning. Tesla shares moving higher in the pre-market after the European Commission revised its tariffs on Chinese-made electric vehicles imported to the EU. There you're seeing they're higher by almost 1% in the pre-market. Tesla had argued that the rules should take into account how much subsidies the manufacturers actually receive in China. And on that basis, the commission said, well, okay, Tesla's going to face duties of 9% on imports rather than the anticipated nearly 21%. A few other EV makers, including BYD, saw a fractional reduction in the expected tariffs, but nowhere near what Tesla got on that. Eli Lilly shares on the move this morning. The drug manufacturer said late-stage study results on Zepbound indicate the weight loss drug significantly reduce the risk of diabetes progression. So if you had, say, obesity or prediabetes, it helps slow the progression to diabetes. And this morning, Wells Fargo named Eli Lilly its top pick among large cap pharmaceuticals. It says some key catalysts on the drug front could push shares higher over the next year or so, and that the company has built an impressive moat to stave off competition. Those shares are higher by 2% in the pre-market. And Boeing shares are moving lower this morning. The company announced it's pausing test flights of its 777X aircraft after finding damage to one of the jet's structures. Monday, aka yesterday, the Federal Aviation Administration said it will require inspections of Boeing 787 Dreamliners following an incident in March when one of the planes went into a mid-air dive. The FAA said that could have been due to uncommanded movement of the captain's seat that caused the autopilot to disconnect. Those shares are off by a little more than 1%. Joe, you are never second choice.
No, thank you, Contessa. None of that sounds good, though. When you think about it, if in your own car, if your seat is not, if like
in command.
Yeah, and if it's like stuck, pulled up, and it's moving wherever it wants to go, you can imagine
I feel like this shot would be better on a full screen so that the viewers who are paying attention could get a full sense of what you're actually showing.
Like here, I'm fidgeting my chair, thinking of. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, I used to do that all the time. I'd just be, whoa. It used to be much faster when that would happen. I'm finally. Oh. Coming up, House Minority Leader.
Are you feeling short? Would you like to join?
I am. I'm feeling inadequate. Leader Hakeem Jeffries is going to join us from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Leader Jeffries will be right with us. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC.
Insurance.
The U.S. Open tennis tournament less than a week away, but fans are already gathering at the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in Queens, gearing up for the main event. Joining us now from Arthur Ashe Stadium, USTA CEO Lou Scherr. Good to see you, Mr. Scherr. Welcome.
Thank you, Joe. Good to be here and excited to be talking about tennis at a time the U.S. Open and actually the whole sport across America is experiencing such unprecedented growth.
It's there's two U.S. Opens, and I think they're separate but equal. I get just as excited about both, but certainly the tennis experience is much longer and offers a lot more for spectators, I think, because it's over such a long period and so many different matches and everything else. Let me ask you the state of it right now, Lou. Are we at a point? I mean, women's tennis is always exciting, always great, but I miss, obviously, the Williams sisters. I think people do, but a lot of up-and-comers. It seems like we're going through a little bit of a change in a change of the guard with men, but there's some rising stars, obviously.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. We have absolutely seen a changing of the guard in our sport, and interestingly, it's happened really without a hitch, right? We had some of the greatest of all time, Serena Williams, Venus Williams, Roger Federer, Rafa, right? None of those athletes are here at this U.S. Open, but there is so much excitement around Coco Gauff, Carlos Alcaraz, some of the other young players that have just stepped into those shoes. And of course, we still have Novak Djokovic, who is the greatest of all time, certainly on the men's side, competing in this championship. Joe, we also have 5 American men, 5 American women, both in the top 20 now, and that's the first time we've had that sort of success at the highest echelon of the sport in nearly 30 years.
That's pretty key, and I'll tell you, I am a little bit ignorant. I could not name the top 5 on all of them on either side, and that's why this will be not a transition year, but it'll be an important year to get to know who we're going to be watching probably for the next 10, 15 years.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Certainly Coco Gauff on the women's side, Jess Pegula, Madison Keys, Danielle Collins, all names that you would know. Emma Navarro, also another familiar name. And then on the men's side, Francis Tiafoe, who just made it to the final in Cincinnati this week, your hometown. We had Ben Shelton, who made it to the semifinals last year. Taylor Fritz in the top 20 as well. Tommy Paul. So we've got a great group. Sebastian Korda, who won in D.C. this summer. So there's a great group, and they're all young.
We could use a star on both sides, obviously. But it's been the last U.S. Open won by an American. Was that Andy Roddick? Is that right?
Been Andy Roddick. It's been a little while, but as you know, Joe, here at the U.S. Open, our fans come out. They follow all the greats in tennis. Yep. The world has gotten smaller. American players. Kids growing up are inspired by Serena. They're inspired by Roger. They're certainly inspired by the Americans, and it's great to see the Americans. You've got Sloane Stephens on court right behind me here today, this morning. So there's a great group of players that are inspiring more and more people to play, and that's what we're seeing around the country. Right now, tennis participation in America, after having been stagnant for really a generation, has grown by more than 35% over the past 5 years. So we're seeing more and more people coming into the sport for all the health benefits that tennis can deliver.
Lou, I may have buried the lead, I think. So I will not be on one of those 15-minute games. I will not be stuck in the tunnel leading into the stadium anymore. That's really changing. Did you see that, Becky? You
Go out.
You can go out now, right? Between games?
Yes, no. Yeah, so instead of waiting on the changeover, you'll now have the opportunity in between every game to move to your seat and back and forth. And that really is an attempt on our part to try to address what we know has been a pain point for fans. We understand that the athletes need to focus. That ball oftentimes can be coming at 120, 130 miles an hour on a big serve. But you know, if you had to wait on a changeover, you could have spent 30 minutes, depending on the length of matches if you were going to the restroom or to the concessions. So we're excited this year. We think our fans are certainly going to appreciate the opportunity to get back and forth to their seats more quickly.
You know, Lou, with all the discussion about pay parity in sports, if you wanted to, you could just totally like brag and stick your chest out. I mean, it goes back to Billie Jean, the great Billie Jean King, and why that happened. But it's a little different, isn't it? Because in some respects, unlike some other sports, women's tennis, I think, is more popular or can be a bigger revenue generator than men's. So it makes sense to be able to do it. Does it make sense in all sports, or can other sports learn something from the way the U.S. The way tennis has handled this issue?
Yeah, you know, Joe, I think other sports can learn a great deal, and it's not just what we've done sort of today. It's 50 years of history. So if you think back, last year we celebrated the 50th anniversary of equal prize money at the U.S. Open, right? That debate is still happening in many sports today. That was resolved here 50 years ago. But it's not just equal prize money, it was equal presentation of the sport. So when you see our primetime matches, we alternate men's matches, women's matches. Every session in Arthur Ashe has a men's match and a women's match, right? We present the sport in equal manner. We don't differentiate between the athletes as we're thinking about the presentation of our sport. It's been great for business, right? This event, no matter what filter you use to look at it, attendance, viewership, tennis participation in America, the reality is we are 50-50 right down the middle. Prize money is another reflection of that. So in some interesting way, as we talk about the growth of women's sports today, tennis almost gets left out of that conversation because tennis has already achieved a level of parity that, you know, WNBA is still striving for, women's soccer, hockey are still striving for. Yeah.
Like it's WNBA and NBA.
But it's also the money's not there all the time.
Yeah.
And it is.
WNBA
it definitely is.
Is building.
All right, Lou, I play a little. I keep thinking I can play tennis standing in the same spot. Like, and I find that's why I lose to my wife's 6'0", 6'1". And you need, you can't do that. You can't reach. You know, Lou. You know what I'm saying? You need.
Hey, Joe, we have a new variant for you. There's a new version of tennis played with a larger, softer ball on a pickleball or shorter court that may be perfect for you. It's great fun. It's a lot more social.
It's an idea. Can I? And I won't have to. Can I stand in the same place? That's probably not a good.
Absolutely.
Really?
Lou may not be the best strategy, but.
Yeah, right. All right. Thanks, Lou. Lou Shear.
Thank you.
Yes, dear.
Not be the best strategy, but you do you.
Yeah, I find myself doing that. It's like, you know what? Definitely had to move for that one.
All right, when we come back, we have much more on the Democratic National Convention and Kamala Harris's emerging economic plans. American Action Forum President Doug Holtz-Eakin is going to be joining us. And then later we have House Minority Leader, New York's Hakeem Jeffries. Stay tuned, you're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC.
restoring justice.
Vice President Kamala Harris wants to raise the U.S. corporate tax rate to 28% if she wins the presidency. This is Harris's first major proposal to raise revenue and try to finance some of the spending that she wants to pursue if she wins the White House. Joining us now, Douglas Holtz-Aiken, president of the American Action Forum. And we have, how are you, Doug? It's good to see you.
I'm good. Good to see you,
We don't
Joe.
need to summarize the philosophical differences between the two parties, but they are significant. And this is not surprising. And the proponents of something like this, you know, I listen to what they say, and I guess they make some good points. What would you say?
Well, I have real reservations about this proposal. Number one, let's look at the facts on the ground. Prior to the 2017 Act, the U.S. was losing the headquarters of about 5 American corporations every year. And there were profound political battles about it. You can remember the Benedict Arnold firms and all that. We got the rate down to 21%, about the middle of the pack of the OECD, and that problem has gone away. There hasn't been one firm left the United States since. So it's not broken. Don't mess with it. Second thing is, I understand and I applaud the need for revenue. If you're going to be serious about the debt outlook, you're going to have to be serious about paying for proposals. But the rule of thumb in economics is you first broaden the base as much as you can before you start raising rates. So to start with the corporate rate, which is the most sensitive rate and the one that has the biggest impact on growth, I think it's just misplaced priorities. And so I wouldn't start there. I would start with other things in that tax code.
Is it okay to sort of sow the populist discontent? Do you think, Doug? I mean, I guess we shouldn't be surprised, but it's just so easy not to connect the dots between all the prosperity that a country enjoys based on the private sector, and it's just it's really easy to bash corporations as greedy profit mongers and that need, you know, price controls and, you know, should be precluded from buying back stock and need to pay their fair share. When no one, if you were to really pin them down, no one wants the government to be the main provider of jobs. There's never been a country in the world that succeeded when the government provides the jobs. What's the disconnect? Is it just trying to win elections?
Well, there's a fair amount that's just trying to win elections. You know, in election season, fear and anger are very powerful emotions. They move votes, and so playing on people's fears, playing on their anger at big corporations is something that politicians do. But you do it at some risk, because the reality is, if you start pointing fingers at Corporation A, you start asking the question about Corporation B, you have to start deciding, hey, who are the good and bad corporations, and how are we going to treat them? And pretty soon, your economic policy is a muddle. You're not setting out clear ground rules on which market participants can compete and deliver benefits to American customers. You have them coming to Washington and try to beat up their competitors by getting in with the government. That's a recipe for disaster. And so I worry a lot about the current vogue on both the very left and the very right to use the power of the state to get even and to pursue their own agendas. That's not going to be successful economic policy.
What, it's short of raising corporate taxes to raise revenue, how would you address, do you think there is a revenue problem, or is it a spending problem? I guess what are we at, about 17 or 18% for revenue? That's about where we've been historically, or should it be a little bit higher? We're at 23% of spending, so that's obvious that's a problem.
Yeah, and I, one more time will come onto this show as a former CBO director and implore the American public to recognize that it's great fun to talk about taxing somebody else, but the reality is we do have a spending problem, and it's a spending problem that both candidates have said they're unwilling to address. That's Social Security and Medicare. Those programs are $36 trillion over the next 10 years, well more than anything else you can imagine. Total annual appropriations is going to be 21. So that is the money, and they grow faster than everything else. They're going to grow at 5.5% Social Security, 7% Medicare. That's faster than revenue will grow. So unless you deal with getting the growth rates in those programs down, you'll never solve the problem by just raising revenue. You'll raise revenue, the gap will be a little bit close, and then it'll widen back out. So we'll be back to where we started. So deal with the spending problem. Yes, you might want to raise some more revenue in the process, but you can't just start with revenue. That won't work.
It must be incredibly frustrating for you and really for all Americans that we're going to go through these two conventions and we're going to hear so much bluster and so much rhetoric and so much, really just a lot of BS. And neither convention is going to address the elephant in the room to any large extent or how to solve it. Neither party.
I mean, to my eye, in the 21st century, we have two big problems. We have poor trend growth. Standard living doubles every 56 years now. It used to be every 29. And we have very big federal debt. They go hand in hand. So it's time to address the big problems. And, let's get over taxing tips and other sort of sideshows. It's time to get some real issues on the table.
Tariffs. I don't know. There's another issue. But if you're you're a person that has certain principles in the country, and you're like, where do you run? Which party do you run to?
Neither right now. So there are things on which they are agreed, and I think really mistaken. The tariff policies would be that. I'd be hard pressed to name what we got out of draconian tariffs on China. I don't see their behavior changing. I don't see any great benefits to U.S. consumers. More, that's going to work? I don't think so. So the tariff policy, in the end, Mr. Trump's $3 trillion tax increase on American consumers, that's not particularly appealing. There are places where they differ, and it's important to point that out as well.
Energy policy.
This administration.
If we were to go on a full, if you were to totally not worry about what things cost and just worry about climate change, that has implications that can be put through with executive order that will have major ramifications for inflation, for growth, for how our economy works.
Sure.
If we were to try to get to net zero by 2030 or 2035, that could be a big deal. That could be a single issue vote, just like abortion is to the left.
But I would argue that it's just as important to ask, how do you get to net zero than wanting to get to net zero? And this administration has chosen the most expensive and inefficient way to get to net zero. Right? It's handing out targeted sectoral subsidies that don't line up and coordinate in any way. It's rife for corruption. Do something that makes sense. Price emissions, let people react, the market will solve this problem. If you make it the American business community to reduce emissions, we will reduce emissions. That's all there is to it.
Well, I don't know whether that's something worth trying to do either. Anyway, depends on which emissions, I guess you're talking about. Doug, thanks, Douglas Holtake. And we're going to have Hakeem Jeffries on in a little while. I may play a couple of your sound bites for him, just so I don't have to make him mad. But see you later. Thank you.
Happy to serve.
Okay.
All right, when we come back, some new comments from the CEO of Lowe's after the second quarter results that the company released this morning. And as Joe mentioned, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries will join us from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Right now, it looks like the futures are still bouncing around a bit. Dow futures down by about 22 points. S&P futures are up by 3. The NASDAQ up by 13. Of course, this comes after the 8-day winning streaks we've seen for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. Here's a notable statistic from Oppenheimer. The past 4 times that the S&P 500 has seen an 8-day winning streak in a given year, the index has ended that year like this, up by 27%, up by 29%, 19%, and 30%. Those are the numbers if you go back to 2013, 2017, 2019, 2021. This year, the S&P is up more than 17% so far. That could be a pretty good sign. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC.
Insurance.
Lowe's reported earlier mixed second quarter results. Melissa Repko spoke with the company's CEO and joins us now. Good morning.
Good morning. Investors are weighing the latest clues from retailers this morning, and they came from Lowe's, which reported earnings and its revenue coming in short of Wall Street's expectations. It warned sales will be weaker than expected in the back half of the year. For the full year, the company said it now expects total sales of between $82.7 billion to $83.2 billion. It expects same-store sales to fall by between 3.5% to 4%. I spoke to CEO Marvin Ellison, who told me that consumers are waiting for the Federal Reserve to make a move. And he added they're under pressure from the economic backdrop. He said inflation remains high and big-ticket purchases are being delayed as customers sit back and wait for interest rates to fall. He said they have not seen a dramatic shift one way or another in overall consumer sentiment, however. About 90% of the company's customers are homeowners, and most have fixed-rate mortgages of less than 4%. So that explains some of the hesitance, he said. His comments echo Home Depot, which also lowered sales expectations for the back half of the year, and they also spoke of a more cautious consumer with deferral mindset. One other factor that Ellison mentioned to me is that consumers seem to be prioritizing services and experiences over DIY projects. Joe and Becky.
Yeah. I would do that over. We talked about that earlier. If they were depending on me for DIY projects, they'd have zero every quarter. What do we do in DIY? We have zero. Zero revenue. Services, on the other hand, I feel like I'm making a call almost every day. Good that you have access to Marvin, and it's one of the good CEOs. It's tough operating environment.
It is a tough one. What's interesting is there something specific about the home backdrop right now? We've heard this from Home Depot and Lowe's. From Walmart, while it wasn't necessarily a rosy picture, they said they hadn't seen deterioration and maybe some positive signs in discretionary merchandise. So we'll get more data points tomorrow, of course, with both Target and Macy's indicating whether, is discretionary overall still under the same amount of pressure, or is it different to buy an outfit versus tack on a wing to your home? That's really the difference here. And the consumer that Home Depot and Lowe's has, like I mentioned, it's very different. 90% are homeowners, and so it doesn't make sense for them to get a new mortgage when they have such a low rate.
Yeah. Do you think, the biggest DIY thing Matt has been able to,
He's done a lot.
He does do things. Yeah. Are you attracted to him when he does that? Is sort of a handy person, kind of?
I'd say that, sure.
See that? I think that's
something missing.
Yes, I do. I think I'd be more. I don't know.
Good thing you're married.
I think. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's good to get married. Stop dating. Stop exercising. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk a little bit more about this latest earnings data point from Lowe's and the overall picture of the consumer that's emerging. Joining us for that is Michael Zekor. He is the 5 New Digital founder, also the author of The New Retail. Michael, what do you think? You heard what Melissa just said about this. Is this an issue that you think is just for the big ticket items, or is this something where this fatigue is going to be settling in for lower price items too?
Yeah, I think the good news is overall last month consumer spending was up by 1%, and even when we take out gas and cars, it was still up by 0.4%. Also, consumer sentiment was up month over month. That said, Home Depot and Lowe's, if we're looking at winners and losers in the current environment, they're definitely on the losing side at the moment. People just aren't investing in discretionary big-ticket items. They're not spending as much on big TVs or home projects. But where they are spending money is they're spending money at Walmart.
Yeah, if I take a step back, I think it maybe is a little more concerning of a picture. If you're looking at July was the month that was a surprise for both Home Depot and Lowe's, that they saw additional weakness that came up that month. If you look at what's been happening with some of the travel sites and spending that's been slowing down there, and then if you look at this new Federal Reserve survey that shows consumers are really getting anxious, the highest level we've seen since they started keeping track of it in 2014, just in terms of how many people think they may be out of work in 4 months. You add all that up, and that doesn't sound like a consumer that's going to be ready to go gangbusters.
Yeah, I don't think they're ready to go gangbusters, but they are continuing to spend. It's just where they're spending and what they're spending it on. People are thinking longer and harder about where to spend their money. Certainly, travel fatigue is set in. A recent survey showed that 38% of 4,000 Americans polled said they can't afford to go on a summer vacation. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out with the holiday season coming up.
You mentioned Walmart being a big winner. Is that because consumers have to go there for lower prices, or is Walmart doing some other stuff too?
I think it's a mix of both. What we're seeing with Walmart is they have successfully transitioned to appealing to the higher income consumer. So we're seeing almost every income level shopping at Walmart. A, I think it's for the prices, but B, what Walmart has done that other retailers haven't is they have created an integrated e-commerce online offline ecosystem. And so they've been using things like their Realm, their presence on Roblox, buy online, pick up in store. They're providing convenience and price and quality, and they're really beating the competition.
With the presence on Roblox, what are they doing with that?
So they actually have a Walmart world in Roblox that is now shoppable, and it's actually quite fun, and they've done it very well. And then they've created something called Realm, which is a virtual experience, and they have shops that are actually created and run by regular people, by creators. And so they're really being aggressive in looking to the future of that integrated retail model. And that's why they're winning. That's why companies like Amazon are doing well. It's the companies that are providing an immersive, experiential environment for retail. I call it Marfa, making retail fun again. That separates the winners from the losers.
What's Amazon doing to make retail fun? They certainly make it convenient for me.
So the big news that was announced by Amazon last week is that they've inked a deal with Pinterest and TikTok Shop. So now people who are watching videos on those two apps can actually shop Amazon products without leaving the app, right? So Amazon has been very much a catalog-like experience. They see the future in immersive and in video commerce. They're also making big moves in AI, according to a report from Rethink Retail. Something on the order of 75% of retail executives expect to incorporate AI into the retail operations in the next 2 years.
That'll be interesting to watch too. Michael, thank you.
My pleasure.
Michael Zacher. Also, a programming note on the retail front. Don't miss Target CEO Brian Cornell. He's going to be joining us tomorrow morning following second quarter results that they release as well.
Coming up next, an interview on Kamala Harris's economic plans with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, live from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC.
and the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down, that's not true.
It was President Biden at the Democratic National Convention last night. Joining us now from the convention to talk about the party and Kamala Harris's economic agenda, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Leader Jeffries, good to see you. Always a pleasure.
Good morning. Great to see you.
Let's talk about how some of the stuff that we've been hearing. Whenever we have you on, you always emphasize that when it comes right down to it, you are a capitalist, and totally appreciate the system that we all operate under here in this country that generates a lot of the prosperity. Do you ever raise an eyebrow at some of the, maybe it's politicking, I don't know what you'd call it, but do you ever feel like maybe the corporations or the private sector is an easy target for populism, and maybe the party goes too far?
Our view is that we want a properly regulated, market-based economy that is good for the American people, good for commerce, good for industry, and good for business and job creation, that is also, of course, anchored in a strong social safety net connected to things like Social Security and Medicare. We just want to, under the leadership of Kamala Harris, lower costs, grow the middle class, and build an economy that works for hard-working American taxpayers. That's the plan, that's the vision, and Joe, that is the track record anchored in the things that have been accomplished over the last several years, thanks to President Biden and Kamala Harris.
It just seems like there is a common thread running through a lot of what we're seeing, that, and for the past couple of years as well, that there's almost an anti-corporate rhetoric that comes maybe not from the mainstream of your party, but would you at least acknowledge that maybe at the far left that there maybe is too much anti-corporate sentiment or eat the rich sentiment, or is that does that populism to try to win elections? Would you acknowledge that, Leader Jeffries, or no?
I can speak on behalf of the House Democratic Caucus and the track record of accomplishments, which is how we should be judged based on when we had the ability to govern. In the previous Congress, under the leadership of President Biden and Vice President Harris, Democrats in control of both the House and the Senate, we passed an agenda that was anchored in the center and the center left from the standpoint of how we approach economic issues. We rescued the economy from a once-in-a-century pandemic. The economy has now emerged as the strongest of any economy in the developed world. Then we passed the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that is investing in our crumbling infrastructure and creating millions of good-paying jobs. We passed the CHIPS and Science Act, which is bringing domestic manufacturing jobs back home to the United States of America, anchored in a public-private partnership around the semiconductor industry. And then, of course, we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which is striking a dramatic blow against the climate crisis, setting our planet on a sustainable trajectory forward, and building a clean energy economy through the use of the tax code to once again incentivize public-private partnerships, and we're seeing a clean energy economy develop all across the nation. That's our track record.
Right, but Leader Jeffries, the stir of the drink, what makes it all happen is the private sector, and whether it's a partnership or whether it's the government in some way assisting the private sector to succeed on a global playing field. That's really the role of government. Maybe sometimes I think that might be lost. Let me ask you about just price controls, and you studied economics, you know how these things work. In the past, that has not been the most effective way to do things, and to blame a lot of the current inflation on corporate greed for 40 years, inflation didn't reach the levels that we saw from a couple of years ago. So it's just hard for people to understand how the price gouging, the corporations were unable to do it for 40 years, and then suddenly they started doing it a couple of years ago, right when President Biden took office, and that is largely responsible for the inflation that we saw. Why suddenly were corporations able to do that, Leader Jeffrey? Why hadn't they done it all along if they were greedy and profit mongers and everything else?
First of all, I haven't heard Vice President Harris talk about price controls. She's talked about making sure that there's no price gouging that takes place so that we have a properly functioning market where consumers have the ability to purchase the goods that they need at a fair market-based price without any unlawful activity that occurs. This should not be a controversial thing from the standpoint of wanting to make sure that we are lowering costs, allowing corporations and companies to function in the context of a properly regulated market-based economy, but we are driving down the high price of things like life-saving prescription drugs, making sure that people can afford groceries, because there are millions of Americans who are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. That should not be the case in America, the richest country in the history of the world. And we're going to try to lower costs, grow the middle class, and make sure that there's an economy that works for hard-working American taxpayers. That's not too controversial in the communities that I spend time in all across the nation.
You would attribute the 40-year highs in inflation, and I think overall it's about a 20% increase in the cost of living. You would attribute most of that to price gouging?
You're putting words in my mouth. Let's talk about the economy. Let's talk about the economy and let's level set. Inflation is down. The stock market is way up. Last time I checked, the Dow Jones was north of 4,000. That should be something that you and other people should be very pleased about. More than 15 million private sector jobs have been created. There have been tremendous progress that has been made for the American people, but we also recognize that there are challenges that remain, including the need to address the cost of living. Now, President Biden inherited 3 different catastrophes from the previous administration at the same time. A public health catastrophe connected to the COVID-19 pandemic and Donald Trump's mismanagement of that crisis. President Biden inherited an economic catastrophe connected to the shutdown of the economy necessitated by the COVID-19 pandemic. And President Biden and Kamala Harris also inherited a democracy catastrophe connected to the January 6th violent assault on the Capitol incited by the former president. And in the context of these 3 catastrophes, I think that President Biden and Kamala Harris have done a very good job navigating America through a very turbulent point. On the economic catastrophe, on the economic catastrophe, which I presume you're getting ready to ask about, clearly you had the economy shut down, and so the supply chain suffered consequences connected to that. The economy reopened, demand came roaring back, and there were supply issues. Now, eventually, supply and demand should have met up with each other, and it's not clear that in some of these instances, even when talking to retailers, some of the major retailing companies, that the prices that the American people are experiencing are consistent with what the market should bear. That's a reasonable inquiry for us to look into on behalf of everyday Americans, and I think that's the starting point. That's the starting point.
Proponents of lower tax rates for corporations say that there's been a lot of manufacturing, a lot of headquarters brought home that haven't left at the 21% rate, and a lot of the positive things that you're highlighting right now about jobs, manufacturing, the economy, the stock market. It's all happened at 21%, which makes our corporations more competitive domestically to keep things here. There's a move afoot now to go back to 28%. Is that in the interest of, I guess people say, well, we want corporations to pay their fair share, but is it economically smart to raise it back to 28% and to kill the goose that is laying the golden egg? Because the prosperity comes from the private sector. I think you agree with that, not the government.
The prosperity comes from the hard work of everyday Americans who wake up each and every morning, go to work, pour their heart and soul into it, and are working as hard as they can to experience the great American middle class dream. That great middle class that was built in the aftermath of World War II, when the greatest generation came back home, built the best middle class in the history of the world. That's our view in terms of how we should center anything that we do moving forward in the context of the economy. And with respect to the corporate tax rate, I think you make an interesting point, which is to say we're going to return it to where it was at, but that wasn't 28%. That was 35%. And when we had a debate around the time when Donald Trump decided to implement what we affectionately refer to as the GOP tax scam, there were many CEOs who came to see Democrats and Republicans on the Hill who suggested that in order for America to be competitive with respect to our corporations, that we should lower that tax rate from 35% to somewhere around 24 or 25. It was Donald Trump who decided to blow through the 28% number, blow through the 24 and 25% number that CEOs were asking for, and drop it all the way down to 21%. So I do think it's reasonable to ask, what is the fair tax rate at this moment in time?
Okay, thank you. And we got, what's today? Today is it Tuesday? I think it's Tuesday. So you can be there Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. A lot of big name speakers coming up, and we'll be watching. Leader Jeffries, thanks for your time this morning.
right, a new development in a media battle that we've been following. Earlier, we told you that Edgar Bronfman Jr. has reportedly submitted a $4.3 billion bid for National Amusements. Now, that was a bid that was very similar to the existing bid that had already been put in by Skydance Media. I'm told by a source that that bid has been increased this morning to $5.5 billion, the bid from Bronfman Jr. National Amusements, of course, is the holding company that holds a controlling interest in Paramount Global. It could be that this bid even goes up from here, so it sounds like it is game on when it comes to this, and we'll continue to watch and see what happens with it. All right, that does it for us today. We'll see you right back here tomorrow. Right now, it's time for Squawk on the Street.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer at the New York Stock Exchange. We're going to hear from Faber momentarily. Meantime, the S&P NASDAQ going for their 9th straight gain today. Would be the longest streak for the S&P in some 20 years.
Oh my.
As we're about 1% away from all-time highs. Our roadmap begins with the S&P, NASDAQ, and the NDX aiming to extend their respective win streaks. NVIDIA leads the Mag 7 surge over the last couple of weeks, even though the rally has been quite broad. And Lilly says its weight loss drug cut diabetes risk by 94% in a late-stage trial. David Ricks is going to join us later on this hour. Let's begin with the market, though, and this rally, Jim. A lot's been said about, even though the volume's low, the breadth has been pretty impressive.
Yeah, look, we're seeing like bank markets piece buybacks, record levels. We're seeing big inflows. A lot of people feel that they don't want to miss anything ahead of when the Fed starts cutting. And that's very much the way it's always been. However, I do think that we are now the most overbought. We've been in a long time. We're at +7. My discipline for the investing club is it just doesn't matter. You have to sell something. Try to sell your losers so that it don't subsidize your losers with your winner sales. But I would point out that it's not too good to be true. But there's just an endless parade of things which just say, you'll take a look at a Lowe's. Lowe's will be a big miss, okay? And you just presume, you just want to figure out how much up it will be, even though it's a miss.
Right. Yeah, we're going to get to Lowe's in a minute, but 52-week highs for utilities, staples, healthcare, S&P financials, all-time high, equal weight S&P, all-time high.
Whoa, I mean, look, this is stuff, this is pretty historic, but we want to ask how negative people were coming in. And if you go back, this started with that collapse of our market because of the Japanese collapse of 12%. And that turned out to be not a good reason to sell, a better reason to buy. And ever since then, we've been buy. But September's historically a weak month. We've got there is a convention on, and in the convention, they're all calling for higher taxes, which is not good for the stocks. Stocks are oblivious. We came through earnings season, and it turned out to be pretty darn good. We are now almost done. We have Target tomorrow, and then I just don't really care after Target. Now it's just catch as catch can. And the judgment is that it was pretty good. If you go back to when things started, there was a Daiwa note that downgraded J.P. Morgan today. And I would have said heresy, just heresy. But I do feel that people are getting a little too comfortable.
Interesting. So you would be cautious here?
Yes, I don't buy when the thing that I look at since 1987 is very rarely led me away and astray. There used to be an S&P, it was the Standard Poor's, now it's Market Edge, and it's a measure of over-enthusiasm. And when you get to +5, and this is now +7, people are over-exuberant, to use a term that Alan Greenspan really kind of coined. And I'm not a buyer, I'm a seller.
Do you think that if we were to revisit all-time highs, we would be looking at a so-called double top?
Oh, wow. No, I just think that we have to have a recharge. We've had a lot of move. We have to have a sell-off, and then I think we can go ahead maybe mid-October or so. You have to deal with this. I've been working with Larry Williams, who's an amazing market historian, and he's saying, listen, don't get too excited. He used the term kaput, that the rally today is kaput. And I'm like, kaput? I mean, that's not toning down. That's not like lose taper. Kaput's different from tapering. Now, Larry sometimes is a little, he can be hyperbolic, but I do say that we have a quarter next week that is way too big, looming.
NVIDIA, and there's too many people in NVIDIA right now. Like, I went to I had our great charity event. Thank you for Sag Harbor Cinema.
Yes.
And thank you for inviting me and the table. And there are people there who just said, look, NVIDIA has made my life. Well, no, it hasn't unless you sell something. NVIDIA's not made your life yet. And then we had a guy last night, a caller, who just said, look, after NVIDIA, I was going to name my dog Chewy. And I said, wait, like, I'm shorting your dog, I mean, what are you doing with it? Like, Chewy, okay, farmer's dog. So I just think there's just too much on the line. I look, that's not negative. It just says, look, there's too much on the line.
Yeah. Take a look at it. You mentioned the semis here. For the group, 22% in 10 days.
But that's just unbelievable.
It's going to be the
I
best.
remember, like, in 1984, there was this rally in Texas Instruments, and there used to be this machine it was in Grand Central Station. I used to hog it. There were people behind me, get out, but I was just hitting up Texas Instruments calls, and it would be like, wow, this thing is just a juggernaut. I mean, monolithic memories. There were all these things, all these semis, and after a while, like, we were just bidding up the same stocks over and over again. And it was on the idea that maybe we were going to go digitized, not analog. And I just, after a while, overstated my welcome. Except for Motorola. That one I didn't overstate because they pivoted to cell phone.
Well, let's say we followed that playbook. Proceeds go where?
2 year.
Really?
2 year's really great. 2 year 4.02.
So, as somebody said on our show yesterday, the bonds are doing their job.
Yes, they are.
In terms of making up that part of your portfolio.
Absolutely are. And I think that, well, we're not allowed to own stocks, but I love the 2 year because 4% is really fabulous. And I recognize that it's going to go away if I'm in a money fund. Most people are in money funds, and what happens is they go down when the Fed cuts. The 2 year does not go down. So it's a very good piece of paper. It's boring as all get out. Like when people ask, what are you doing? I say, I like the 2 year. Like, the 2 year. Well, no, don't you like KLA insurance? Don't you like that? How about the Lamb Research? It was the Lamb. No, I like the ASM. No, the 2 year. So, I mean, the tug of war is that people are really in that.
Yeah.
Everybody's in.
Are you one of those, and we've heard this a couple times this week, that are people who are worried about, say, a 10-year that goes too low, that gets too near a 3% level?
No, I think that the bonds are doing their job, but I think the worry is just I just feel like I don't want to buy stocks over and over again on the same thing. Now, earnings season is done. I mean, to come in every day and buy Spotify on top of Spotify on top of Spotify, and Spotify's I just picked it because it's a great stock. It's been really a roar. I don't have something new that will make me take it up, so I'm just now playing multiple expansion. And NVIDIA's got too much water to carry. I think it's going to be fantastic, and then I think that the guide may not be satisfactory. Because I don't know what you have to do to just, this is a huge rally. And remember, talk about double top. I mean, this would be the one because that last top was so ugly. I mean, it was just up huge and then boom down, which is textbook. So I might feel about NVIDIA. I want to own it. I want to trade it. But I do recommend that people look at what it's done. Look at the August low. Look at now. What a comeback! Boom. What a comeback.
It is incredible. And as for your point about earnings, we are about 95% done with the quarter.
Yes.
Goldman had some takeaways. One is that the election might be suppressing some CapEx plans.
Right.
Revenue growth stabilizing at healthy levels.
Yes.
The consumer health pretty much ratified, despite some of the comments out of consumer packaged goods.
Well, I do feel that what I don't want to get. There's a couple good notes today. One of the things I love is what charts I'm looking at that Katie Huberty puts out, and she's so great at Morgan Stanley. And she said here, a 60% growth in VC-backed company bankruptcies. That their shutdown rates is 3 to 4 times higher than 12 to 18 months ago. This is what's going on underneath. So there is rot underneath, unless it's e-com. And even then, we have too many e-coms. But brick and mortar is not holding up here. It's not, other than in Abercrombie, which has 8% short position.
Yeah, although City today, positive catalyst watch on ANF.
I know, and I think that makes a great deal of sense. They haven't missed. They've been terrific. I'm looking at Gap Scores. I think Gap Scores is very good. Matthew Boss does this piece today with Jake Point. Says that coming out of the quarter was weak. July was weak, and I don't want to see that because, holy cow, we're in a position where you can't have substantial, you can only have so many Marvell Ellisons and lows before you say, wait a second, the Fed better cut. Maybe we're over the cusp. and it does seem that the do-it-yourself person has stopped doing it.
Right. But to your point, though, about names that have had a nice run into earnings, Palo Alto's not giving it all up.
No, and Palo Alto's worth talking about. I don't know if we have a clip of Nikesh being as, he wasn't over the top, but he was very confident.
Take a listen.
On AI, we're very excited. We crossed $200 million in ARR in AI, real AI, selling products to our customers. This is not ideas, thoughts, things we're trying. We actually sold $200 million worth of ARR into our customer base across all the stuff we do in AI.
Well, that's contrary to what you were talking about earlier about cap spending. That's pretty interesting. He did this thing called platformization, which is offer one. And by the way, this is what Salesforce does too. Offer one product, one unified product. People felt it was an excuse because he was losing to CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike now has its own set of problems. There was no grave dancing because, first of all, it's not in a grave. The believer in George Kurtz. I said at 2:30 you want to buy his stock, but it's really. I was very surprised at how bullish Nikesh was and how wrong the analysts were. You'll see what about 10 price target raises.
Yep.
I like the quarter. I do think that this is his time. And a lot of money's being spent on this because the bad guys just are ceaseless. They just won't stop.
Morgan Stanley reiterates overweight. Dan Ives at Wedbush goes to 400. They do add some to the buyback.
500 million buyback, and then one of the things I like about Nikesh is he doesn't suffer fools gladly. I said, how about the 500 million buyback? He goes, you mean on top of the current buyback?
Yes.
And I'm like, yeah, of course. I mean, I've been look. He on the conference call, he'll say things like, oh, I'm so glad you're listening, or yeah, no kidding. So you don't want to be cross with him. If the first caller says something, he goes, well, you know what? You're the first caller. That was it. I mean, you don't want to go sideways with Nikesh.
Right. We'll see if those gains hold. And then you mentioned Lowe's, Jim, with the beat.
Yeah.
Sales were a bit light. Comps a little bit worse than expected. They do cut the guide a bit, looking for full-year comps down 3.5 to 4 prior 2 to 3.
Yeah, I mean, Marv came to me this morning. Marv Nelson is the great CEO there, and he said minus 5.1 comp is consistent with our expectation, reflects a tough housing market. We keep coming back to the tough housing market, and what can be done? Well, we know that right now mortgage rates are too high. We need to have a way to be able to make it so that you want to give up your current mortgage, which you got very low, and willing to go to a new house, and then we have some sort of demand that we're not getting. In the fact that, like, if you're Toll or Lennar or Horton or Pulte, you're thinking, oh man, I better not put up too many homes because if he doesn't cut, then we're stuck. We're stuck.
Right.
That's what they're so afraid of.
We do get Toll tonight.
Yes. I think Doug Yearley has done a remarkable job. Doug Yearley is fabulous, just fabulous. And I do think that this stock, I mean, it's had a 30% gain. It sells at 9 times earnings, but it does need the Fed to cut. Remember, these are $1 million homes, and they're the great judge of what what's coming out of the Democratic Party. It's like, let's sell Toll Brothers. I mean, that's another way to look at it. But Toll cannot be sold because the fact is that if you want $1 million home, you typically would have had to buy someone that was already a seasoned home buy a home. No, Toll Brothers makes it. Doug is fabulous. Doug, will you please come on the show? Like, what are you avoiding me for? His nephew writes for me. Kevin Stengers. And the kid's fabulous. Man, I sent the kid a piece on Sunday. And like at 5 o'clock, he comes right back at 5:01. He says, oh, so great. So anyway, I have an unbelievable Jeff Knight. We have an unbelievable team of
Yes,
people
I know
who work
you
with
do.
me. They are so
You are proud
good.
of them. Always
oh
have
my
been.
God, my team is just. I'm so glad to be part of my team.
When we come back this morning, Faber's going to call in with the latest on this Bronfman bid for Paramount. As we take a look at that name, we'll get to Lilly, J&J. Got some news on the airlines, Boeing, Hawaiian. There's some news on Tesla, with futures now crossing into the red. Squawk on the Streets, back in a minute. Paramount is moving lower in the pre-market in reaction to Edgar Bronfman's bid for the company. Our David Faber's calling in today and has the latest. David, we talked a few weeks ago about whether this saga was truly over.
Yeah, and apparently it's not quite over yet, Carl. At least it may be extended a couple of weeks at this point. You know, I've had an opportunity to read the proposal from the Bronfman Group, and it is quite a group. You've got 19 different people listed here. Some well-known names, Fortress and BC Partners, also some interesting ones, including a crypto guy named Brock Pierce, and a few other notables as well. But the deal itself is notable in part because of the difference between it and the Skydance accepted offer, in that this offers nothing in terms of liquidity to the B shareholders. The numbers then line up somewhat similarly, but again, what is absent here is any cash being provided to those who own the B shares of Paramount who want to sell. Our viewers may recall the Skydance deal allows for shareholders to sell as much as almost 50% of their B shares at a price of $15 a share. Again, if they choose to do so. In this deal, reading the letter, the proposal, which is fairly long from the group, they try to actually make a virtue out of the fact that they don't want to buy the B shares. They want to go to corporate governance that allows full voting by the B shares, in other words, collapse the voting structure over a period of time. They as well say that the company would benefit from more liquidity or a higher float than the one that would be the case if and when the Skydance deal is completed. So interesting approach here from the Bronfman-led group in terms of saying they think the Skydance deal on its own, in other words, the purchase of the Skydance studio, would be dilutive, and they are trying to make a benefit, so to speak, of the fact that they aren't offering any liquidity for the B shares. It's far from clear to me, guys, that the special committee will see it that way, given how hard I know they negotiated to get to a big price, or at least a significant premium for those B shareholders who want liquidity in Paramount. But at the same time, if you are that special committee, the likelihood is that even though this may not on the face of it seem that likely to lead to a superior proposal, it's not that high a bar to say it's got a chance. And so you do extend here and you give them the next couple of weeks is essentially what it is, to really put an offer together that then they have to decide whether it's a superior proposal. That's kind of where things stand. And if that in fact were to be the case, just because you want to figure out how this goes, then you get a matching right over 4 days for the Skydance group, which of course does include a gentleman named Larry Ellison, who's quite competitive and also is richer than anybody else involved here by factors, Jim, that I can't even quite account for.
Well, that's the problem. Look, it's great that Bronfman did this, it's exciting, whatever, but in the end, you're not going to beat Ellison unless, I don't know, I mean, maybe, well, not Musk, because we know from the letter X thing today, he doesn't have the credit. So, David, what's the point? I mean, did Bronfman want to inject himself into the some sort of a pantheon that you have to be if there's a chance, which is to own Paramount?
Listen, I mean, to your point, Jim, there were any number of opportunities here. As we all know, and our viewers know, this thing has been basically for sale since, last December. You did have this go shop period that they didn't necessarily have to put in. You had that opportunity if you were Bronfman as well. Remember when Sherry originally rejected the Skydance deal to come in then. That said, it's a serious proposal with real money behind it. They're saying that they can go to as high as $5 billion. I think Becky said $5.5 billion potentially in terms of what they have in available capital from this group of 19 different people who were listed on the letter, on the separate letter, actually. I don't know is the answer, Jim, exactly, other than to think that they do want to own the asset. If you do get this period here, is it possible you could bring in somebody else, right? Like an Apollo, which we know had interest along the way and then has disappeared. Interestingly, I've heard nothing that indicates that would be the case. So, this is going to get extended for a little bit here, it would seem. Again, give us something to talk about, I guess, over the last couple of weeks. If you're the special committee, why not? Like, at least give yourself a shot here to potentially have to go back to Larry Ellison and say, all right, sweeten the pot. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to happen. And again, I don't see how they compete here with this argument but without offering any liquidity to the B shares, which was such a key component of why the Skydance deal got to the finish line with the special.
David, appreciate it. It's good to have you on the phone. We'll be seeing you on set tomorrow, and we'll keep an eye on the story with your help. That's our David Faber this morning on Paramount. When we come back, we'll get Kramer's Mad Dash, countdown to the opening bell. Futures have settled a bit into the red as the S&P tries to go for its 9th straight win. Stay with us. Got some interesting levels this morning as the S&P looks to try to hold 5,600. VIX at 15, although the one-day VIX is below 10. And we'll keep our eye on bonds. Jim already mentioned the 2-year today.
We're too comfortable. We just are too comfortable. Look, I like the market very much. How can you not? But at a certain point, we have to say, "Hey, have you seen?" And then you come with some stock that no one's looked at in a long time. Smucker. You know what? It's someone saying something negative, so she has to buy it. We've got to get over that. There are negative reasons. There are reasons to sell stocks, but we're kind of stuck with thinking that everything's good.
We'll see if we shake the trees here today. Yep. Opening bell coming up in 4 minutes.
Good morning, retail traders. It's Captain Kangaroo. Take the load off, Granny. Okay. Take the load off me. Okay, what do I need to do next? Oh yeah, I got a minute and I got to take off my shoes. Well, we're at the 21 right now on the hour on the SPY. I'm looking for 55729. We're definitely very, very bullish. I mean, I can tell you, if I got time, back in 2022, 17% of the hedge fund managers were green, and it wasn't that by that much. So they kind of was worried about their jobs. And that's why I think we've had this such a big run, because we're so far behind. They get ambitious, you know, very. Let's see if, well, we can, 558.45 will be your first support. Good morning, Randy. Randy. Second. And then third. Resistance to break. It's going to be the 200 for sure. Iran's IGR spokesperson states that the waiting period for Iran retaliation against Israel could be long. Well, that ain't good. That means they're pussing out and they're getting ready, getting set up. Russia's feeding them stuff. Red Book's 4.8 versus 4.7. Whoops. Don't have my trading platform up. So far we're flat on the market. I like to watch this. It kind of gives me the direction of the market. NVIDIA down 131. Watching the video here. NVIDIA might be a good bounce play. I'm going to put that SPY up. I got to. Damn, missed it. It hit my support level perfect. I don't know if I'd have took it or not. Spinning top, maybe right here I would have took it off the 21. The 9's crossing the 21 right now, so we're going to hit the 200. This thing's real bullish. Then you got AMD. SPY's about moving to the 200 here. I'm going to create a at or above alert on the mark. We're going to let it set up first because I'm not going to see if we get a double bottom but I'm just telling you, this market's real bullish. So now we're coming up to the 200. We're going to be looking at the 561 or the 560 calls. Now, if you like to play in the money, just go 559. But I'm not in them yet. We're going to wait for the pullback. Unless we break the 200. And see, that dropped 116 right there. So yeah, we're going to be able to come back to the 21. Good morning, Mannequin. Tesla new highs. Tesla got an upgrade for Europe. Okay, we're at the 200 right now. Now, good morning, Parge. We'll trade it, but we're going to look. I'll look at Tesla here in a second. See if we can get that 561 for a buck. If it decides to pull back here. And I heard a guy talking this morning. It's hard to be bearish in an election year. Oh, my face got a little big there, too big. Strange. There's your reversal candle. You got the wick on the upper end here. So that's a bear candle right there. We got the VWAP. So we're above the VWAP. It's going to squeeze here in a second, but I don't know which way yet. Probably to the upside. I'm not going to take the risk yet. Tesla. These people are very, very bullish. We got to understand that. So Tesla's touched 3 times off the 200 here. Now, if you're bullish on it, this is the spot, but we're dealing with Kool-Aid drinkers on Wall Street that can't stand this company. Especially now that he's behind Trump. The candles, well, we got a spinning top. No, I'm not sure yet on Tesla. NVIDIA is the strongest one right now on AMD. AMD and NVIDIA. So we had the breakout pullback, snake breakout pullback on NVIDIA. Oh yeah. Boeing's down today. What happened to it? Disney down $1. SMCI down $6. It's popping a little bit. We got Lilly. With some real good news. Real good news for Lilly. I should have watched this one first thing. Real good news. It could run the market today. I mean, outstanding news. The key, one of my key answers to good health is weight loss. And that's what Lilly is into right now, with diabetes and Apple 227. Got new highs on the SPX. SPY broke out. There you go. Shit. Well, I missed that one. Could have took it from 118 to 129. 116 if I'd have got lucky. Good morning, Mike. We missed you the last couple of days. You're the heartbeat of the community. You keep our blood flowing. AMD double bottom. AMD. It says we're finished. I just got an alert. Mark McDonald's. So I got an alert on McDonald's. For Lily, I got 967 on the Fibonacci. 967.71. This is real good news. I ain't joking. Jack. Better than AMD's news the other day. So McDonald hit a resistance, that's why it triggered. Something happened with McDonald's earnings. Personally, I don't like the CEO of this company. Nice little snake, though, off the 200. Lily at 967.71. We got it. I'm wondering if we're going to retest. Here we go. Found the support. Yeah, it has to hold the 200, just a little bit above it to stay bullish. And the snake breakout on coin. Mike alerted it. Chip stock's seen a nice bounce. Yep. There's the pop on SPY. Oh, wow. Stred, that's a real nice compliment. You're making me blush. So we got a, what is this? It's almost like a gravestone. Could be a shooting star. That's a bear candle. We have an equilibrium of buyers and sellers in this one right here. We're going to see now. This is resistance. We got the 1, 2 bits and a freebie. Nope, not yet. That body has to hit that. That body hits it and stays. We got the 3. We've got 2 on the bottom, so we can easily pull back down to the bottom part of this channel, make that number 3, and then come up the 3rd time and break out if it's bullish. Seems like the market doesn't care about anything that is going to happen this week. In 561s, so on the put side, the 559, that's too late. We'll just look at the, they ain't hardly moving any. It'd have to be a good drop for them to move. Back to 561 again. Calls. McDonald's can get to 300 if the news was worthy of it. $3.10. Then we got a triple top or quad top. I gotta look at McDonald's. Coin is now pulled back for the snake. It needs to break the 21 EMA. Snake breakout, pull back, high or low, breaks the 21, we're going to shoot up to the 200. Needs to hold this trend line right here. McDonald's quad top would be 298.24. this would be a swing. I'd rather take it down at the bottom of the, check to see if it held support at 280, 245. And fill the bottom of that gap and then run up to the top. My third resistance on SPX is 56.34.55. These people are extremely bullish, and I can't argue. I'm not, but I am. Yeah, it just got a new high. Dang, I couldn't trade yet. Man, I don't know where to put this, except right there. Probably right there. When I'm charting, I'll hook it up to that body, and then I'll, on a 1 minute, I'll also do the wicks. $56.19. See if it doesn't reverse from there. I'll get my trade yet. I'm just okay. 3 white soldiers with an inverted hammer. NVIDIA did get above the 21. It's retesting the trend line. Not NVIDIA, but coin. We got to consolidate. We got a symmetrical flag. And we got an inverse head and shoulders squeeze. I'm gonna break my rules and take it to this next candle. You got 1, 2, 3. Okay, we just hit the resistance level. Now let's find out if we're bullish or not right here. Get my SPX put looking at. Also here, I'll look at the SPY instead. It'll be less risk. Extremely bullish. What I have? What was it? 561. So now it's the 559 put. $5.59 put. Okay, here we go. $5.59 put. 110. With a tight stop. 5.59 put at 110. Tight stop. 5.59 put. Oh, damn it. Oh, 21. Good. Whew. We're going to take it all the way back down to 3. We did have a 3 there. I was waiting for that. And get out of it when you hit that line. We can drop more. I'm up at 123. Okay, exit. We can drop more, but exit. 127. Bam. Thank you, God. 125. Boom a chick, a boom a chick. So that's it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Now, if we're bullish, we'll go to the upside from here. If we're not, we'll pull back to the 200 and the VWAP. I'll tell you why I got in it. Why I got in it here. I got faked out right here with this one. I told you one reason why. I was waiting for that 3. A+ beach trade. You paid, oh, you got a 5-minute scalp system that pays 90% of the time. No need for candlestick fixation. You have to show it to me sometime. Waiting for a friend request. We'll see how that works. Hey, Mike, we got a guy on YouTube. If you're on here, when you get a chance. I'll give you this name here in a second. You will accept friends requests if it comes from Mike or me. We'll see here. Invite people. At S I O T I. No results found. Man, I can't find any results. STRADIOTI. Well, send me a message. Can you send me a message, Washboardjim? Oh, Mr. Critical? Okay. I'm going to see if you're here. Oh, it says I can't get to you. Your message could not be delivered. We'll get you in here. I just can't, I ain't smart enough to figure it out. Spy's pulling back more. Options up a little bit, the put. But I got out of it. I think we can hit support here off the 63. Now we've definitely went down and it's bearish. So if it breaks that trend line, we'll go to the upside and go higher. If not, we'll pull back and retest this channel of support. Okay, NVIDIA's had a 1, 2, 3. What's that about Boeing? Oh, I gotta watch this. Read this. 1, 2, 3. Boeing went woke, so we're going to get a lot of death out of that deal. Federal administration said Monday it would require inspections of Boeing's 787 Dreamliner following an incident in March. Plane went into sudden mid-air dive that injured more than 50 passengers. Well, I didn't hear about that one. Unless it's the door fall off one. The FFA said the apparent reason for the dive was that uncommand movement from the captain's seat. Ooh. Which caused the autopilot to disconnect. That's not good. That's not good. Thank you for that news. So NVIDIA didn't hold up. Taiwan Semiconductor expands Europe with $11 billion chip plant in Germany. You can't do business in America if they're going to frickin' tax corporations 90%. Socialists are jealous of capitalism, and here they do up there in office, and they make hundreds of millions of dollars from capitalism. We got a double bottom. I'll watch the SPY here. I bet you it sucker's down too. God damn it. What is it at now? Mannequin. It's at 147. I just left $200 on the table. Okay, why I took this trade. Everybody knows my 1-2-3 strategy. Now we got a double bottom down here, so get ready for calls. I still think the market's way overbought. Let's put it that way right now. 167 on that knife. Fuck. Go to 561 calls. 3 black crows. 3 black crows. SPY. $1, minute $1. Put a good stop on it in case it doesn't work. We got a doji. Mike, we got to try to get critical back in here. But do it when at your convenience. You don't no rush. Not now. That's right. $114. First resistance is right here between the third crow and the second. This is delicious. We should have held them suckers, man. Them puts. Nice bank. We have to hold this, or we're going to go down a lot more. If you're in this trade, make sure that it holds it. If it doesn't, get out and we'll relook at it. Don't hold it. Ah, shit. Helen, did you get my request on Match.com? I've been waiting for your call. I love the fact that you're in small business. Bitch hung up on me. That wasn't cool. The hell's wrong with her? We're going to have to we're going to see right here. Come on, beast. This market had too big of a run. We've been up 9 days, they say, in a row. Okay, I'm going to be cutting this off here pretty soon if it don't work. Well, I got the TTM squeeze up. Let's get rid of this chart. Plus, toss is working a little extra slow. Helen, I've been waiting for your phone call. Just wanted to tell you have a nice butt. Come on now. I don't know. This is on the 5 minute. Yeah, this could drop to that one for sure. 558. Exit I did be 559.71 still, but we're even now. We're back to even. If you bought that dip, 93 cents. Woo! I'm not seeing any big, there's a few big tickets right there. I don't like to see a lot of ones. Not on the SPY. The rise in earnings. Palo Alto Network shares rise on earnings. Riots at DNC, day 2. If you're in the trade and you're worried, go ahead and get out while you're up. But I'm staying in it for a little bit longer. Yeah, it looks a little risky. Critical, what did you think about that 5 minute? We got a tweezer bottom on the 5 minute. If that holds, we'll stay up. We'll go. Oh, no. Whoops. Wrong one. We're still very, very bullish in the market. We might just be a little bit overbought. $5.59. We gave him respect above it. Any more droppage is going to kind of worry the market some. Whoops. Hey, little sister, what is going on? Tosses, you really give me a hard time today. It's acting a little strange. So if we break this right here, we'll move up higher. Yeah, this computer platform's really sucking today. So far, there's not enough conviction to go to the upside. We're going to squeeze here any moment, another minute. So we got to break out here, or we break down. Let's 3 black crows with a falling regression channel. We got to break this resistance right here. 559.01. $559.23, and we're off to the races. If not, now you're at a resistance here, so you need to make a business decision if you're kind of worried and stuck in the trade. I got to read these reversal candles a little bit better because I've missed out on some good money yesterday by not holding. And I forgot, I'm going to get a phone call here today, and I got to go. Dang, I forgot about it. Got to instruct this guy how to paint. Some trim on some windows. So now we broke out of the channel and we're pulled back. Now it's time to do it. Right now. It's not a... 0.93. So $1.93. That's it. Make sure I got my volume up so I can get this call. If not, I'm going to set a stop, get out of this trade. We've consolidated. We've had a 1, 2, 3 here with higher lows. Yeah. I've scalped it once and I'm back in it. Any second here, we're going to find out if this thing's going to pop. Now I'm down $60. More like 50, 40. Come on, man. I'm tired of waiting too long. Wow, what happened here? PANW up $25. So it must have liked its earnings. Google up 65, PayPal up $2, AMD up 350. Called the bottom on that. We just need this thing to go up here and hit that resistance. So I'm up now. We could get out here even. Yeah, they're not wanting to hold this, I don't think. Yep, they're letting it go. Fucking puts. And puts are paid off real good. So I hope you got out on my warning. The video at 126.90. God, I wish I was still in inputs. The floor's been dropped. And they're just going to keep dropping it now. I had so much hard time with this platform today. It's like they do this on purpose. It's a we lost yesterday's close. Definitely lost that. Man, I got 557.29. Keep going back, baby. Damn it, I think I just lost my... I think I just lost it. Yep. Still in it. Yeah. Scalp puts again. I'm in scalping mode right now, trying to get out of this trade. A lot more drama coming, I think. There's no news in here to tell me what's going on. This is going to get bad here. I got 557.29 that I put out this morning for support. Just a way huge run on this sucker. I got 10 contracts and I sold 10 when we got back up there. At 93 cents. Trading like a Democrat. I'm talking about Macy's right now. We got a Democrat in here.
I mean, for that reason, we are expecting at least some degree of like adjusted earnings are expected to come in around 30 cents a share, but there is not a single analyst that has a strong buy or strong buy equal rating on this name. There's 3 buys, 10 holds, 1 underperform, there's no sells. So Street is fairly neutral, to put it nicely.
Wow, no sells on Macy's. Okay. Rick, chart-wise, Macy's has had
Get back, baby.
Single one-off events that have created some gappiness here, right here, but I mean, ultimately, we've kind of like gotten stuck.
Yeah, to be sure, we've had some gaps here, but overall trending downward once again since this yearly high point here, connecting these subsequent highs. So a pretty consistent trend line that we have, that we are approaching indeed, in recent days here. We bottomed out near 15 recently. We had this high point here, and that's about our recent low point. You know, it's not going to line up exactly on a dime here. If you're expecting that to happen every time, you're probably going to be disappointed. But that was a general area where we solidified, matches up with the volume node. We made a liftoff once again, and kind of a oddly similar situation to our last chart. We cleared our 21-day EMA, struggling a little bit with our two other moving averages, orange 63-day, purple 250 2-day. The difference is we are marginally above them. We are knocking on the door of these previous lows here as well. The low point that we had before the gap up. So be on the lookout for some potential resistance near this area, just below 18. If we were to move to the upside,
Oh, come on, man.
we have another
I got 93 and 70.
gap down, lines up pretty close to our trend line and our volume profile point of control near about 19 or so. To the downside, we've got our moving averages, our green line, our 21-day EMA near about 1650 or so.
Seems like this little RSI breakout's kind of nice.
So I'm about even.
We invalidated not only our
I am even.
trend line, but we also broke above the 50 midline. So that's a more encouraging sign for the bulls. And couple that with price at least making some progress beyond our moving averages. Maybe not completely overcoming this resistance yet, but more positive development here.
It was too tasty to pass up.
Nice. Encouraging then for Macy's chart action for the first time in a while.
I hope so.
But boy, overhead resistance.
We're at a resistance.
It's gonna be a challenge. Thanks, Red. Thanks, Jenny. Okay, good prep for tomorrow morning. Coming back, we got our market meetup. Gonna chat about this turnaround as the Russell's dragging.
We're at 85 cents. I can get out of here with 80 bucks. But look at the tape. It's starting to look good. We just got to convince to break this here resistance right now. So if you cost average down, think about, and you're even. If we break it, we'll shoot up to the VWAP. But this is a resistance, I'm telling you. Tape looks better than it did. But they might be stuck the way I was too, making a business decision. So thinking about getting out. Fact is, there's 1,000 bought, 1,000 bought. Somebody bought 238,000 of them, and the stock market ran up.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live.
But we're at a we're so overbought.
Anytime, anywhere, on any device for free, and available
On this last run, it was just way too bullish.
Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Anybody in the Spies YouTube? Are you in red? Okay. We'll make it, you know. We got to break this resistance. It's number 4. To make a little bit more, it'll really mean a lot.
Faded a bit here since the open. Russell now.
We're at a hard resistance.
Let's talk about the session. Get a little check.
Are you green team? Look.
Senior markets correspondent joining us from New York, and Mr. Dan Grant, senior specialist of retail trading, with me here in Chicago. Caroline, what happened there? Things kind of, I don't know, I'm not going to say fell apart, but the Russell's really getting hit pretty hard.
Just listen to what I got to say.
Yeah, down about 1% right now.
We have to break here or we're going to drop more.
Really the end of the day, the last, 10 minutes that might really be what matters here. But yeah, seeing some red arrows here. The Russell, clearly the worst performer. NASDAQ off about 0.4% right now. Taking a look at the S&P, it's only off about 0.2%. Energy, the worst performer. Industrials and tech also dragging it lower. But then on the flip side, healthcare, staples, communication services.
Don't want nobody to get stuck.
Territory.
In terms of the Mag 7, that's mixed, but the AI trade mostly lower today. AMD is the only positive name on my watch list there. NVIDIA, definitely underperforming today. In terms of the biggest losers, though, if you look at the S&P 500, take a look. Insulet and Dexcom. Insulet's an insulin management company. Dexcom is a glucose monitoring company. Both big losers today. Dexcom down about 6%, Insulet down about the same. Have to wonder if Eli Lilly is weighing on those shares, because Eli Lilly, of course, is one of the S&P's biggest winners today on those positive late-stage results for its tirzepatide a weight loss drug, so in diabetes patients. So, that's notable. In terms of some of the
I don't need a drug to lose weight. Just got to eat better.
Earnings, Darden Restaurants now up 9% this week. That's the parent company of Olive Garden and Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And then PayPal is another winner today as well. One other quick thing that I wanted to note, I know you've likely focused on Lowe's today in terms of the retail space after it reported earnings, but take a look at Amer Sports, ticker symbol AS, up about 11.5%. This is the parent company of Wilson and Arc'teryx. I don't know if you know that brand, but it's pretty popular in our household. But they swung to a Q2 adjusted profit from a year ago loss. Meanwhile, they upped their full year guidance. Q3 guidance did fall short of expectations, but investors clearly shrugging that off. China, a big growth spot there. If you take a look at the Chinese, the sales in Greater China, up 54% from the year ago period, so outperforming brands like Nike. So that's an interesting winner today, ticker symbol AS.
All right. I had good eyes there. I didn't even know that Arc'teryx owner was publicly traded. More of a North Face guy myself.
In February.
Okay. Oh, there you go. Perfect. Nice. All right. Good stuff.
91. Phew.
On the glucose and the insulin stuff.
Now,
also down 6%.
I'm feeling a lot better.
That whole area now majorly disrupted, it seems like, with these massive Eli Lilly successes. But wait, hold on. Darden, I don't get it. I thought if you take the stuff that you're not hungry, so then you wouldn't want to go pound breadsticks. Like, isn't that the way it works? Or can you go and eat a bunch, because then you can just plug in afterwards?
Right, that's true. Darden was a big winner yesterday as well, and I was trying to figure it out because earnings aren't until next month, not until September, but it has been a stock that's under pressure. It's still down about 5% year to date, so maybe just some dip buying.
Yeah, wow, interesting. Okay, 2 big days for Darden here. All right,
dip buying. Hold on, honey. Who's talking?
Stocks and macro here. Dollar down quite a bit, man. Dollar's just getting thrashed right now.
Yeah, dollar.
Caroline.
Towards the lower.
Come on, baby.
Mid of a lower end of its range.
Don't get sucked into the rumor.
Years against the dollar yen. It was lower year for the dollar yen was right around January 1st. We're all just kind of waiting for Powell.
I can believe her over the other nuts on CNBC for sure.
If the dollar keeps falling apart, are people going to freak out about the yen trade again?
I don't know. Does that mean the Bank of Japan's going to step in front of the train again? Right? They caused the wreck. Right? They're wording to say that we're going to be hawkish. The first time in 30 years that we're going to be hawkish, and now they walk it right back as soon as they said that. Is the yen trade going to be? Yeah, it'll definitely be the target.
Well, they said they'll be monitoring financial conditions as they proceed, right?
And could you imagine the Treasury Secretary calling up the former Fed Chair, Treasury Secretary, calling the head of the Bank of Japan? Hey, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, I kind of
the conversation.
I kind of can't imagine it. All right, bonds firm too. The rally there has been challenged a little bit over the last 3 weeks.
Which one, Randy? SPY?
371. So that's the low end of the curve, right? So we're still well inverted. Right, this Fed is still restrictive. The Fed continues to run down its balance sheet. They've taken off $1.7 trillion worth of balance sheet over the last year. We need to have indicates out of QT. What are they going to do with QT? Are they going to
no triple bottom?
They're withdrawing between 25 and 60 billion a month, and see if they're going to change that, because what's happening is reserves are going down to zero, causing a dislocation in the money markets.
We're going to get some intel on minutes on that subject tomorrow, you think at all?
I hope so. They're going to be scouring the minutes for that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dan Grant. Nice. A good macro look. Appreciate the stock analysis, Caroline Woods. Nice teamwork there. Thank you for joining Morning Trade Live. Trading 360 with Nicole Pedalides is up next. Have a great day.
Hope everybody hit their stops.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging with Schwab Network's by-the-numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election...
We're going to have an inverse head and shoulders or a double bottom probably.
Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned...
No agenda, good.
...for your portfolio.
Stay informed. Stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail.
Have you set yourself up
Almost too big to fail.
The old guard is saying, away, off with their heads.
AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now.
It is going crazy.
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you.
Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex.
Tesla hit a yin-yang.
Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Looks like the Bears are going to be in control.
Neil, how's my favorite client?
Quick question, Carl.
We got head and shoulders we got to break now.
Choices? Yeah.
Shoulder line.
I can get full service.
There's your head. There's your left shoulders.
And trade on my own. Come on, you know Carl's the only choice you need.
So it can come back and hit that shoulder line.
Tell me you know this.
And it can come back and hit a double bottom. Or we get a higher low.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Are we down? Are we going to finally snap that winning streak? We've been up 8 days in a row for the S&P and NASDAQ after a great week, best week of the year last week. We have a big show for you, our 360 Spotlight. We'll look at sentiment and if investors are thinking AI may be overvalued or not. Today's disruptor, Snowflake, after a couple of analyst notes on the stock today. In our 360 round, we'll recap those Palo Alto Network numbers. In the meantime, as I said, after 8 days of gains, markets pulling back a bit. The S&P right now is sitting down about 0.25%, 55.95. The Nasdaq's down 1/3 of 1%. The Dow's off about 1/10 of 1% at 40,838, and the Russell down 1.1%. Oil and gold are mixed. Gold has been at all-time highs. It's up $20 today at $25.61 a troy ounce. 74.24 is the level of a barrel for oil, which is down fractionally. 15.40 on the VIX. The dollar 101.40 still in that 101 range, and 59,390 is the level for Bitcoin. So that's the big picture. We're going to go now to Jenny Horn, who is always looking at some of the top moving stocks and stories, and you're looking at the story of Lowe's. Let's hear some of that. Good morning, Jenny.
Good morning, Nicole. And I have to say that if we had all this optimism following Home Depot last week, I think it's a bit of a different tone today coming out of Lowe's. Although they did have very similar results, frankly. Both saw declining comps. Both had some degree of pessimism when it came to their guidance. So I think no surprise to see shares lower. I'm actually frankly surprised we aren't seeing more selling, only down about 1.5%, but snapping a 5-day winning streak as quarterly profit did beat, but full year outlook was lowered as customers continue to hold back on spending on some of these bigger ticket items. So Lowe's also did mention that unfavorable weather hurt sales of seasonal and other outdoor products, while this DIY trend also continues to dwindle as customers are more and more deferring some of their larger projects in hopes for a more favorable interest rate environment, similar to what we heard out of Home Depot.
There we go with the interest rates.
Net income for the year did slip to around $2.4 billion from around $2.7 billion a year ago. Adjusted earnings came in around $4.10 a share. That did beat pretty.
We got a snake breakout pulled back on the video.
5.5% to $23.6 billion. That also missed the mark, calling for around $23.9 billion. And comparable sales dropped more than expected at around 5.1% versus the decline expected at around 4.5%. Gross margin also dipped to 33.5%. And
that's an extension to an upside trade.
Lowered expectations, cutting their 2024 guidance ranges for earnings slightly, while total sales are also expected to be slightly below their previously given forecasts. But for comparable sales,
I think one of my
outlook was
alerts were hit.
to decline 3.5% to 4% from 2 to 3% downside. And stock had gained about 9% coming into today's session. Now we've given up some of that strength, obviously. We are still off of lows by about 31.7%, but still outperforming Home Depot. This is just, I think, the broader strokes in which the consumer is still reeling. This is
definitely
a
hit.
highly inflationary environment still, higher material costs, housing remains expensive, and I think that this is a company that is right now facing so many of these broader macro trends. It's no surprise to me to see contracting growth yet again, Nicole.
Right, understood, yeah.
Understood.
And there's always been the talk that Home Depot has been the place where the pros go, and Lowe's is a little more for the do-it-yourselfers, and Wedbush noting the same thing, the consumer demand pressures.
Well, that's good to know.
Thank you, Jenny Horn, markets correspondent. Look there,
Jenny
Lowe's,
Horn.
which is down about 1.5%. Let's get some insights in the news shaping the markets. For that, we welcome in Kevin Mann of Hennian and Walsh. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure, Nicole.
So, some of your thoughts on the market, big picture?
Big picture, investors are continuing to grapple with whether we're going to have a hard landing, a soft landing, or perhaps no landing at all. Just 2 weeks ago, remember the big sell-off that took place? Part of that was due to that
ain't nothing.
carry trade reversal, but a lot of that was due to that miserable jobs report where we saw unemployment reach 4.3%. Remember, of course, that the Fed is only forecasting unemployment to end this year at 4%. And then everything turned in a matter of a week as we saw a benign inflation report, a better jobs report, and of course, the prospects of rate cuts.
Right. What do you think? Are we going to see those? Are we looking for September and December, 50, 25, 25?
I think we're going to learn this Friday when Chair Powell speaks after Jackson Hole that in all likelihood September will mark the beginning of a very rate cutting campaign over the course of the next 2.5 years. September will be a 25 basis point rate cut. Perhaps we'll see 2 additional 25 basis point rate cuts.
Ooh, Boeing ground 770. Here we go again with more crap.
I think we'll get 2 rate cuts this year.
I don't know if I want to fly anymore. Boeing stock is flying low, but the technical indicators are ready for a takeoff. Then right below it, it says Boeing ground 777X. Test fleet after finding cracks in the engine mount. Boeing stock falls on new manufacturing issue. It's now the new CEO's problem. Back to even on my SPY. I'm wondering if I ought to get out. Shit. This is a real tough day today. We hit the right shoulder. I'm green, and I'm only down a little bit on this one. Even again. $93.70. I ain't playing no music. Who's ever doing the charting up there on Wall Street's doing a real good job today. The M&Ms. Because we hit that right shoulder just as I called it. It's amazing how accurate these chart patterns can be. Hey. Now I thought you said AMD was up. Oh, it did come up off my low. I'm not too far out of the money yet. Don't trade weight. Well, I'm in it now. I was up pretty good there, $200, and I didn't sell it. Boeing's getting close to my support, but I don't know if I want to trade it off that news. I mean, it's just problem after problem after problem with Boeing. They need to hire a whole new staff. Always clean. Man, come on. Yeah, what's going on?
Good morning, this is Anna. How are you doing today?
Well, I can tell you're an AI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Calling to let you know that the government is giving a subsidy to pay your bills without any cost to you. I just have to check a couple things to confirm your eligibility. May I know if you already have any government or state provided health coverage like Medicaid or Medicare?
Oh no, ma'am, I'm too rich.
So, we work with leading 27 insurance companies under the Affordable Care Act, and they all have different eligibility criteria and different benefits. I strongly recommend you must check your eligibility with us again.
I can't do that. That's too personal,
Do you have
baby.
any Medicaid or Medicare?
Yeah, like I said, I'm too rich.
All right, well, we work with all the leading insurance companies, and I'm telling you, they always have different eligibility criteria. We have a very big panel over here. Let me just check your eligibility with us again. It will hardly take a couple of minutes.
How much
so
electricity?
Do you have Medicaid or Medicare?
How much electricity do you burn using AI?
All right. I apologize. I will just put your number in our do not call list. Thank you for your time. Take care.
They burn 10 times as much electricity than a regular Google or anything else. And our grid can't hold all that AI. I'll get another call again. They don't never take me off the list. I gotta tell these people I'm not a socialist. I don't need your damn help. You just make things worse. Starbucks is up today. Walmart, AMD, PayPal, Siri up 19 cents. Siri shares are trading higher after the company announced it signed a multi-year agreement. Call Her Daddy podcast. What? Alex Cooper and exclusive rights to Call Your Daddy. God. Okay. Is that a hooker site? Call Your Sugar Daddy? Back to almost even again. This time I will get out if it don't run. That's a second touch, I'm going to call it. Man, we kind of hugged it in a way. To the right shoulder. We've been up here plenty of times for it to break out now. We got a symmetrical flag on the video. 1, 2, 3 coming up. I'm gonna go make a salad here in a second when I get out of this trade. JP Morgan's up, no, not much. Meta's up 21. Oh, who's this? She might turn the markets around.
Side to 190. So capturing that premium, it's a way to mirror my sentiment of the overall market.
Mirror?
By a strategy that's neutral to bullish. Cautiously optimistic is the theme, if you will.
Yeah, understood.
Understood.
Walmart, name so many of the guests come on and pick as a positive winner player being positioned correctly. You actually think there is possibility for more earnings growth going forward. Tell us a little bit about why you think this one has some upside potential.
Yeah, absolutely. The Walmart is absolutely interesting. I know Kevin was on earlier and he stated the same thing. They have been doing well from a defensive perspective and even from a growth perspective. They showed us another solid beat across the top and the bottom. They beat by margins and there's earnings growth. So I'm looking for margin sustainability. That's really important to me right now in this environment that we're in. They have improving e-com profitability. That's something that is contributing to their margin expansion. That's bleeding into the ad space, but also thinking about AI, because you know, Nicole, how much I love to talk about AI. They've invested in supply chain automation. So not necessarily AI, but AI allows for productivity and automation, and that's the source of the investment thesis. And that's going to contribute to future earnings growth. So good management with solid margin expansion definitely looks like it will translate positively into earnings, regardless if we're going to be on the defensive side or the growth side. Walmart's been really coming through.
Yeah, and we have seen the beats on the top and bottom line. Ben, some of your thoughts on the chart of Walmart, please.
A reflection of all of that, Nicole. Very bullish pattern playing out here across multiple time frames. We'll do the same with this example as we did with
84 now.
Start with 5-minute candle chart.
I'm still holding on to these babies.
Value to the upside. You can see after earnings, and this is a prime example of what I like to look for. The two phases of price development, right? Easily identifiable horizontal phase. There's just not a lot of conviction, waiting for the news, and then you get that catalyst to the upside, the earnings results, the news last week, and sideways consolidation. Again, value forms at this new higher level in reaction to the news and no rejection thereof. So stepping away from the, actually, let's just real quick establish what we have here in terms of the 5-minute candles. 68 and 74, there's the two kind of middle of the range areas that we've been sort of consolidating around. So similar pattern playing out as we add a little bit of time on. We've gone from a 5-minute to a 60-minute candle chart. 3 areas that my eye was drawn to. 60, again, 68, 74, the 2 areas we just talked about. But this goes all the way back to the middle of April. Again, you can see that really well-defined vertical separation as the market seeks value higher and then establishes a new area of value, an upper level. Wash, rinse, repeat, staircase type pattern comes into play, and we're talking bottom left, top right. Bulls are in control here, Nicole. Take a look. One more time frame for you. This is a daily candle chart. So we've gone all the way from 5 minutes, look at just the last few days, to a daily here now, to look at the last 4 years, 5 years of price activity. Balance forming around 46. You get it again around the $60 level, and more recently around 68. What I like is, again, we're talking about the bulls in control here, right? And the longs being rewarded. Well, it looks like we're in a vertical phase right now. So we're actually breaking out of this range that we established. And right now, the bulls are going to be looking for something a little bit more sideways at some point to kind of further this pattern to the upside. But yeah, it does appear as if those that have been sticking with this one on the long side are being rewarded handsomely, as I like to say.
All right. I think we should go to the next one, and that is Amazon. Obviously, you like what you've been seeing in e-commerce. You like what you've been seeing, Jessica, in Amazon Web Services, right?
Ready, set, go, go. Just now.
The future of e-commerce and the way that the retail landscape is absolutely going to be changing. Certainly, the macro headwinds are the interest rate environment.
We're going to find out.
But the earnings for me were really mixed. There was growth with AWS, but then there was a miss on the retail side. However, this recent announcement of a potential TikTok partnership is very big and I think realized, almost like that first time we talked about AI, I'm seeing this as that big opportunity. If you think about there's another potential partnership with Pinterest as well that I'm happy to speak to. But thinking about the way that those algorithms work, TikTok is designed, of course, to maximize engagement. If there is something that somebody really, really likes, then it surfaces it, but it learns your habits. It knows when I'm about to cook and shows me those videos. It doesn't do it earlier in the day, meaning it has very optimal targeted opportunities for e-commerce. And there's already a shopping platform within TikTok that does really well. But then this marries to my overall other investment thesis outside of the AI piece, which is the gig economy. There is affiliate links and Amazon stores that a lot of the younger generation utilizes that would be integrated, which could help buoyant really the consumer. So I think there is a lot of opportunity that hasn't been recognized with Amazon simply because of the margin expansion. It's an investment up front, yes, but what could contribute to earnings growth with
Back to even again. This is a train ride.
Gen Z, the primary users of TikTok, is I think really, really going to be big for Amazon.
Oh boy, I don't want to send that to that person. Yeah, I do. Shit.
Some of the technicals, please, on Amazon.
Yeah, supportive of the fundamentals, I think, and that bullish narrative. We've got a similar pattern playing out here on the 15-minute candle chart, and while it's a little clouded on the daily, following some of that sell-off we saw at the beginning of the month of August, the weekly still supportive of this bullish narrative. So let's dive into the levels that I've got my eye on. First and foremost, very much like our last example, and you can see again on a 15-minute candle chart, horizontal into a vertical into a horizontal phase, and looking at price activity through this lens really helps provide a lot of clarity. So I recommend your viewers kind of at the very least scratch the surface on this one. Again, these auction market theories, concepts, these principles that state that we're mostly in this kind of horizontal random phase. It's very limited amount of time that you spend in the vertical phase, but it does provide a lot of information. In this case, a bullish pattern. We're talking value moving higher. Let's step back. Taking a look at the daily candle time frame, you can see a pretty well-defined bottom left top chart. But as we were looking at this one and mapping out some of the areas of consolidation that were forming, we identified 180 as a significant area as we broke out and then kind of got a bit range bound around 197. So to take out 180, not necessarily what the bulls want to see. I think it's important that we held below that around 150. But again, that was a severe retracement there. I think the real way to look at this and kind of evolve this chart or look at it through that kind of bigger picture lens, broader stroke type way of identifying this could be just one larger area forming around 180. And if you look at it through that lens, then really significance of 150 comes into play, and that's right where we tested. So I think that's the way to do it. And the reason I say that is because if you look at the weekly candle chart, it is a very supportive of a bullish narrative. Again, you got a nice bottom established around 180, similar to what we just talked about in terms of this recent test around this 150, 160 area. That held. So now, recent breakout failed. Could establish a bit of a range up here for some time, but again, I think these longer term charts are still supportive of a bullish narrative, assuming that we hold up above some key levels here, 130 on this chart, and those lows from last week, I think, or from the beginning of August are important as well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Walmart just hit its first support.
Jessica, we'll give you a quick last word.
We've got an expansion pattern here.
Just exciting times in the market, paying attention to the health of the consumer, and of course that AI.
It can come back down here to 73, 90, 74 bucks. Drop 45 more cents or hit the 200.
Where many of the responses in the survey were cautiously optimistic. Thank you both, Jessica and Skip.
Right when you think it's getting ready to break, it pulls back. So this is definitely a stagnation day today.
Going to spotlight investor sentiment. Caleb Silver of Investopedia is standing by. He'll give us all the details on how investors are feeling about the recession, possibility of a recession, AI, and what would you do?
Bubba pulled back big time.
We'll be right back.
I was a little bullish on this yesterday. Yeah, we'll come back down more. Chinese companies are trading lower after China's central bank let its 1-year and 5-year loan prime rate unchanged What's wrong with that? You wouldn't think that'd be too bad.
Is now part of
I mean, it's real good interest rates.
Elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go
Compared to what we got.
our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders.
Okay.
You can trade brilliantly.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close.
Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings
I'll be right back.
Insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Still waiting for a phone call and ain't got it yet.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Pedalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's time to spotlight market sentiment. Joining me now, Caleb Silver, editor-in-chief at Investopedia. Thank you for being here, Caleb. So we were just going over, you have a broad array of folks who answer these questions. How often do you do this? Roughly how many people are these? Are all Investopedia?
Yeah, these are our readers of our daily newsletters.
Okay.
We have about 5 daily newsletters that go out to about 1.5 million people. Not all of them answer the survey, but over 1,000 answer the survey. We do this every 2 months. We started right at the beginning of the pandemic because we wanted to know how people actually feel. You know what they're searching for, but how do you feel and what are you actually doing with their portfolios? And I'll tell you this, for the last several months, including the dip last month, our investors, our readers have been mostly optimistic, either optimistic or cautiously optimistic. That has been the trend for about 5 to 6 months, but they weren't that optimistic during the bull market of 2023. They got optimistic earlier this year.
Oh, there's the emoji. I teased that. So let's do
SPX can come down to 55.70. I'm gonna look at coin.
Very few were extremely optimistic or panicked. The two extremes, right?
These are veteran investors.
And Mara.
They are self-directed veteran investors who have seen a few market cycles. They saw that mini correction, that mini reversal, and they're like, not all the elements are adding up to a big drop here, so they stayed with it, which is nice.
Coin hit the 200.
They've been searching for things that may have provoked anxiety in them.
On the 1 hour.
They didn't move their money. In fact, they poured more money into their favorite stocks. What are their favorite stocks, Nicole? The top 10 stocks in the S&P 500 by and large, the mega caps. They love the home.
Yeah, I don't understand Baba.
At it, and they've done very well by staying with it.
Yeah, I love this one. Know when to walk away.
Yeah.
Right? That's like Kenny and
Who knows? I might get paid real good on this thing. I'm at 81.5.
expectations for recession because you said it's looking better. You noted only 27% expect a 10% drop due to recession. Tell me a little bit about that.
That number's up a little bit. We got the recession drumbeat a few weeks ago when we got that kind of bad unemployment uptick. We got that when with the yen carry trade. A lot of people were feeling that. You saw banks raise their percentage chance of a recession. I think our readers felt that too. So they said if the market is going to fall, and those that believe it will, believe it will fall mostly because of a recession if we have one. They're also worried about the election. They're worried about overvaluation in the market. They keep buying, but they're worried about overvaluations. On the election front, they're not worried about necessarily who wins, although tax policy could become a factor. They're worried about chaos surrounding the election, and I totally understand that.
Yeah, without a doubt. In the individual investors, it did say 42% bought the dip. So they were willing to take the chance. Not the YOLO one,
Right.
only 1%. Don't bet the farm, but they were willing to buy the dip. But on the other survey, it's interesting because sometimes you'll get what feels a bit like a comp, like the 74%. When I guess if you have a near-term correction or something you may be scared of, if you have to put it to them, they did say recession,
that's what they're worried about.
Middle East conflict, things like that.
All all the things. The walls are worried. They're worried about all of those things, but it is not stopping them from either regularly passively investing or actively buying stocks. And we
No, it's not.
They're active investors, right? They are willing to buy individual equities. They are not market timers per se. They like owning big stocks. They like adding to their positions.
I want to go over some of the sectors and how people, I was actually asking, there was an article about, are people losing interest in cryptocurrency? Is it overvalued? What's it doing? AI always is AI too frothy? These are some of the everyday questions,
Sure.
right? Tell me about what they were saying there.
Yeah, we always ask them what is overvalued, if anything, in the market right now, and AI stocks have led the top of that list for the last year and a half, and for very good reason. It hasn't stopped our readers from buying them per se. Mega cap tech, also possibly overvalued, hasn't stopped them from buying them. You've seen this is like a value trade almost for the mega cap tech stocks. Crypto, they also think is overvalued. I think only 8 to 10% of our readers, or those that answer the survey, actually own Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, so they're not terribly concerned about it. And the housing stocks and housing prices in general, they feel overvalued. That's where they feel the bubbles are, but bubbles do not stop them from buying necessarily. They're aware of them, but they've been investing in bubbles for a long time.
But it seems more reasonable. Healthcare.
Yeah. Healthcare, overvalued, right? And these are the areas that are kind of picking up. Staples more than discretionary. Staples picking up now, but generally, yeah, the stock market might be overvalued. But what are the alternatives? We went from there is no alternative to there are alternatives with 5% in money markets to I can make decisions now because we know interest rates
TSM down $4.
we're looking forward to as well.
Yeah, and then I said it in the tease, but what would you do if you got an extra
HPE
10
down
grand?
24 cents.
Pretty savvy investors.
God, look at that. That's a nicey.
Said, I'm going to pay down my credit card. Very few people said pay down debt.
Yeah, we asked them this question because a lot of individual investors invest passively every 2 weeks to the paycheck, or they have a regular buying period of time where they always buy stocks or sell stocks. But we said, if we just gave you an extra 10 G's, what would you do? That to me is a good.
I can't believe I've held this this long.
Of what that discretionary money would go towards, and it's stocks, and it's been stocks for the past 6 months for a good period of time there, Nicole. For the first half of this year and a good chunk of last year as the market was rallying, it was CDs. They wanted the 5%.
CDs are back.
Still descending triangle.
This may be your last check.
It's a big amount, sort of.
Absolutely, absolutely. But if you saw this survey a few months ago, at the beginning of the year, it was mostly CDs because they didn't want to take the risk. Once they saw that rally really take shape, the second half of this year, they've been all in on stocks. That's what they would do with an extra 10G.
And you noted some of the things that were hitting highs, during this rally. We had 8 days in a row of gains for stocks. I don't know whether or not we'll clear that today and make it 9. At this point, no.
You got 52-week highs here at the Dow Industrials, financials, 52-week high breakouts here, staples, 52 utilities breakouts, dividend stocks. In general, when we saw that big sell-off a couple weeks ago, Nicole, we saw a lot of money move to the high dividend-paying stocks, those that have a dividend yield.
Carvana.
That part of the market, those high dividend, those aristocrats, outperform the market by about 6%. So you're seeing people interested in that.
Shop hit my support.
They are a safety play in a slowing economy, and the dividends are pretty sweet if you can hang through it. So also gold.
Adobe had a real good run yesterday.
All-time high. But then I was looking, as I always do, at stocks hitting all-time highs. Right here, ICE, the owner of this beautiful stock exchange, all-time high. Netflix, all-time high. Aflac, insurance, all-time
Amazon
high.
was getting pumped.
This is house painting, right? The housing market
Dell bounced back real nice.
Broken open yet, but you see housing stocks moving. You see housing repair, housing
Okay,
stocks doing pretty well.
come on, baby, break this time. Quit fucking around.
Of lower rates and the opening up of the housing market, plus a little bit of a flight to safety here with the dividend rise.
Okay, great stuff. As always, Caleb Silver of Investopedia. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Coming up next, the disruptors. George Sills will take a look at Snowflake. In fact, a couple of the analysts cut the price targets on that stock. Still recommended it at a it's up over 20% from its 52-week lows earlier in the month. He'll break that down. He'll have an example trade for us as well. We'll be right back.
We're even again. I can't tell you how long. Well, I can tell you. I've been in this trade a long time. Jim, you're supposed to be better than this. What should I do? YouTube? Should I sell it?
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Right, welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalini.
Sell it so it can continue to rise. Exactly.
I'd like to bring in Caroline Woods, senior market correspondent here on the Schwab
That's what will happen if I sell it. I guarantee it.
Looking good today, up 2.9%. With,
I've been down that road many a times.
Yes, from this late-stage trial, Eli Lilly shares.
But it's not a real good day to be really taking too much risk if you're in calls.
On news that its trial found that its weight loss drug, tirzepatide, reduced the risk of type 2 diabetes in people who are overweight, adults who are overweight or obese by 94%. So
God,
tirzepatide is the active ingredient
that's a good number.
of the popular weight loss drug injection Zepbound, which we talked quite a bit about, and its diabetes drug Mounjaro. The trial also found that patients experienced sustained weight loss over the roughly 3-year treatment period, so we're able to keep it off. Adults on the highest weekly dose of the drug saw a 2.9% decrease in body weight on average after the 176-week time period. That compares with 2.1% decrease from people who were on the placebo, so quite a big difference there. So this suggests that Eli Lilly treatment could be, it could be beneficial for people with diabetes, really having a meaningful impact there. So Eli Lilly will submit the results to a peer-reviewed journal, and then they'll present them at an upcoming medical conference in November. So if you take a look at shares, as we said, they're up about 3%. Take a look at Novo Nordisk.
Well, I knew a lot of people that took speed that lost weight.
Shares a little bit under pressure, down about 0.3%. But interestingly enough, if you take a look at Dexcom and Insulin management system, glucose monitoring system, both down big on this news. Dexcom's down about 5%, Insulin's down about 5.5%. So it has to make you wonder if that Eli Lilly news is really weighing on shares, because Dexcom is now
Jimmy called the snake.
Right, understood. All right.
So you got the 200 SMAs and exit idea on NVIDIA.
The whole ride. I mean, 1 year it's up almost 75.
Snake breakout pulled back, and I said all we need was the boom.
Now for our disruptors.
Your target's at 200 SMA.
To talk all about Snowflake. In this case, the analysts over at Citi and Bear are cutting the price target, keeping the buy ratings, though, I think. Tell us a little bit about the
For you people new here, I'm still in the SPY. I'm watching it close. Snake, you draw out your channel. You don't jump right in the trade a lot of times. You just let it kind of pull back and create a pattern. And here we created a what? An inverse head and shoulders. And we popped up on a doji, or almost a spinning top. This is a TTM trend chart too. What are they doing all over here for? Fuck, I don't want no more TTMs over here. God. Man, this is the toughest trade I ever took. This market's definitely bearish right now. NVIDIA earnings and Jackson Hole Hopefield diving stocks market higher, but market is overbought. You gonna mow the yard, Randy? Good timing. I should be getting a phone call pretty soon. I got to get my salad going here. I'll be right back. I'll put this up over here. We got a 1, 2, 3 on the bottom here on the SPY. If this don't hold, we're going to drop. So I'm going to set a stop right here. This is a descending triangle, so it's still bearish. Okay, I gotta leave. I didn't get my salad in after all. It shouldn't take very long. See where he sent this message. 10:47. Yeah, I got time. Well, I gotta go let this painter and tell him what I gotta tell him to do. And I'll be watching this trade on my way.
3-star rating. You have a 366.
I've had a lot of times to get out of this thing even. Plenty of times to take profit, and I just ain't done it.
Yeah, I mean, the overall quarterly results were very solid. We were very happy.
So this time I got to get out.
This ongoing platformization drive. That's something that we've been highlighting over the last few quarters. And when the company announced its
Good, I'm glad you got out.
Platformization drive in Q2, there was a first market reaction, but we thought that it would be a long-term value accretive move by consolidating more security spend on its platform, and we're happy that the market has come around to that conclusion.
Yeah. Look, this is the largest increase that we've seen for this stock in almost a year. Alex, what say you?
So I would agree. I think the platformization is a great strategy. You know, I've been around for a while and, you know, kind of been through cycles where people were buying kind of every new thing and had a lot of different disparate technologies. But IT teams and security teams really want ease of use and outcomes. And so if you're able to really centralize and really able to consolidate, it can be a great strategy. You know, I know we talk about diversification and having multiple technologies within an environment, but that can be really challenging from an IT standpoint. So being able to kind of get in and stay sticky with these customers is going to be essential.
Right. I mean, where do you think it ranks, Alex, just quickly? You know, we talk about where Palo Alto is in the group. You know, which ones would be your favorite? Is Palo Alto a top tier in your eyes?
I think they absolutely are and have been, you know, and I say that as more of a practitioner, right, as someone that's using these products. And, you know, I think that we've seen so many new entries over the years, and we're really settling in on, you know, some of the top organizations that companies know and they trust and they get the outcomes and they have the relationships. And even when you look at, you know, trying to hire staff and so on and so forth, when you use a known technology, it's much easier to get staff. It's much easier to train them on these technologies, and they can oftentimes be much more efficient and effective.
Yeah. I'm curious, you know, where you think, because I know you have the price target of 366 and the 3 stars. We had the CrowdStrike recently fall out. That was very tough to digest that. Some of your thoughts where Palo Alto ranks. Is it one of the best or not necessarily?
100%. That has been our view over the last few years, is that Palo Alto is and remains one of the highest quality cybersecurity vendors. So it ranks alongside CrowdStrike, Fortinet, and Educator as the top 4 large cap cybersecurity names that we really like from a quality perspective. I mean, we can get more into the CrowdStrike outage and how that sort of impacts other cybersecurity vendors in terms of, you know, increased demand for their solutions, perhaps. But overall, these four vendors are high quality cybersecurity picks.
Yeah. So what if we were to say I'm at 4-star rating? Would you have a name for me or no?
Not currently. I mean, we had Fortinet and Palo Alto both trading in the 4-star range, but they've had a good run up.
Fortinet and Palo Alto. Alex, when you know, what were your thoughts after what happened with CrowdStrike? I mean, a global IT outage. It was probably one of the biggest ever on a software upgrade.
So it was a little surprising, so I think we all, use these different technologies in our day-to-day life, not just, as consumers that, consume the products that are affected by something like that. And I think it really showed the fragility of having so many organizations using the same technology. It could have been worse, and I think that, it's just going to continue to show that we need to put more emphasis on ensuring that all these technologies are solid and they're implemented correctly, and that we're really reviewing them, before we're implementing them.
I think about AI and, we have cybersecurity and we have AI, and where does it exactly fit in? A quick thought on Ed.
Yes, I mean, if you look at Palo Alto's AI ARR, it was up 4 times from a year ago, roughly $200 million. So if you think about Palo Alto's overall business, especially with their business and security operations, we think there's certainly an AI element there with AI operations. So we think that overall, like, these large cybersecurity companies are going to be beneficiaries of increased threats from cybersecurity, from an AI perspective within the cybersecurity landscape.
Yeah. Look, we just had another breach from Ticketmaster. I got some other thing about how all these social security numbers were taken recently. It's still very scary. So it's a prevalent thing. It's something that's very needed. Final last word, Alex, on some of these names and how they're developing to keep up with this.
So it's a constant struggle, and it's not just for organizations and their products. It's that the environment is changing so much, and it's nonstop. I mean, you just mentioned a number of headlines, and this is not going to slow down. And so certainly being in the business of helping prevent these incidents is never going to be a bad one.
Yeah, great to see you both. Thank you, Ahmed Khan of Morningstar, Alex Hammerstone of Tech. Thank you both very much for joining us here on Trading 360. Thanks for being with me. I'm glad you're here. I'm Nicole Penn-Levy's every day, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. here on Schwab Network. You can download our Schwab Network app. It's available in the Apple App Store. Tune in 24/7, schwabnetwork.com. I'll see you at 2 o'clock for the watch list. Down now at 85. The S&P's down about 10. Fast markets next.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's by the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week.
Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed. Stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 6 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail.
Have you set yourself up correctly?
It's controversial. The old guard is saying
away off with their heads.
AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now.
It is going crazy.
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you.
Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in. Ethan, how's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech.
Trends?
All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope, Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Traders, and welcome to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Tom White. We've got a great lineup for you today, including discussions, and we'll have option strategies in Target, which is only up slightly so far this year into their earnings, and Toll Brothers, the home builder shares are up about 30% this year into their quarterly report. And like Folio will break down consumer sentiment data in TJX, the discount retailer stock has rallied sharply this year into their earnings tomorrow morning. Now let's take a look at the major indices, which are off of session lows. Slightly in the red. You can't see much red on the screens this week or the last 8 days. S&P 500 down almost 0.1%. Same for the Dow. NASDAQ 100 slightly in the red, and the Russell 2000 weak, down 1% on the day. To help me break down the market action, let's bring in my co-host. That's Kevin Hanks. Kevin, I was looking at some of the sectors and some of the markets going into yesterday's close. 8th straight day of gains for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. Yeah. Utilities, consumer staples, financials, healthcare, the S&P 500 equal weight index, all settled at record highs. So the momentum continues, but I had to wipe my eyes and blink a little bit because I saw some red on the screen today.
Yeah, it's interesting. 8 straight days higher, and really the macros, yields, dollar, crude oil, all down again today, frankly, but a little bit of fatigue setting into the market, so they're having a little trouble going higher. Tom, this has been, if you look at the week, up until we get to Fed minutes tomorrow, Jerome Powell on Friday, NVIDIA and CrowdStrike next Wednesday, not a lot of top-tier economic news to get in the way of this market. So they may not buy them much further, but they're probably not going to sell them either. I mean, they're looking forward to what Jerome Powell says now. That's another whole chapter of another whole story that we need to talk about with what is Jerome Powell going to say. I think they want to do a maintenance reduction in rates coming up in September. But I think 50 basis points is a pipe dream, and it would signal Jerome Powell fears there's something wrong with the markets that I don't think he does, frankly. So I'm very cognizant. I think the next week, I think his comments Friday might disappoint the market. That is calling for, some people call for a full point lower in interest rates by the end of the year. That's absurd, Tom.
Yeah, I think that the rhetoric, even with the data that we've had recently, whether it's jobless claims, retail sales, the consumer sentiment, and confidence numbers are still, not showing any cracks really in the economy. Let's bring in, Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent here. KG, I wanted to get your take here on the markets. The S&P 500 now only 1% below its all-time highs. If we hit a 9th straight day of gains for the S&P 500, we haven't had that since 2004. It just seems odd to me that
you know, less than 2 weeks ago, everybody was on edge, and now it seems like, hey, everything's okay again, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's the narrative of the rate cut, like Kev was talking about here. I think the amount of rate cuts for the remainder of this year, the magnitude of them, as well as their outlook moving forward, is going to be the big question here. And I will say, though, it does appear that the bond market is pricing in an economic slowness, while the equity markets are really not paying it any mind when it comes to the economic data. Now, we had that huge spike in the VIX. We did see some buyers coming in, stepping in here, and now we're trying to test new all-time highs, as you kind of talked about. When you're looking at the S&P 500, though, the last gap that we have to fill is really the resistance level that we hit today, 56.20. And so that gap might be a little bit difficult, but we have seen a lot of bullish activity just across the board here. And just knowing that the S&P 500 equal weight has been able to hit all-time highs just shows that the breadth of the market is still there. We just might be losing a little bit of steam. It should be healthy for us to have maybe a little bit of a muted day or just a little bit of a pullback before trying to make new all-time highs. But I think it's just the size of these moves lately just shows that the market really wants to put on risk, and they do believe that these cuts are going to be bullish. I don't believe that's going to be the case here, and I think either the fixed income market's offsides or the equity market's offsides. We should start seeing that, you know, recalibration here at least by the September meeting, if not by Jackson Hole on Friday.
KG brings up a good point here, Kev, because I historically have tended to watch the debt market, watch treasuries and yields to kind of get a clue and inclination on what equities are doing. Do you think we've disconnected enough here where, hey, if we don't see some strength in those yields, you know, who knows? The equity market can continue to move higher.
Yeah, 3.8 on the 10-year, 3.82 on the 10-year is a pretty steep discount from that gap widening between the Fed funds rate. That's why I think, you know, I just don't think that a steady hand like Jerome Powell, with where he needs to get rates and his legacy involved, is going to push the panic button on rates and go 50 basis points. I think he's ready. He's waited to do 25 basis points. I think he's comfortable with that. I think he'll make the rest of the markets comfortable with that. He'll deliver news to the markets that they generally like, you know, because think about this, Tom. If I'm Jerome Powell, I want the ability to say, we're only going to lower 25 basis points. Why? Because the U.S. economy is still strong. That's why. Well, there's no need to lower 50 basis points. I know you want it. The markets always want more than you give them, but there's just no reason to do it. And his legacy will depend on getting inflation right and engineering this soft landing. And that's what he doesn't want to do. So without any real hardcore economic data this week, it's all about Jerome Powell. Fed minutes, they always move the markets on Wednesday afternoon. Should they? Probably not, but they always do, Tom. So we'll watch those as well. But, you know, I think the earnings will show the U.S. consumer. I think tomorrow that we'll get a good look at the U.S. consumer. And, you know, I think we wait for Jerome Powell. The first line on my notes for this morning is a day closer, Tom.
Yeah, KG, if you know, kind of listen to Kevin's rhetoric there, they, you know, start pricing in 50 basis points cut for September. That means to me that maybe something else is broken underlying the overall economy or the market in general. Is that the consensus here, or is it maybe warranted at this point after being in restrictive territory? But the data doesn't seem to reflect that we need 50 basis points or even 25 at this point.
I would say some of the data points, you know, does not support it, as you're kind of talking about. If you're looking at GDP numbers, yeah, you can make that case, even though the bulk of that has been inventory builds and government spending. But you can make that case. If you're going to retail sales, top line number look good. You look under the hood, 60% of that's automotive. You know, is that a really good thing? Who knows? But when you come to the ISM data, the Fed regional data, I would say that actually does look a little bit more bearish or recessionary-esque, if you will. I think the biggest question, too, that we have to keep on the radar is going to be the payroll benchmark adjustment for tomorrow. Is that going to be enough to move the Fed? I really don't think so, but there's a wide range of possibilities as to what these payroll numbers are going to be adjusted for between March of 2023 and March of 2024. Low estimates of around 500,000 jobs, high estimates of around 1 million jobs, and that could maybe freak people out maybe a little bit. Maybe that does provide a little bit of volatility. But I think that probably would be the only other economic data point. Maybe initial plans, that's such high frequency data that it's really hard to kind of pinpoint that. And actually, it's going against the seasonal trends. So yeah, I mean, 50 basis points, I would say signifies that the Fed is nervous about something. We haven't seen any cracks yet. The yen carry trade for now has abated as far as risk. It should show up in financial reports over the next 2 to 3 months. You just don't wipe away $2.2 trillion worth of risk in a matter of 5 days. I can tell you that's not possible. But for now, I think that's where the Fed is heading. I think it's a mixed picture. It gives them enough to be able to cut. But I would not say we're just in a robust economy either. I think some of the data is skewed based on, once again, inventories and in automotive, which is already seeing a really big glut when it comes to the automotive business as a whole.
Yeah, KG mentioned that BLS reset, Kevin, that's due tomorrow morning. You know, and I'm hearing anything, you know, around 600K is probably the consensus at this point. That's 50,000 jobs a month over the last year. Could that throw a wrench into things where, hey, you know what, we're in restrictive territory. To your point, this is probably a maintenance cut at this point if they do a quarter basis point in September, just to kind of decrease that gap between the Fed funds rate and what's the market's pricing in at this point.
Yeah, I think in order, if you think of it like this, as inflation comes down, you want to lower rates along with that so you're not over restrictive in the Fed funds rate. The bond market, the 10-year yield is telling you that, you know, there's adjustments being made in bonds. Now, have they overdone it in the 10-year in yields? Maybe. It's very possible that they've overdone it. Markets overshoot on the upside and downside all the time. That's why we trade them, because they get out of whack. But yeah, I don't know about this number where they're gonna make the adjustments to payrolls or the BLS. I think that's interesting. It'll be a talking topic. Not sure how much it'll change the market. I think the biggest, it may, I can't rule it out, depending on if it comes in way out of whack. But I think this market is really drifting, waiting for Jerome Powell to give it real direction.
Yeah, and Kev, if you look at some of the earnings that we had Palo Alto last night, a little bit of a sigh of relief. KG, I'll go to you first on this. Palo Alto up about 9%. It's almost like a sign of relief here out of the cybersecurity industry after the CrowdStrike issues that we had. That hey, you know, demand's still out there and they continue to grow.
Yeah, I think it's the positive commentary that we heard during the conference call. I did make mention of the CrowdStrike situation, and they are seeing some prospective interest from potential customers. So I think that's a tailwind for them, and then also seeing potentially a bottom when it comes to the remaining performance obligations, where that did grow around 20%, if I'm not mistaken, on a year-over-year basis. I think the street was looking for around 17.5%, 18%. The guidance on ARPU, though, came in a little bit light, but they did guide to the upside when it came to revenue and adjusted earnings per share. I think there's a couple of investors that are maybe a little bit shocked that they did not see an immediate increase in demand when it came to the CrowdStrike situation, but kind of understand that the event occurred 3 weeks left to go in the quarter. So I don't think it's going to be enough time for them to readjust their guidance and have really good confidence in their guidance moving forward if they are going to see a tailwind. I think it's going to be all anecdotal commentary right now until we get the hard data in the next couple of quarters. So it was a nice little push back to the upside here. Can I just go right back to the thing?
Sure.
Tom, you've been mentioning about the valuations in the S&P 500. They've been a little bit stretched. We saw a nice little pullback, right, trying to recorrect those valuations. Now, they still were pretty much stretched at that correction. What I find very interesting here, and will be a telltale sign as far as appetite and risk on appetite in the market, is that if you actually look at the estimates moving forward for Q3 S&P earnings, they actually have gone down about 3.5%, almost 4% from the guidance previously. So if you kind of look at it, the market's actually more expensive now than it was when we were hitting all-time highs just 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. I want to see how the market's going to really contend with that, because it does make the valuations a little bit more stretched, and maybe doesn't make as much sense to see this strong guide to the upside here from a fundamental basis. But that's the big thing I'm keeping my eye out on, is guidance numbers have actually gone down while prices continue to elevate.
Yeah, and a lot of people on the street are, kind of pounding the table that they haven't come down enough yet. They're still elevated for the second half of this year as far as those growth rates. But Kev, if you look at Lowe's, I mean, that was another, dismal report out of Lowe's. I mean, the stock finally kind of reset, and it's down just a little bit here, but it seems like even on bad numbers, the market wants to take this stuff up. Home Depot was the same way last week.
Yeah, and Home Depot, last time I checked before I came on the air, was up on the day.
Yeah.
Lowe's is down, but Lowe's basically getting back to where it was at the beginning of the day yesterday. So no real damage in terms of Lowe's. But remember, these stocks, I think, trying to figure out the reaction to these stocks with earnings that were and guidance that were pretty horrible. Yet these stocks aren't getting beat up. Remember, they still had they still made $4 a share in terms of earnings, but their comments, they're very worried about the next quarter going forward, and they're ratcheting down expectations. Remember, to go back to Kevin's comment, the PE ratio of a company is two things, right? It's price and it's earnings. The price can change the PE ratio, or the earnings can change the PE ratio, and you might be seeing a little bit of both coming up here in the next few quarters.
Yeah, Lowe's reacting to that comparable sales down 5.1%, so definitely not good.
Yeah, 5%.
Yeah, let's take a quick break here, guys. When we come back, we're going to talk another earnings name in the retail space. That's Target. Bar is pretty low on this one, barely positive so far in 2024 going into their report. Stick around, Fast Market's coming right back.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rank.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. It's time to talk more earnings. We're going to focus on Target. Walmart hit all-time highs after their earnings, but Target's been definitely underperforming. Discretionary items sales have decreased sharply as grocery kind of picks up inflationary pressures. Let's bring in Caroline Wood, Senior Markets Correspondent here. Caroline, going into this report, the bar's pretty low and just doesn't seem like anybody's expecting anything to the upside here in Target, just due to the fact that the consumer has been finicky as far as what they're buying right now.
Yes, and even Walmart talked about the consumer being very, choosy and discerning, really focused on value. So Target share is under pressure heading into this report tomorrow, down a little less than 1% right now. I think if this earnings season so far and that better than expected retail sales report that we got recently have told us anything, it's that the consumer is slowing, but it is still resilient and still spending. So I think the big question is, we know they're spending at Walmart. Will they be spending at Target, or did they spend at Target, which, as you said, is really well known for those non-essential items, the discretionary purchases. Walmart did actually talk about an uptick. It was a slight uptick, but in general merchandise, things like lawn and garden, it was the first time they saw an uptick there in 11 quarters. First time it was positive, so we'll have to see if that translates into anything good for Target as well. In terms of the actual estimates, analysts are expecting revenue growth from Target. Revenue is expected to rise a little less than 2% to $25.23 billion. That is versus a decrease of almost 5% in the same period a year ago. It's also a sequential increase, as you can see there. And then EPS is expected to come in at $2.18 versus $1.80 in the year ago period, and versus $2.03 in the previous quarter. So a sequential increase as well. Now, back in May, Target said it expects Q2 comp sales growth to be flat to up 2%, as discretionary spending could remain pressured for some time. I mentioned that Walmart talked about a discerning and choiceful customer. We'll have to see what Target actually has to say in terms of any commentary there. We know that they've been cutting prices to better compete with the competition, and it's not just Walmart, right? It's Amazon, it's Costco. Target has also revamped its Target Circle loyalty program to try to lure more customers to their stores and to their website. We'll also get some insights from Target Circle Week, which we know was their big sales event, and any commentary on back-to-school season, I think, will be important as well. Target did mention back in May that they saw some improvement in apparel, and they said, I was going back to the earnings call transcript, saying this gives us some optimism that we could see a better balance of spending between discretionary and frequency categories in the years ahead, but did say in the short term that they expect discretionary trends will continue to remain pressured. So I think that's sort of the expectation heading into it. Likely why shares are under pressure right now and really have underperformed year to date. They're basically flat, up about 0.6% right now. So a far cry from Walmart's 40+% year to date gains.
Yeah, Caroline, there's so many different storylines when it comes to Target's earnings. Number one, with all the discount retailers, are they in that group, right? Do they make it to the cool kids table where Walmart and Amazon and Costco hang out? Do they get part of that? Then it's a margin story for Target as they get the huge mistake they made with discretionary inventories a couple of years ago. Are we through that problem? Then you look at, July retail sales were a little better. Back to school was probably very popular. They've got their private label brands and their little innovations that they do. Do they have a niche in big box retail? That's the question, because the stock is discounted to where it doesn't, Caroline.
That's true, but I mean, $25 billion in revenue, I think, shows that, people are definitely spending there. I think, though, to Tom's point, the question is the bar low enough at this point with this, 0.6% year-to-date gain, and the fact that shares are under pressure this month heading into the report, down about 5%. So I was taking a look at some of the analyst commentary heading into this, because analysts are pretty split, whereas they're very bullish on Walmart. 92% have a buy rating on Walmart. They're much more split on Target. 57% have a buy rating and 40% have a hold rating. So, more buys than holds, but still quite a few people on the sidelines there. And in terms of the expectation for this actual report, even though the bar might be low, I was taking a look at some commentary from Evercore saying, while results are likely to be at or above street estimates, so actually could beat, comp trends appear to be moderating into the third quarter when they should be improving. So they actually think that will hurt the share price, that it could actually not have a positive reaction. So they're with an inline stance in terms of their rating. And then Oppenheimer was saying, amidst an uncertain consumer environment and a still challenged discretionary backdrop, we are taking a more conservative stance and moving to the lower end of management's EPS guidance ranges for both Q2 and the full year. So moving to the lower end, keeping an outperform rating, but it seems like there's definitely some caution heading into this report. But who knows? Maybe the bar is low enough that we could see, the shares kind of reverse course. I thought that was what was going to be happening with Lowe's, but we do see shares lower despite the fact that, they were higher earlier despite that miss on the top line and the cut to guidance.
Yeah, this stock has been almost cut in half since hit those highs in November of 2021. So, yeah, the bar is relatively low. All right, great stuff. Thanks to Caroline Woods, Senior Markets Correspondent here, breaking it down for us. But let's bring KG, let's bring you back in here because, as we mentioned, the bar is pretty low on this one. If they do anything right as far as, the fixes that they're trying to put in place, maybe less consumer discretionary items might help, but this might be one of those pivotal quarters for this company, whether things that they're doing behind the scenes are working to help this stock, because you kind of feel bad for investors. And I don't know about you, but Target was always pretty awesome to me when I used to go.
Well, I mean, we shop at both here in my household, but what I will say is it is still going to be a tough quarter, right? You're talking about the consumer discretionary side really has to outperform. Those provide the larger margins rather than grocery, which is only around 20 to 25% of their total sales. And unfortunately, grocery margins have actually contracted over the last couple of quarters. If you're looking at the industry as a whole, as prices for food has also gone down, those margins are really, really small. So they would have to actually push through a lot more customers on those transactions in order to really see a meaningful impact on the bottom line. So I think that's going to be a little bit difficult. And then also when you're looking at Walmart in their earnings announcement in the conference call, they called out the fact that they have been able to see a fair amount of strength, but also they're seeing strength because they have the pricing power compared to their competitors. And Target just doesn't have that when it comes to the prices or the competitive prices within the market. So they could actually be eating into Target's market share as a whole. And the last thing too, the GLP-1 situation, which was a big fear about 8 months ago, 9 months ago, Walmart's actually seeing a benefit because not only are individuals coming into the stores and utilizing their pharmacies, but when they come into the stores, they're also buying other goods. Target, on the other hand, is actually closing, or CVS is actually closing a lot of the in-store locations within Target. So they're not going to see those flows. I still think it's going to be a very difficult earnings announcement here. We kind of see it from the chart. Has not been able to break above that 180 level on a 3-year weekly chart. And it seems like right now it's flagging or bear flagging to the downside, unfortunately, here, Tom.
Well, let's set up this example trade for us that you got, KG.
Yeah, so maybe, once again, lackluster earnings, maybe commentary isn't so strong. We have an example trade of a bearish put spread looking at the 145, 130 expiration is going to be this week. Bear put spread doing this for a debit of $5.50. Max loss is going to be the debit paid, $550. The max gain is the difference between the spread and the debit paid, which would be $950 with a break-even point of $139, $139.50. Obviously, this spread would actually max out if the stock is below $130 at the time of the expiration, which is going to be this Friday. And max loss, once again, is kind of minimizing the risk if we do see an upside pop, which could be possible. So trying to minimize risk, trying to buy a little bit more of a juicier delta just in case we may have a muted type of response. Maybe it doesn't get as aggressive going down at 130. So buying a little bit more delta to have that 1-for-1 or try to have as close as the 1-to-1 offset per dollar for the stock here. And, risk reward, you're still looking at, let's say 2-to-1 or close to a 2-to-1 risk reward ratio here.
Yep, let's break this one down. August 23rd weekly cycle, so just 3 days to expiration, really short-term positioning on this example. If you think this stock's going to go down, this type of strategy takes advantage of it, buying the 145 put, selling the 130 put, $15 wide, bearish put vertical, paying roughly about $550 debit. It's probably trading closer to $580 right now just because the stock's weakened a little bit. But if you pay that $550 debit, there's your risk, $550 per spread. But Kevin, pretty good risk reward setup. You only need a move of about $4 to get to that downside break even on this one. What do you think?
Yeah, you get $2 of intrinsic value already in the 145 put. But Tom, as you know, when you're playing with this week, you need a move and you need it quickly. But if you're right and Target does come in and disappoint, this has a pretty good opportunity with a $10 expected move. This is playing the downside. This is playing short deltas into this move, and yeah, it's a big payoff if you get it right. It's virtually a 3-to-1 payoff, Tom, if you get it right.
Yeah, we've been in that downtrend over the last few years, but then also did hit 181, and that was in April of 2024. So if this downtrend continues, this 50-day moving average looking like resistance, but this definitely takes advantage of a downside. And the nice thing is, on directional verticals that you're buying like this to the downside, even if you get that initial move immediately, it expands in price. You could maybe close a portion of it or all of it if the market's open. And if it does reverse, maybe you get out of some of it on the initial move. So you've got a little bit more flexibility as far as trade management goes because you are buying that downside put vertical. All right, that's going to wrap up this segment. Thanks to Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent, for joining us. But coming up after the break, Kevin and I are going to be joined by Andy Swan from Likefolio for a look at sentiment data in TJX. The off-price retailer stocks up about 20% so far this year into their quarterly report. Stick around.
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's Market on Close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Neil, how's my favorite client?
Quick question, Carl. Can you offer me the same choices as Schwab?
Choices?
Yeah. At Schwab, I can get full-service wealth management, advice, and invest and trade on my own.
Come on, you know Carl's the only choice you need, right? Neil, tell me you know this.
Gotta run, Carl.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. It's time for cash tags. For that, let's bring in our next guest. That's going to be Andy Swan, co-founder at Likefolio. Welcome back to the show, Andy.
Thank you.
All right. So TJX, I mean, discount retailer, too much inventory from other companies. They give them to TJX. Their margins are good. I mean, stock's only a few bucks off its all-time highs that we hit about a month ago. Andy, do you guys have the data supporting the move?
Yeah, we do. You know, and we've got the themes supporting the move too. I think, as we've talked about on here, several times, the consumer is moving down market a little bit, but doesn't want to give up kind of that luxury feeling. That puts TJX in the driver's seat as far as we're concerned, and it's really showing up in all the metrics that we're seeing. This is a company that last quarter revenue was up nearly 6%, earnings per share were up 22%. They had a really good reaction to the news. Like you said, the stock's near all-time highs, and we're seeing company-wide web visits to TJ Maxx up double digits year over year. Consumer happiness near the top of its category. And so this is a company that not only has executed really well historically, but they also have the opportunity to grow into more locations and more stores, and they have a couple of trends, a couple of tailwinds that are on their side, and that is a consumer that's getting pinched, but who still is looking for great value in some kind of luxury-ish type of items or garments that they can purchase. So, all in all, I think TJX is in the driver's seat and doing a very, very good job of steering their way through a little bit of a tricky economy.
TJX's business model as the sweet spot for where the consumer finds themselves right now. They're seeking out discounts and retailers, and this treasure hunt format that brings brands and fashion and quality all to one place and allows that treasure hunt to happen. They're getting stronger and stronger. Their relationships with high-end retailers keeps getting stronger. This, like I said, they seem to be, in terms of a business model, right in the sweet spot of where the overall economy is moving, Andy.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And, I would say going into earnings, the only negative that you're going to find, at least coming out of, Likefolio and looking at Likefolio data, is the fact that the secret is out. Wall Street has caught on to the fact that TJX is in the exact sweet spot. The stock's up, 13% over the last 3 months. Really nice move, like we said, nearing or right at all-time highs. That's a phenomenal spot to be. So kudos to them. I think, overall, TJ Maxx is delivering for consumers, and they've done a really good job of managing expectations. When you go into these stores, you don't think, okay, I know exactly what they're going to have, and I'm going to get it at the best price. There is that treasure hunt type of mentality, kind of like Five Below delivers to customers, something that you really can't get online. And so I think the fact that they've been able to find this very specific niche and exploit it from both sides. The consumer wants these products at lower prices, and the luxury retailers want to get rid of their inventory. It just puts TJ Maxx in a really great position.
Andy, when you look at the different segments, they got TJ Maxx, Marshalls, Home Goods. Is that going to be maybe an issue, maybe an outlier for this company moving into earnings, just because it seems like nobody's making any big purchases on, maybe stuff for their homes anymore, or discretionary items in general?
Yeah, I think Home Goods is the kind of wild card here, the drag that will most likely occur on the company. But I think that's a known quantity when you're looking at everything that's going on in the housing market. Turnover's low, interest rates are up, consumers kind of readjusting to that, and so I think that's a known quantity. I think what's going to probably beat Wall Street expectations is the revenues from these flagship brands, where people are going in, they're finding what they want, and TJ Maxx is getting rid of the inventory that they have in a better and better way. There's some concern about competition from some of these Chinese, kind of knockoff brand sites. I think that's completely overblown. I think this will be potentially the report that puts that story to bed as well.
Yeah, and that's also a concern. PDD over in China, Temu, we're selling like $5 shirts and stuff, so we'll have to wait. Revenue's supposed to decrease a little bit. Are you guys still positive with the stock being just below all-time highs? What's your earnings score on this one?
Yeah, I like that the expectation is for revenue to be down a little bit. We think that they're going to beat that number. We have a modestly bullish outlook going into this earnings event, and like we've talked about on this show many times, with stocks at or near all-time highs, we really like the upside, kind of asymmetric quality of the bet to the upside here, because there's not a lot of supply above where the stock trades currently. So if you get the right print and you get the right outlook, things could run again for the next 3 months.
All right, great stuff. Great breakdown for us. Appreciate it, Andy.
Thank you.
All right, that's Andy Swan, co-founder of Likefolio, breaking down the data on TJX. Seems like, Kev, every time we talk about this stock on a quarter-by-quarter basis, their data backs up the moves that we've seen in the shares. As I mentioned, up about 20%. How do you want to look at this from an earnings per an example trade?
And by the way, a programming note, Likefolio's data on Lowe's yesterday was spot on in terms of their overall news. So one thing, looking back at what they did there. So when you look at TJX, like I said, this is a company doing all the right things in terms of where the economy is going. See Walmart, right? You can call TJX the Walmart of apparel. And that's what you're seeing. So Tom, even though this stock has moved, had a great run, I think you brought up a really good point. Home goods. Does home goods fall in line with Lowe's and Home Depot and get pulled into that category, or does or does the TJ Maxx segment dominate? So what I did, I stayed positive, Tom. I went out just 1 week, a tight 1 week. A lot of times we do calendars in this format. I'm doing a diagonal in this format, Tom. So what I did, I went in and bought the August 30th 110 call, couple dollars in the money, and then went in line with the expected move and sold the August 23rd 119 call. I did it for $4, Tom. I looked at $4. I think it's closer to it's $3.95. So it's within about a nickel of where it was. So Tom, a tight diagonal, a $9 diagonal, trading about $4, Tom.
All right, let's break this one down. Short-term call diagonal to the upside, buying the August 30th weekly 110 strike call. It's $2.50 in the money. That's got the higher delta. Selling the August 23rd weekly that expires in 3 days, the 119 call. So $9 wide bullish call diagonal. You're only paying $4 on this one, so there's your risk, $400 per spread, but less than half the width of this $9 wide call diagonal. You break even about 114 on this one. But Kev, the expected move is about a plus or minus $6 in the shares. That sets up with that 119 level, which would be a new all-time high. But I think the key is it costs less than a normal call diagonal, maybe because of the fact that implied volatility levels, there's a dispersion between those. In the August 30th, the 110 strike call you're buying on aggregate, that's about a 48% implied volatility level. And then in the near term August 23rd options that you're selling, the 119 call, it's about a 75%. So that reduces the price of that. Now you got some assignment risk on that short 119 call over the next 3 days going into expiration. So keep that in mind. But definitely sets up exactly with what Likefolio's data is saying, that we could see a surprise to the upside on this, and this type of strategy takes advantage of that. But Kevin, when you look at this, it's a short-term trade. Say the stock trading at all-time highs around 115, 116, 17. It goes up there. What do you do with something like this, or what's one way that you can manage it?
Yeah, start off with an ambitious limit order, right, above the market maybe. And either if you're patient or impatient, move that limit around as you see the stock open during the day, because the stock may gap open and may come down slightly, and then the real trading begins, Tom. So depending on how it opens, how it trades, just work limit orders, right? If you do more than one or you do several, work a limit order to sell some. But obviously the risk on this trade is the downside, Tom. And so depending on the news, if it's good or if it's, pretty average, you may want to adjust that way as well. So this it gives you about a 42 delta on the spread, Tom. So it's a good, healthy delta to the upside that you can manage with limit orders if you care to.
Yeah, and you have that ability to roll that short option over the next 3 days also to the August 30th weekly cycle. That would create a bullish call vertical if you think the thing is going to continue to move up to that 119 level or even above it. So you got some options there on that type of strategy. All right, great look at the call diagonal based on Likefolio's data. That's an example. But let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at Toll Brothers. The home builder stock's up 30% so far this year into their earnings after the close. This is high-end home buying right here, $1 million average selling price. Fast Market's coming right back.
Watch the market with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com on all your streaming devices. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. Before we take a look at Toll Brothers had earnings, let's bring in Ben Lichtenstein, senior futures contributor here. Benny, we've got stocks. They tried for their 9th straight day of gains for the S&P 500, but we're a little bit weaker now.
Well, wait, try. The day's not over yet. So it's still trying, I think.
Yes.
Is the best way of describing it. Up to 56.20 for the SPX. I saw the NASDAQ take out yesterday's highs up to 19,835. We have pulled back some. I did notice there was kind of limited participation in terms of the Dow and the Russell. Dow up to 40,907. We're back down below to 40,850. And I saw, I'm sorry, that was yesterday's high. Now that I think of it, the Dow unable to take out yesterday's high. Similar situation with the Russell. Yesterday's high, I think, was 2167. So still holding below those key levels, but negative on the day, but only slightly lower, down by about 0.2%. And there is a lot of trading day left. So if we were to close positive again, it would be the 9th big day to the upside, or positive day. So in this big rally, but Tom, you've got 10-year yields hanging out around 3.81. You've got the dollar, which has dipped down to 101.32 in the futures. So again, I think there's still some contributing factors to some more upside potential, gains here. The S&P's again just pulling back a bit here today, but still on this tear for the most part. A strong run off those lows we saw to begin the month.
Yeah, maybe some consolidation warranted after that 8-day rally. Benny, look at gold here, though. People continue to push into gold. The gold bugs are winning so far this year.
Absolutely. Those have been sticking with the longs have been and continue to be getting rewarded. That's for sure. 25.70. This is just a perfect example of what we talk about in terms of trend, right? Oftentimes you see a market that's in a well-defined trend to the upside, and you think, oh, well, it's gone too far, too fast, or you feel like you've missed out on that trade, and so you don't participate, you don't get in on the long side and hope it continues, or even worse, you short it, thinking that, okay, this thing's going to turn around at some point, and this is a prime example of a well-defined bottom left, top right, trend that continues. We've talked a lot about some of the contributing factors, central banks that continue to buy. We've seen geopolitical tensions. I mentioned the dollar lower. That's definitely feeding into it. So there's a lot of fundamentals that are feeding into and contributing this rally up.
Yeah, dollar lowest level since the 2nd of January. So definitely lending support to the commodities, especially gold, as that push continues. All right, great stuff. Thanks to Ben Lichtenstein, host of the Future Show here on the network. But now let's bring back in Kevin Hanks. And we got George Tillis, senior markets correspondent here. George, talking Toll Brothers. This is the high-end luxury home builder, $1 million average selling price. But now that's supposed to come down here a little bit. And you know what, George? I scratch my head when I look at the data as far as new home sales and existing home sales. It seems like that slowed down a little bit. Is there going to have to be some promotion there? Because, interest rates are still high, even though they've come down a little bit.
Yeah, so this is an interesting situation. I mean, if you look at, for instance, the building permits and new housing starts, we're trending well below historical averages. It's around 1.5 to 1.6 million per annum. And going back to the Great Recession, we were trending about 2.4 million. And even go back to the 70s, it was close to 2 million, if not over 2 million. So we're lower than we are in new housing starts than we were back in the 70s, but population is quite a bit larger. So this is a situation where there's certainly an undersupply of housing. But with that said, you have to look at the composition of the housing market. It's quite complicated, but Toll Brothers is on the premium side of the equation. They actually gain the most with higher prices, and in fact, if you look at input costs, I looked at lumber prices, they're down about 17% year to date. Copper is up about 5%, and these are two material components in housing construction. I think Toll Brothers has performed exceptionally well over the last year. It's up close to 80%. It's actually outperformed all the other home builders like D.R. Horton, which is a larger mainstay player or seller by volume. But I think Toll Brothers might be very sensitive to price changes here because their houses are quite large, they're quite expensive, but they've actually been putting large houses on small lots. So they've been generating quite a bit of revenue with lower cost in terms of the acreage for land, but they're very sensitive to those price declines, which again, looking at the earnings estimates for this year around $14.15, they're only expecting 3-cent increase to $14.18 next year. So they're expecting flat earnings on a sequential year-over-year basis. Now for the quarter, they're about to report, they're expecting a decline of about 12% in terms of earnings per share at $3.28 versus $3.73 last year. Revenues are expected to be slightly down by about 0.3% to $2.7 billion from a slight increase to 0.3% from $2.69 billion for the same quarter last year. What I actually see here for Toll Brothers is that out of the group, this company has been much more profitable. Their profit margins have increased to about 15% of revenue. And that's above their 10% historical 5-year average. They're actually the most profitable amongst the larger players like Lennar and D.R. Horton, but Toll Brothers is a quite small company compared to those other large players by about they're about 1/5 the size. So this is going to be an interesting report because even though the company is not expected to grow earnings and sales very much on a forward basis, they are very profitable. So if there's a challenge in average selling prices or the guide lower in terms of unit volume, this one may dip because of the fact that it's maybe priced accordingly to those profit margins in the past, which may not necessarily be growing in the future.
George, everything you said describing the housing market is pretty accurate, but they have some controls because they build to order. They don't start building till a contract is signed. So they control future costs and margins and their overall profits on each trade. And George, here's what they've done besides building homes. They bought back a ton of their stock. They've got a 9 PE. This is a company whose balance sheet is now pretty healthy, and it appears that based on the valuation of a 9 PE, and Tom mentioned the $1 million price tag per house, it seems like that this company is set up at a very lean, agile level. George?
So all those are great points. So let me just add to that. One, the profit margins for this business are quite large, and that has to do with the fact that the buyer maybe not necessarily is price sensitive, and again, Toll Brothers has many escalation clauses built into their contracts, so they're able to pass on prices to the end customer, much more so than more price sensitive, maybe middle class home buyer. I think if you consider the other factor, which I didn't bring up earlier, you brought it up, Kevin, is the share buybacks. They've actually been buying back shares quite aggressively. I think that's also helped propagate earnings per share estimates for Toll Brothers. So again, are they going to be price sensitive consumers going forward, speaking that they're in the higher end of the home buyer group? That's too hard to say right now. But what I see is a company that's very profitable, growing its profit margins, but profit growth. Sales growth and profit growth look rather anemic in the low single digits below the historical averages going forward. So it looks like the price has been moving because of the profit margin and share buybacks, but going forward, the estimates are quite low for both earnings and sales. So they could slightly increase that, and that could cause the stock to continue. But if they don't, this one may fall based upon the fact that it may be priced just accordingly, considering there may not necessarily more juice in this lemon, so to speak.
Yeah, you also have to wonder, with the interest rate still high, the 30-year mortgage rate still above 6.5%. How much promotional activity? I've heard they're starting to give incentives to buyers where they get it down to 5.5%. 5%, so we'll have to wait and see on that. But good breakdown for us, George. Appreciate that. That's George Tella, Senior Markets Correspondent. So, Kev, I looked at this from a perspective like I don't know where it's going to go. I mean, it could hit another all-time high. That it's off of that 146.75 all-time high down to 133.5 at this point. Option market pricing in about a plus or minus $7 move in the shares. So not like outsized, just about 5.5%. So I looked at taking advantage of vol dispersion, but then also giving myself a range in case the stock goes up or rallies on this one. So I looked at a double diagonal, Kev, where I'm going to go out to that August 30th weekly cycle, 10 days to expiration. I'm going to buy the 145 call and the 124 strike put. So you're buying the strangle in August 30th. And then in the near term, August 23rd weekly options that expire in 3 days, sell a strangle. I'm going to sell the 142 put or call, 142 call, and sell the 127.5 strike put. So a $3 wide long double diagonal position where I'm actually collecting a credit of 10 cents on this one, Kev. And that means if it doesn't do anything, the stock stays where it is. I'm doing it for a credit, but I've got a range between about 124 on the downside, about 145 on the upside on this one, Kev.
This is kind of an iron condor, but in the calendar spread family, right? You're selling the bigger strikes, you're buying the wings, but the wings you're buying are further out.
Yeah.
So it's a different vibe, but you're doing it, well, like I said, 10-cent credit, but you're going to come out of this with those wings still intact that you can turn into an iron condor. So this is a different way than we normally do to look at a diagonal, though it's a very popular way. We just don't do it very often on this show. But yeah, trading this whole package for a 10-cent credit, as long as it stays range bound, Tom, this should be a trade that you can do a lot of things with, a lot of utility here.
Yeah, and you lose your max loss is $290 per spread, and that's above, maybe way above 150 or maybe way below like 120 on this strategy. You got some assignment risk on those short options also, but a good look at taking a double diagonal position and looking for some consolidation, apex of profitability at or near either one of those short strikes. All right, that's going to do it for us today here on Fast Market, but stick around right here on the Schwab Network. Next Gen Investing is coming up.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. The Schwab Network's by the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week.
Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. And so if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself and find out how good you are, it is very attractive.
So how are you exploiting human weaknesses?
Being lucky at trading is great, but it's not a fixed formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data.
You certainly see patterns. Context is so important.
I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors. We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail.
Have you set yourself up correctly?
It's controversial. The old guard is saying, away off with their heads.
AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now.
It is going crazy.
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you.
Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
I'm Jenny Horn alongside my co-host, as always, Alex Coffey. And Alex, some weakness today, not substantially, although that weakness is right now being led by the Russell. Outside of that, we're seeing some pretty muted market activity. But the first day in several that we've seen at least collective selling that's helped.
Yeah, it's a very kind of quiet day. There was a really strong ramp up into the close yesterday where you saw the NASDAQ rally like 80 to 100 points. It's almost like we're giving back that last 30 minutes today. And so sort of normalizing what was sort of an odd move on the close yesterday afternoon in these markets. S&P 500 futures continue to be very level to level. This kind of 56.15 level that we're at right now has acted as a bounce point for the market intraday today. But this 56.30 or so level has been a level that it's struggled at. So oscillating between the two, if this is to fail, maybe a move towards 5,600 could be in store for the day as sort of that next major level. But just watching things intraday, not the most action-packed session, but one that would break what has been a pretty historic run for the market. 8 straight sessions. Last time this happened was in November of 2023. And I want to say it's only happened like 6 times going back all the way to 2003. So we're sort of in that rarefied air in terms of number of green days in a row. And it's not like they've been small green days. We're talking like 1% or so moves on average for 8 straight sessions.
Yeah, I mean, today NVIDIA is snapping its major winning streak. I believe it was up for like 9 of the last 10 sessions, adding like 23%. I mean, and that is a massive name. So no surprise, we always joke that look no further for the overall market activity than to look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is down on the session by about 2.5% after having a really nice several green sessions. But as always in the show, we'll step away from the macro. We'll focus on our individual movers. We'll kick things off with upvote and downvote. We'll chart and trade those upvoted names. FOMO today, we're looking at Eli Lilly, which continues to see its weight loss drug reducing the overall developing type 2 diabetes by 94%. And we'll dive more into that miracle drug later on. We'll also be looking at some overall aerospace headlines. We have Boeing with some more manufacturing issues. We also have the Justice Department ending its review of the Hawaiian and Alaska Air merger without challenging the deal. So Hawaiian is ripping on the session as a result. And we'll close things out here with under 30 today. We are looking at Chewy as Bears did raise its price target, calling for some stability now into the back half of this year, which that is a name that needs some stability, Alex, to put it lightly.
Yeah, and I was just looking at NVIDIA, obviously, which has really high volatility right now at 75%. But we kind of think of it as like this stalwart of the market, this market general and leader, of which undoubtedly it has been. But looking at Lilly, it's not lagging that far behind in terms of its own performance, in terms of the last few years, last months, last 3 months, up on all those time frames. And it trades with about half as much implied volatility. So kind of risk adjusted, you can see why so many investors have flocked to Eli Lilly. But let's do upvote, downvote, more on that for FOMO later on. Not endorsements, not recommendations, of course, for upvote, downvote. Couple payment processors, couple retailers here. Let's start with MasterCard here. MA, the ticker, of course, getting a price target hike from JP Morgan.
And too is high. I mean, this was the highest I could see among street analysts. So 570. Previously, I'd seen 550, but correct me if I'm wrong there. Still definitely one of the highest among the analysts that cover this name, and up from 500 with an overweight rating. So the firm did review year-to-date performance of some of these payment processing and fintech groups and established its now updated December of 2025 price target. So much of the sector has underperformed the market, they said, due to exposure to consumer spending and fears of slowing card volume growth, as well as a lack of excitement in new products and negative estimate revisions. But they shifted their preferences somewhat for the second half of this year, leaning more into a cautious stance on some of these upside drivers. They said preferring names with more visible, defensible growth and higher earnings quality. Their top picks are MasterCard as well as Corpay, which was a name I really don't frequent that chart until today, but amazingly so, MasterCard has 36 buys and 4 holds, not any bears as far as I could see. Visa is actually pretty similar, I will say. The overall analyst coverage definitely skews more bullish to neutral. So the street likes these names, and MasterCard is holding on to a decent rally on the year. I mean, we're up almost 10%, so that's something, but we have pulled back about 4% from highs here.
Can confirm at least of the 52 analysts that Bloomberg compiles, they do have the street high at 570. JP Morgan's analyst there, 3 550s, a 545, but that 570 from the current share price of 468, that applies like a good 22% upside from here. So some optimism, even though that commentary talks about more visible, defensible growth. Doesn't sound like the most optimistic, bullish kind of positioning, but they certainly see MasterCard as a potential beneficiary if that does come to fruition. So a lot of positives in payment processors, at least from JP Morgan. Next one is Affirm. So we're talking higher quality earnings growth and sort of where that would be. I'm not sure Affirm falls into that camp quite yet, but it's still one that has very similar ties to the same type of commerce that MasterCard does.
It does, and I mean, you talk about a different type of performer. This name is so volatile. We're still off of lows by 115%, while remaining off of highs that were touched at the end, now December of 23, by about 44%. So we've given up, I mean, all of, if not more than the strength this year, now down 40% on the year, while also still 103% over the last 12 months. I mean, it's just like a ridiculous chart, but there's some mixed feedback when it comes to like the way the street views this name, but they also did have some news today announcing a partnership with Hotels.com, saying that now approved guests can book accommodations and pay overtime with Affirm, which helps more and more people book vacations. It builds on their existing partnership with Expedia as well as Affirm, where Affirm is now the exclusive buy not pay later provider on Expedia as well as Vrbo. By selecting Affirm at checkout, approved Hotels.com guests can now split the total cost of their purchase into budget-friendly payments, and they are shown the upfront costs. They claim that there's never going to be any hidden fees, any additional payments, which I have used Affirm many times. I will say that is something that is definitely accurate about their service. But again, straight is fairly mixed. There's 6 buys, 9 holds, 200 performs, 1 sell. Average price target right now is around $35 and some change. That implies about 17% upside, but then you also have the street lows, $20. So there's a fair skew of price targets right now on this name and where the direction in which the street thinks it'll go next.
Yeah, 3 of the biggest analysts you could see between Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, and Morgan Stanley all in the last week have provided updates. You get an equal weight from Andrew at Wells Fargo, $40 price target. Reggie at JP Morgan, overweight, $45 today. And James at Morgan Stanley, underweight, $20 price target today. So today alone, you have a $25 spread on a $29 stock, both to the downside and to the upside in terms of price targets and ratings in opposite directions. So, to your point, volatile stock.
I mean, yeah, gosh, and I guess if you're, chasing that volatility, that name is definitely one that tends to move, and so that's something that some traders do look for. I guess I just think you look at some of these massive price swings. Makes me a bit nervous, but they do have their earnings actually Wednesday, August 28th. It's actually when we get a lot of these names we're covering today is next week. So that's also NVIDIA, of course, report. So we'll be busy as far as our earnings coverage next week. But our next name today also does report next Wednesday before the market opens. That is Abercrombie & Fitch. That is quietly one of the best performers that we're looking at today. I mean, this name is just so incredible, even in spite of some of the weakness we've seen at retail as of late.
Doesn't seem like it's hit this name. We're still up 88% this year, and I know we've pulled back about almost 16% off of highs, but up 310% off of 52-week lows. I mean, just ridiculous. But Citi did open a 30-day positive catalyst watch on Abercrombie into their second quarter report while keeping a neutral rating and a $190 price target. They do anticipate another strong earnings beat driven by strong sales and margins, and they do believe that both A&F and Hollister continue to see these strong double-digit comp momentum growth into second quarter with trend right fashion at both brands and acceleration into Hollister men's. But they think that Abercrombie's risk and reward is more favorable into this print. So it's interesting, all positive things, but then a neutral rating, which is to me a bit misguided. But we're slightly lower on the session, down about 0.4%. Not a lot of analysts actually cover this name. There's only 9 in total, which is relatively small, especially considering its outperformance this year. But I mean, we'll have to see if they can meet this really high bar. I can't remember looking at a retailer that was up almost 90% on the year into their quarterly report.
Yeah, 30% buys, 70% holds, so no doubters of Abercrombie at the moment. But what I think is incredible, I know there's been some big moves. We just talked about 8 straight up days in the market. Look at a name like NVIDIA. It hits 90, it's at 127, but it's NVIDIA, right? It's a mega cap, high beta stock. Abercrombie & Fitch is almost 40% off its lows from August 5th. It is just absolutely incredible. And it's still a good $30 off its all-time high, or at yearly highs that it made post-earnings back in May. So another
bounced up.
You are a little bit squeamish from the volatility in the last few weeks. Abercrombie, maybe not insulated from it.
Right, well, especially flying high into next week's print. So that always makes me a bit nervous, but it's been able to have some really nice earnings moves. So that's obviously what's driven some of the upside. Our last name today here is Birkenstock, and JP Morgan did raise its price target to $82 a share from $64, while also keeping an overweight rating, highlighting that some of their, again, established 2025 price targets are updating across department stores and specialty soft lines sector retailers ahead of their second quarter reports. We do hear from Birkenstock next week, Thursday, before the market opens, but they noted that fieldwork is pointing to a softer finish in July to close out the quarter, with spending growth year over year starting to moderate sequentially relative to May and June. I will say, this name also skews pretty optimistically. There's 14 buys, 3 holds, no outright bears, and average price target right now is around $67 a share, so that is obviously implying some upside. We're down about 1% today, but Birkenstock is different because of the sense in which they've only been public for about a year at this point, less than a year at this point. So I just feel like for that reason, I tend to look at it as a more volatile name just because there's not historically as much price activity. 2
names that I feel like were very popular between Abercrombie and Birkenstock when I was an elementary school student. That have made a nice comeback.
I was going to say, I'm a Birkenstock wearer.
No, I think that they're popular now, no doubt. I mean, I see a couple pairs of them at my house, so that's usually a pretty good indication. They're not mine, trust me. That if they were mine, you might be in the wrong place. But when you look at Birkenstock and you look at the fact that it went public in October of last year, and this was sort of when the market was really ramping up, well-timed, well-executed, because it's almost doubled from its lows last year in mid-October to where it is now. It's been a steady upside performer, up over 30% the last 3 months, 17, 18% over the last 6 months. And even during the pullback, going back to August 5th, it kind of outperformed even on the downside. It didn't seem to have quite as much volatility maybe as some of the other names in its space.
I mean, right. Birkenstock was actually one of the best performers, it seems like, outside of ARM that we saw the IPOs last year. So I know it's pulled back, but
ARM's had way more volatility, though, to be fair. If you look at ARM's volatility of almost 70% compared to Birkenstock, which is, I guess it's at 50%, but pre-earnings for Birkenstock. But you actually just look at the movement. ARM moves around a lot.
And okay, totally different size companies, totally different worlds in which they operate, so not comparable. But as far as the relatively newer companies to the public markets, Birkenstock has been relatively resilient, and again, incomparable to ARM, but they both have done quite well post-IPO. But we'll be looking more at our voted names today. We'll be diving into all of the volatility that is a firm, as well as the strength we have seen consistently over the last 12 months in Abercrombie & Fitch. Stick around, Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
Doo-doo-doo.
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's Market on Close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's time for our Chartmaster segment. Today we are looking at Affirm as well as Abercrombie and Fitch, two very different charts. And here to hopefully make sense of the technicals for us is Rick Ducat, our Chartmaster, as always. So we'll start off with the more, I'd say, maybe complex of the two, because that is Affirm, which is all over the place. I mean, it's remarkable that this name could be down 40% this year, while so well off of its recent lows, while also well off its highs. So, I mean, like, where to start, Rick? Walk through what you're seeing.
Complicated in some ways, but the recent price trajectory has been pretty clear-cut. You can see that most of the recent price action between these two downward sloping blue dashed lines here, a downward channel. And all we did was draw a conventional trend line going down across the highs, duplicated it, it matched up pretty darn close with the series of lows here, and eventually this recent low point that was the start of our rally during the past couple of weeks here. Now, this rally has been interesting here because we took, as of yesterday's close, we very rapidly crossed above all three of our exponential moving averages that we follow. Yellow 21-day, orange 63-day, purple 252-day, all in very rapid succession there. And, you know, unfortunately for the bulls today, though, it does not look like we're able to hold on to that purple 252-day EMA. And, you know, in general, the longer term moving averages, the more important it is, the more important it is to clear it and close above it, the more important it is when it turns its slope from down to upward here. So this is a kind of a notable disappointment here for bullish traders here, but all is not lost yet. We're still holding above our other two EMAs. You know, we still have this shorter term upward trend line. Our white dashed line here is still in play as well. So perhaps just a momentary setback potentially.
Yeah, today's price activity obviously not helping the bulls because we're down another 3%, but I'm interested in some of that recent momentum and hopeful recovery. Obviously, if you're looking to see a recovery in these shares, what is momentum telling you? Are we seeing some of the momentum match the recent recovery and sort of strength we've seen in Affirm, obviously outside of today?
For the most part, over the past couple of months, momentum has been largely following the price action. According to our RSI study here, you can see a peak here, a subsequent lower peak here, kind of matches up with the price trajectory in general. What was interesting is that yesterday, it looked like we were going to invalidate that downward sloping trend line. And indeed, we did cross above that 50 midline. We're hanging out above that area as well. That demarcates bearish momentum from bullish momentum. So things are a bit more geared toward the upside upside right now. Not really able to hang on above that red trend line there, though. And, you know, RSI, you can use trend line, support and resistance, very similar to how price uses these concepts here. So breakout beyond a trend line is worth noting here, especially when it was happening concurrently with these breakouts above our moving averages here. But like we said a moment ago, a bit of a rejection here, not able to clear that 252-day EMA, and also not able to really hang on above this trend line here. So once again, a little bit of a disappointment here, but you know, not a collapse or anything at this point.
Right, it's still tempting to hang on here and fight back against this recent downtrend. So now when we look at some price levels here with firm, again, volatility is your friend. I'm sure you love this name. So walk us through some levels of support and resistance you're keeping on your radar.
Sure, I mean, even after the notable decline that we've seen off those highs, we're down 43%. We're still up 114% off of our 52-week lows. So really, you know, like you said, there's definitely some volatility in this name here. If we were to keep moving to the upside, we can see here, there was a bit of a double top type pattern here near our red dashed line, 34.13. That would be one mark to beat to the upside. If we can recapture our purple 252-day EMA, that's quite close to where we are right now. And, you know, actually, the first step would be to break out of that downward sloping channel before we got to that double top area. So that would be two things that are pretty close to each other. Beyond that, 39.25 was a notable high point on an intraday basis here. Certainly didn't last. You know, it came back down, you know, off those highs notably, but that was the high water mark to look at here. To the downside, we've got our yellow 21-day EMA, very close to our short-term white trend line there that's going upward near like 27.60 or so. That would be one area to watch. Then the recent lows near 22.25, our green line there.
Okay, yeah, we have earnings, of course, next Wednesday, so we have that catalyst to look forward to. So a lot to really analyze when it comes to a firm. So now we trade this name, Alex, and again, there is earnings in about a week, so there's a way to play, obviously, earnings for example purposes. But I mean, I'm expecting some degree of volatility just because, I mean, like, look at the chart.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably an astute observation that this stock has the potential to move, and the market prices it that way. But I think Rick described what appeared to me to be a pretty clear downtrend on the kind of medium to longer term for this stock, although it has sort of neutralized a little bit on a shorter term basis. All that being said, I looked at a neutral to bearish strategy as it is in sort of higher end of its channel, and perhaps it runs into some resistance, and perhaps even earnings could be the catalyst for a move to the downside. Electing to go short call vertical as opposed to long put vertical, just because volatility is heightened around the earnings event, to Jenny's point. So selling the August 30th, 31, 34 call vertical for about $1 credit. That would be 1/3 the width of the strikes, $3 wide spread, $1 credit. Creates a 2-to-1 risk reward, break even at 32. Would line up nicely with sort of the upper end of that recent range. And it's
it looks like a bullish flag.
The script here, break to a, you know, maybe a new uptrend, surprise the upside around earnings.
We're under the 63 right now on the 30-minute.
But you're able to participate if the stock goes sideways, goes up small, or even goes lower around this.
We're definitely under support. If the 9 crosses, here, let me shut you down for a second. So I've still got 5, I mean, guys, I was just like 3 cents off hitting this support level. And I called this out at 5:05 a.m. I mean, more or less nailed it. We hit 33 or 31, somewhere around there. It's a weird looking bull flag if you ask me, but it does look like a fallen wedge. I mean, it's a bull flag, but not a pretty one. Falling wedge with an inverse head and shoulders, so I mean, It looks like it could reverse here. Oh yeah. That's only on the 1 minute though. And that's a bull flag too. Falling wedge is bullish. I was really, I mean, I don't know how I got that support so close. That was, I don't know if it was skill, but yet, I mean, that's a hard sell off. And to come that close, I mean, it's just impressive. You're welcome for that explanation. If we break this resistance, we'll go higher, I think. But then we got to meet up with that 200. So the 200 is your pivot point. If that breaks, you'll go to the upside for sure. The 161's got down to 48. Move them up to the 560s. I'm not taking it yet. If it breaks, it'll double top up here or triple top. Just a little bit there.
No, it's amazing results from this trial, investing now in Novo Nordisk. So it's like the miracle drug, it seems like.
Yes, it certainly seems to be the case, and it doesn't seem like there's any stopping it. We're talking about tirzepatide, which is the main ingredient in Mounjaro, the diabetes drug from Eli Lilly, and in Zepbound, which is the weight loss drug. But yes, this late-stage trial showed that tirzepatide reduced the risk of type 2 diabetes in obese or overweight adults by 94%. So this suggests that the Eli Lilly's treatment could really delay diabetes in the majority of people that were using it in a really meaningful way. The trial also showed that patients experienced sustained weight loss over the roughly 3-year treatment period. Adults on the highest weekly dose of the drug saw a nearly 23% decrease in body weight on average after 176 weeks. That compares with 2.1% decrease for those that were on the placebo. So not just weight loss, but sustained weight loss. Now, after the 176-week trial period, patients were taken off the drug and they were tracked for another 17 weeks.
Fat cats are back.
17-week period drop off. The overall reduction in risk of progression to type 2 diabetes was 88%, so that compares to 94%. The company didn't say how much weight the test subjects regained on average after stopping treatment, but this does suggest that people would likely have to stay on those drugs in order to continue to see results, which would also, of course, benefit Eli Lilly. Could also be why we're seeing shares higher today. I did see CEO David Ricks on CNBC earlier today in an interview, and he said basically the next step is to talk to regulators now because they really need insurance to cover their drugs. There's nothing approved for this today, specifically for pre-diabetes, because Zepbound is for weight loss, and then
What's the question?
for type 2 diabetes.
Did I have one?
Already have it, but 1 in 3 people, which I thought was pretty staggering, actually have pre-diabetes now. So if it's approved for more uses, it might make it harder for insurers to deny coverage of this, which ultimately would lead to more coverage, which would also be beneficial for the stock. So a lot of reasons why
That wasn't supposed to turn out that way.
Today on this news, you mentioned Novo Nordisk. Obviously, Ozempic is the key competitor to Eli Lilly's weight loss and diabetes drugs. It's under a little bit of pressure today, down about 0.2%. But the big losers today, the worst performers on the S&P 500, are Dexcom and Insulet. So Dexcom is a glucose monitoring company, and Insulet is an insulin management system company. Take a look at the shares of those, both down more than 6% today on this news. And Dexcom actually has had a pretty
Yes,
rough year.
that's what I meant to say.
1%. So, good news for Eli Lilly, not so good news for some of the other diabetes.
You're a star.
But, seeing a nice pop for Eli Lilly shares. You talked about the 61% increase year to date. It's up 17% in August alone.
Yeah, this stock is an absolute monster to the upside, Caroline. But I was kind of looking through at least in the last few years, Trulicity, which is their type 2 diabetes treatment, alongside Mounjaro, another one of their, of course, big type 2 diabetes treatments, are like their primary revenue drivers. So in a way, obviously these breakthroughs, if everything here is true and it gets approved and people are able to get access to this, is awesome news and potentially good news for Eli Lilly specifically in the short term. But long term, is this sort of just taking revenue from itself in a way if it's preventing some of these conditions through pre-diabetic treatment?
Not necessarily, because keep in mind that that 84% versus 94 or 88% versus 94% shows that people have to stay or likely have to stay on these drugs if they want to.
I mean, 88 is still a big number, though.
It is still a big number, but that was just for 17 weeks, and they didn't say in terms of the weight loss component. So yes, potentially a little bit of robbing Peter to pay Paul, but I think that we're seeing the stock rise on this news because it could just bring more and more people in. And then of course there could be the switch from injections to pills down the road, which they've talked about, which other the drug makers in general have talked about, which would reach an even bigger clientele. So I mean, I think that there's a lot of excitement around these drugs, which is why we've seen the stock rise so much. I think the big question is how much of this good news is priced into the stock at this point, given the fact that it is up more than 60% year to date. Of course, that's when I look to the analysts to determine that. And if you take a look, I mean, the median price target is 1,027, so less than 10% upside from current levels, despite the fact that 82% of analysts still have a buy rating on shares. So it's kind of encroaching that median price target, trading at 941 right now. So I think it's certainly a question of how much more. How much more can it run on the same kind of news? But with 1 in 3 people having pre-diabetes, this could reach a lot more people with, efficacy like this late stage trial showed.
Yeah, and I mean, first of all, I have to say that now, anecdotally, since I've covered this story today, I'm like, do I have early onset of diabetes? I'm like, I probably am the 1 in 3, honestly, given my health habits. But it's also just amazing that there hasn't been, I know there's Novo Nordisk, there's Ozempic, but we haven't heard any real competition emerge from anyone else. I mean, correct? Like, I feel like it's just these 2 names in like a 2-horse race.
There's Hims as well, Hims and Hers. I believe that there's like a loophole if there's a shortage of, Ozempic and Mounjaro, that they can actually sell kind of a generic version of it because there have been shortages. But I know that they've been working through those shortages, which then, kind of closes that loophole for companies like Hims and Hers. So I know that when we've talked about some of these names, and the analysts have pointed it out, the competition is heating up a bit because it's not just one or the other. But it certainly seems like, especially Eli Lilly, we're seeing that reflected in the share price versus Novo Nordisk as well. Novo Nordisk is up 30% year to date, but Eli Lilly, especially after earnings, has really seen this huge jump. So it's clearly the favorite, but it's not without competition. I should also note, just in terms of the analyst community, Wells Fargo actually picked Eli Lilly as its new top pick in the space. Vertex Pharmaceuticals and AbbVie are number 2 and 3, but they continue to think that Lilly has potential to provide upside surprises with improving supply and then growth outside of the U.S. They say they see upside to 2025 consensus estimates. Note that the company also has key catalysts in terms of another upcoming trial in terms of these weight loss drugs with cardiovascular in 2025, and also a readout next year, a readout in 2026. So other key catalysts that could potentially move the stock higher surrounding some of the supply issues.
Right, and I mean, it just feels like the demand, frankly, is so right now abundant that I don't necessarily see the narrative changing. As it seems like now, even in my world, I know so many various people that are on these drugs and have nothing but positive things. I mean, to say it, we used to talk about this as it was like a hypothetical. Now it's like encroaching in our daily lives. But
I know, and I have FOMO.
I do as well, and I'm like, I need to check if I have prediabetes. But we'll leave it there. Great insight as always, Caroline Woods, senior markets correspondent for the network. So now we trade this name, Alex, and we already had earnings. We continue to get great, news as far as this developments with the trials and some of its overall efficacy. So walk us through how you think about trading this name for example purposes.
Yeah, long term, I think it has obviously expanded its marketplace. Pre-diabetes treatment, if it is able to get those bring those things to market. Insurance approvals will be huge. That'll really increase the amount of people it's able to reach. But do you think it is sort of, innovating itself away, given that a lot of its revenue is, of course, generated from type 2 diabetes drugs? But shorter term, we're just looking at trading this game. Clearly an uptrending name, a nice performer. It's got optimism and momentum behind it. A couple things that are concerned though, liquidity is not great, and it's got a really high stock price per share, so it's a bigger product for those who are looking at these options. I looked at a risk-defined spread in order to contain that risk to a more maybe manageable level for some. And by doing that, we did a $5 wide spread, September 20th expiration. Selling the 9.15 put, buying the 9.10 put, looking for about $1.75 credit. Maybe this would be you'd be comfortable with this down to $1.50. Just sort of a ballpark around where it was at the time. Again, liquidity is not the greatest in this name. 325 is the max loss potential. You simply take the credit away from the width of the spread. So $5 wide spread, net of the $1.75 leaves you with 325. We know options priced per share, but really delivering 100 shares in the standard format, so 325. Max profit is 175 with the break even 913 and a quarter. Jenny, that's a pretty nice window of profitability. Stay above 915. It's at 940 right now. But this stock's moved to $18 just today alone. Even though it seems like it's a long ways away, 915 absolutely could be tested over the next month.
I mean, right, we're even just $27 off of highs we touched today. So this name moves, and it's moved to the upside, but obviously it's capable of giving back some of that strength as we're seeing in real time. But we'll leave it there for FOMO. Now coming up next, time to talk a whole different space. That is everything involving the aerospace world. We'll look at Boeing, manufacturing delays, Hawaiian Air, and Alaska Air, actually with some good news. Hawaiian is ripping as a result, as well as Southwest. We'll discuss more with Kevin Green coming up next.
So I was just doing Boeing, and I'm a huge bear on this stock. I mean, I've been a bear for quite a while since that door fell out. Not much talking door. Now we did have a nice little bump on it. I don't know, how long has that been since that happened? Oh, here we go. So this thing fell down because of that door, and it dropped to 220. And the fat cats were trying to get you to buy this stock. They were saying that it wasn't going to have any problems, that it was going to be easy fix, and blah, blah, blah. Wall Street never throws in woke. Every company that I've seen that's advertised they've gone woke has tanked. Every one of them. From Nike to Target to Disney to now Boeing, Hog. Let's look at Hog. Hog went woke. I watched a video this weekend of a guy shooting his Harley. And he probably shot it with 1,000 rounds. Just blew it up. Bikers are pissed. Real bikers. And it had a big fall. And what else? Nike. Target. Walmart's not that stupid. They've been woke already for a long time. I mean, they hire about anybody that wants to work, but they don't advertise it. They don't put devil stuff in their stores. They don't put swimsuits that have a penis in it for women, where you can fit your penis. So here they come out again with more bad news. Bad news after bad news after bad news after bad news. Now they got bailed out during COVID. But that's not the opinion of the fat cats. Fat cats looked at technically at this stock and say it's a buy. Technically. They don't put in the thought of, well, there might be a world war. Planes might get shot out of the sky. Actually, technically, we do have a 1, 2, 3. It could drop more. I mean, we hit my support level on this stock a few months back. And then we back down to it again. But otherwise, fat cats like to buy this stock on a dip. They don't mention about all the bad news that comes out on it. They got a backlog unbelievable. Maybe that's what they're looking at down the road, maybe a couple of years, like kitty litter with GME. Still haven't hit my support yet on it. It's around 1633. On GME. Then you got AMC. Spy squeezed. To the 200. Up. Aha! Ah, damn it. I'm gonna go make my salad real fast. So we squeezed out of that triangle, that fallen wedge. I did not take the trade. I feel like we need to go down more, but you never can tell with this market. This could be just a simple flush because of the excellent run we've had for the last 11 days. And they're counting, they're saying 9. Anything a dip to them is a buy, unless they get convinced differently.
You're being profitable, then the bar set high. You have to achieve that profitability, or else it's like then the quarter was a blip, your profitability is somewhat overlooked. So you see this continuing, though, as we go into their earnings, which I believe are also next week. It's like when we get all of these major earnings and NVIDIA and everything we talked about also earlier in our show.
So yeah, I think it's a good point. So what I see here is if you look at prior to last quarter's results, the guidance the company provided for 2024's earnings was around 59 cents. Now it's 94 cents. So that's a pretty significant increase for this year. Now the stock may already reflect that. Going into next year, the estimates are for about $1.09 for the full year of 2025. So I think again, looking at that, it's somewhere in the 20% range. Give or take in terms of earnings growth, with the company actually generating free cash, and also, by the way, they have about $1.1 billion in cash on the balance sheet. So if you take the market capitalization,
that's good to know about Chewy. Chewy.
So they seem to be in a better position. Let me just put it this way. both on a balance sheet standpoint, an earnings growth standpoint, and even the price action seems to reflect that. Now, there can be some slowness in this quarter, and this is why I think Baird is looking at the continuation of prospective earnings growth going into early 2025. So we may have a soft quarter coming up when they report earnings. I can't tell for sure, and the stock may move to the downside. But nonetheless, I think the trend on Chewy looks rather compelling. Let's just put it that way, because the financials seem to fit the price action. And again, like I said, that's really what matters for a stock. And I don't necessarily see dilution risk in the near future just because they have a good cash position. And lastly, I'll say this, that going back 6 months, the short interest was around 18% of the float, and now it's about 12%. So take that for what it's worth. It seems like shorts are covering.
Okay, and I love that, George. You know, I always love to check on the short positions in some of these names that are heavily shorted. So great insight and great breakdown ahead of Chewy's results next Wednesday before the market opens. But we'll leave it there. Appreciate it, George Still, senior markets correspondent for the network. And that'll do it for Alex and myself. For Next Gen Investing, coming up next, we have the watch list with Nicole Petalides.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging with Schwab Network's by-the-numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to...
We just got to break the 200, but that's what I called as resistance out of that thing, Majir. Why did it go down? Oh, it stalled. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, no. Damn it. Huh. Been having all, now it's froze. Shit. Been having trouble with this all day. It's completely froze. I can't. Oh, God. I can't. I don't know what's going on here, but I got to close it down. I got to shut this whole thing down, I think. So I might have to get out of here, YouTube, because I can't get this thing working at all.